Human rights are something you were born with. Human rights are your God-given rights. Human rights are the rights that are recognized by all nations of this earth. And any time anyone violates your human rights, you can take them to the World Court. Uncle Sam's hands are dripping with blood, dripping with the blood of the black man in this country. He's the Earth's #1 hypocrite. He has the audacity, yes, he has imagined him posing as the leader of the free world. The free world, and you over here singing "We shall overcome." Expand the civil rights struggle to the level of human rights, take it into the United Nations, where our African brothers can throw their weight on our side, where our Asian brothers can throw their weight on our side, where our Latin American brothers can throw their weight on our side, and where 800 million Chin men are sitting there waiting to throw their weight on our side. Let the world know how bloody his hands are. Let the world know the hypocrisy that's practiced over here. Let it be the ballot or the bullet. Let him know that it must be the ballot or the bullet. When you take your case to Washington, D.C., you're taking it to the criminal who's responsible. It's like running from the wolf to the fox. They're all in cahoots together. They all work political chicanery and make you look like a chump before the eyes of the world. Here you are walking around in America, getting ready to be drafted and sent abroad, like a tin soldier, and when you get over there, people ask you what are you fighting for, and you have to stick your tongue in your cheek. No, take Uncle Sam to court, take him before the world. By ballot I only mean freedom. Don't you know I disagree with Lomax on this issue that the ballot is more important than the dollar? Can I prove it? Yes. Look in the UN. There are poor nations in the UN, yet those poor nations can get together with their voting power and keep the rich nations from making a move. They have one nation, one vote, everyone has an equal vote. And when those brothers from Asia and Africa and the darker parts of this earth get together, their voting power is sufficient to hold Sam in check. Or Russia in check. Or some other section of the earth in check. So, the ballot is most important. Right now, in this country, if you and I, 22 million African Americans, that's what we are, Africans who are in America. You're nothing but Africans. Nothing but Africans. In fact, you'd get farther calling yourself African instead of Negro. Africans don't catch hell. You're the only one catching hell. They don't have to pass civil rights bills for Africans. An African can go anywhere he wants right now. All you've got to do is tie your head up. That's right, go anywhere you want. Just stop being a Negro. Change your name to Hugagaguba. That'll show you how silly the white man is. You're dealing with a silly man. A friend of mine who's very dark put a turban on his head and went into a restaurant in Atlanta before they called themselves desegregated. He went into a white restaurant, he sat down, they served him, and he said, "What would happen if a Negro came in here?" And there he's sitting, black as night, but because he had his head wrapped up, the waitress looked back at him and says, "Why, there wouldn't no nigger dare come in here." So, you're dealing with a man whose bias and prejudice are making him lose his mind, his intelligence, every day. He's frightened. He looks around and sees what's taking place on this earth, and he sees that the pendulum of time is swinging in your direction. The dark people are waking up. They're losing their fear of the white man. No place where he's fighting right now is he winning. Everywhere he's fighting someone your and my complexion. And they're beating him. He can't win anymore. He's won his last battle. He failed to win the Korean War. He couldn't win it. He had to sign a truce. That's a loss. Anytime Uncle Sam, with all his machinery for warfare, is held to a draw by some rice eaters, he's lost the battle. He had to sign a truce. America's not supposed to sign a truce. She's supposed to be bad. But she's not bad anymore. She's bad as long as she can use her hydrogen bomb, but she can't use hers for fear Russia might use hers. Russia can't use hers, for fear that Sam might use his. So, both of them are weaponless. They can't use the weapon because each weapon nullifies the others. So the only place where action can take place is on the ground. And the white man can't win another war fighting on the ground. Those days are over. The black man knows it, the brown man knows it, the red man knows it, and the yellow man knows it. So they engage him in guerrilla warfare. That's not his style. You've got to have heart to be a guerrilla warrior, and he hasn't got any heart. I'm telling you now. I just want to give you a little briefing on guerrilla warfare because, before you know it, it takes heart to be a guerrilla warrior because you're on your own. In conventional warfare you have tanks and a whole lot of other people with you to back you up, planes over your head and all that kind of stuff. But a guerrilla is on his own. All you have is a rifle, some sneakers, and a bowl of rice, and that's all you need and a lot of heart. The Japanese on some of those islands in the Pacific, when the American soldiers landed, one Japanese sometimes could hold the whole army off. He'd just wait until the sun went down, and when the sun went down they were all equal. He would take his little blade and slip from bush to bush, and from American to American. The white soldiers couldn't cope with that. Whenever you see a white soldier that fought in the Pacific, he has the shakes, he has a nervous condition, because they scared him to death. The same thing happened to the French up in French Indochina. People who just a few years previously were rice farmers got together and ran the heavily mechanized French army out of Indochina. You don't need it. Modern warfare today won't work. This is the day of the guerrilla. They did the same thing in Algeria. Algerians, who were nothing but Bedouins, took a rifle and sneaked off to the hills, and de Gaulle and all of his highfalutin war machinery couldn't defeat those guerrillas. Nowhere on this earth does the white man win in a guerrilla warfare. It's not his speed. Just as guerrilla warfare is prevailing in Asia and in parts of Africa and in parts of Latin America, you've got to be mighty naive, or you've got to play the black man cheap, if you don't think someday he's going to wake up and find that it's got to be the ballot or the bullet. Malcolm X in Ghana. On April 7, 1964, Malcolm used funds furnished by his half-sister Ella Collins to purchase a round-trip ticket to Africa, with stops in Cairo, Jeddah, Khartoum, Nairobi, Lagos, Accra, and Algiers. He left the following week, under the name Malik el-Shabazz, to make the Hajj at the holy city of Mecca. Amid a pending eviction battle and reported attempts on his life, he told the Amsterdam News, "I want to get my spiritual self strengthened. One with the exception of the religious experience of the Hajj, the highlight of his one-month sojourn was a week-long stop in Ghana, where he was met by a small group of African-American expatriates, writer Julian Mayfield and his wife, Ana Olivia Cordero, a Puerto Rican doctor, American intellectual exile Preston King, social worker and secretary to the Ethiopian ambassador Alice Wyndham, Leslie Lacey, a black American university student, and young Maya Make, Angelou, then working for the University of Ghana's School of Music and Drama while editing for the African Review. After settling down and dining with many in the expatriate community, Malcolm spent his first few days in a hectic series of meetings with, among others, the Cuban ambassador, Armando Entralgo Gonzalez, and Ghana's Minister of Defense, Kofi Boka. His lecture at the Accra Press Club also coincided with a visit by Michigan politician Gerhard Menon Williams, who was serving as Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs. Williams had generated quite a stir in recent years by echoing Marcus Garvey's famous anti-colonial refrain "Africa for the Africans." However, Malcolm X was less impressed, remarking during a press conference that his father was lynched in Williams's home state. The Ghanaian Times detailed Malcolm's significant move from civil rights to human rights and his call for African support for Black Americans. The Afro-American Muslim leader, who is visiting Africa to acquaint himself with the mounting wave of nationalism in the continent, pointed out that there was a growing tendency in America that the civil rights issue has been mislabeled. The 22 million Afro-Americans now being humiliated, he said, needed the strong and profound moral support of Africans at home in their struggle for racial equality, he said. Several days later Malcolm remarked that the only difference between apartheid in South Africa and American racism was that while South Africa preaches and practices segregation, the United States preaches integration and practices segregation. 3. Malcolm also lectured before a full hall at the University of Ghana, where he praised Ghanaian Premier Kwame Nkrumah as one of Africa's most progressive leaders. 4. He then managed to meet with members of parliament before attending a private audience with Nkrumah. On May 15 Malcolm addressed 200 students at the Kwame Nkrumah Ideological Institute, 40 miles outside of Accra. He later met Shirley Graham Du Bois, the widow of historian W.E.B. Du Bois. Malcolm's final full day was spent meeting with Nigerian High Commissioner Alhaji Savali and attending a party held in his honor by the Cuban ambassador. On his way out of Accra, Malcolm encountered Muhammad Ali and his new boxing manager, Elijah Muhammad's son, Herbert. The meeting was the first since Ali had pledged his allegiance to Muhammad, and the boxer was quick to denounce his former friend, laughing at Malcolm's funny white robe and adding that nobody listens to that Malcolm anymore. Before the two men headed their separate ways. 5. Just after his return home, Malcolm was also derided in the Ghanaian Times by exiled South African journalist H.M. Bassner, who charged that the black nationalist failed to recognize the class aspects of racism and instead was consumed by racialism. By ignoring economic motivations and the class function of all racial oppression, Bassner wrote, Malcolm X discussed the Afro-American position as if he hadn't a clue how American society evolved or how it can change in the foreseeable future. Bassner lamented that in such a view Karl Marx and John Brown are excluded by their racial origin from being regarded as human liberators, and must be regarded as white liberators only. 6. Julian Mayfield wasted no time in rebutting Bassner, claiming that none of Malcolm's arguments excluded a Marxist approach to race. Bassner's is the classical Marxist interpretation of U.S. racial problems, Mayfield wrote. Put briefly, it is this: the only solution is the overthrow of U.S. capitalism, and this can only be brought about by the unity of black and white workers. However, with regards to Malcolm X and American race relations, Mayfield concluded that Bassner was so far off the point that he could not hit a barn door with a shotgun. 7. What ultimately upset the expatriate community the most was that Bassner's criticisms were sanctioned by a government-controlled paper, one that repressed criticisms against Nkrumah's administration. However, despite the uproar after his departure, Malcolm later wrote a laudatory account of his time in Ghana, and the trip greatly influenced his growing devotion to Pan-Africanism. Soon he would call for a return to Africa both philosophically and culturally and portray Ghana as the fountainhead of Pan-Africanism. 8. Malcolm X debates Louis Lomax. On May 21, 1964, Malcolm X was greeted at the airport in New York by approximately 60 supporters. Just as they had in the NOI, many in his security detail were dressed in the distinctive Fruit of Islam uniform of dark blue suit, white shirt, and bow tie. The following day, Malcolm set off with MMI Secretary James 67X Shabazz for a press conference in Chicago. There he promoted his debate with Louis Lomax at the Civic Opera House on May 23. At the debate, before a crowd of nearly 1,500, Malcolm proclaimed that separation is not the goal of the Afro-American. Nor is integration his goal. They are merely methods toward his real end: respect as a human being. The debaters had been billed as representing the two extremes of the Negro community's sentiment on race relations, and surely Malcolm's revised stance on racial separation came as a surprise. As he worked to remake his image and insert himself into the civil rights discourse, he added that he had experienced a spiritual rebirth and would no longer subscribe to a sweeping indictment of any race. 1. Although those familiar with the nuances of Malcolm's speeches may have recognized that since the late 1950s he had condemned whites according to their actions, to most listeners his turn from the blue-eyed devil's rhetoric of the NOI represented an ideological about-face. He also worked to distance himself from the violent image that had followed him from his time in the NOI. While abroad, Malcolm was erroneously linked to a Harlem gang called the Blood Brothers, which was charged with killing whites around the neighborhood. And although he was careful to eschew any association with such violence, he still remained a staunch advocate of self-defense. The Los Angeles Times reported that Malcolm's greatest applause during the debate came from his statement that unless the race issue is quickly settled, the 22 million American Negroes could easily adopt the guerrilla tactics of other deprived revolutionaries too. So while some newspapers heralded what they saw as Malcolm's dramatic ideological shift, many activists continued to identify with his racial militancy and revolutionary rhetoric. Later that night Malcolm appeared with Lomax on IRV Cupsinet's television program, Cup's Show, where he assured viewers that he had had no trouble proving his legitimacy to the Orthodox Muslim world. "The only qualification for entering Mecca," he said, "is if you bear witness, I had no trouble. Besides, Prince Faisal had given me his deputy chief of protocol who went with me before the court and acted as my interpreter. So I had no trouble at all." 3. In truth, there was much skepticism by the Hajj court prior to Faisal's interference, and Malcolm's approval took several days. However, after only a few days back in the United States, Malcolm had already begun to establish himself as a liaison to the world community of Islam and remake his image from one of racial essentialism to a historical condemnation of racism. For Louis Lomax, who had followed Malcolm's public trajectory from the hate that hate produced to the ballot or the bullet speech just months prior, Malcolm X's transformations must have seemed endless. MMI FBI file, Summary Report, Chicago Office, June 19, 1964, 3-6, 11-13. 2. Director, FBI, 100-441,765. From, SAC, Chicago, 100-41,040, p. Subject, Muslim Mosque, Incorporated is MMI. 00, New York. Malcolm X appeared on Cup's Show, Channel 7, TV, Chicago, Illinois, on May 23, 64. This show is moderated by IRV Cupsinet and is a local TV panel show. Cupsinet is a Chicago TV personality and newspaper columnist. This telecast was tape recorded by Sarah Dacted of the Chicago office. Enclosed for the Bureau are 4 copies of the tape transcription. 4 copies are enclosed in New York. This information is not being set forth in LHM form as it contains information which Malcolm X has previously publicly stated. No new pertinent statements appear in the enclosed recordings. Dr. Louis Lomax, I have blood in its soil, I have tilled its land, I have picked its cotton, I have grown its corn, my taxes are not segregated, my taxes are not separated. When Uncle Sam points his finger and says I want you, he doesn't say black or he doesn't say white. In essence, I'll stretch it one more point: I am an American. The American Negro is a man-made race. I say it not with any degree of pride, just as a matter of biological reality. I'm partly African and partly a great deal else, and I have no more stake to going back to where I didn't come from in Africa than I have in going back to Holland where my great-grandfather on both sides may have come from. I'm one of the results of it, and so is Malcolm X. America is my Israel, and damn it, I'm going to take it. It is my position whether I go to complete involvement, beyond hamburgers, beyond bathrooms, beyond jobs, beyond housing. I'm going to integrate your money, your politics, everything that there is American belongs to me, and the only limitations I will abide are those provided by my own gifts, my own talents and my own mind, and I for one am ready and already have done it and will continue to do it, and I have an 11-year-old son who is already starting to take to the streets, to the highways, to the byways, to wherever I must go to fight for and win that which is mine, and may I tag it all with just this particular thought, and I hope Dr. Kirk had a dialogue on this point. I don't like the notion, and this may be flippant but it approaches the truth, that the Catholic Church and the Communist Party are the only two people in America to come to realize that without the philosophy, perhaps even a theology, either way you're going. And I personally have a deep-seated philosophical position which roots itself into what I think America is, what America is about, and my notion that democracy is not the freedom to build ghettos, ghettos in the mind and geographic ghettos, but rather that democracy is a mandate to build ghettos. And if this be true, then I am ready to sustain philosophical notion that there is meaning not only in man but meaning in history, and there is meaning in America, and that the principal meaning today of America is that at long last this bypass of tribalism, be it ethnic or religious, is being drawn as it were from the body politic of man. As he grows it becomes something else. Until I get the distinct feeling of being a participant in an exciting, like the old 18th century philosophers who had the capacity, at least they said they did, to stand outside of themselves and watch themselves as part of the human drama. I think this is the role of the perceptive American Negro today, that around me, America is realizing itself. It will not go back to the 13th and 15th and 17th century. And I have a very real feeling about this. Malcolm X, well, first I think I would like to point out to Brother Lomax, Dr. Lomax here, that he has kind of overlooked. Cupsinet, you kind of emphasized the X, I noticed when you said Lomax. Malcolm X, yes, not accidentally. You're overlooking something when you say that any tendency to advocate a form of separation is an affront to the morality of democracy, especially when this same democracy has allowed or permitted the existence of 22 million Afro-Americans who are nothing but second-class citizens. That this does not, if this isn't an affront to the democracy, nothing can affront, nothing can cast any shadows on it. And when a person is regarded as a separationist, as a reaction to the inability of the so-called democracy to practice what it professes or practice what it preaches, then you can't condemn the person who reacts in the direction of separation unless you're going to also condemn that democracy that produced this reaction. If I may finish. Secondly, it is not a case of our people in this country wanting either separation or integration. The use of these two words actually clouds the real picture. The 22 million Afro-Americans don't seek either separation or integration. They seek recognition and respect as human beings, and when you think in terms of segregationist, or rather separationist or integrationist, it actually clouds the issue. Integration is only a method that is used by some Negroes to get what they really want, recognition and respect as human beings. And separation is a method that is used by other segments of the Negro community to get what they want, respect and recognition as human beings. But the objective, the goal of all factions among our people in this country is the same. The only differences lie in the methods or in the means whereby these common goals will be achieved, so that if we agree that it is respect and recognition as human beings that our people want, then integration and separation is out of the picture completely, and the desire, an effort on our part to get this respect as human beings does not even involve civil rights. It first has to involve human rights, and our people have actually clouded the picture themselves, or allowed themselves to be sidetracked or made to bark up the wrong tree by placing so much stress on civil rights before they first have their actual human rights. So where you and I probably differ, and differ greatly, is the stress on civil rights and in acceptance into the American society as citizens before the society itself has even permitted itself to recognize us as human beings, and I very much doubt that you can make a citizen out of anyone that you don't regard as a human being. We make a mistake by running around here begging for this and begging for that, and I'll go along with you when you say that we should get what we have coming to us, but many of the Negro leaders are playing a very dangerous game if they're going to encourage our people or constantly remind our people of what we have coming to us and get us involved in a struggle, and at the same time expect us to remain the peaceful, nonviolent victims of the attackers who themselves don't intend for us to be recognized and accepted as an integral part of this society. Cupsinet, let me stop you right there. Do you recommend separation as the means of achieving this goal? Malcolm X, I recommend any means necessary. Cupsinet, now you're ducking the point. Malcolm X, no, I'm not ducking the point. Cupsinet, do you recommend separation? You often have stood for it when you were a member of Elijah Muhammad's group. Malcolm X, right. That was when I was a member of the Nation of Islam and was a spokesman for the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Cupsinet, someone has said you're Elijah Muhammad's first dropout. Malcolm X, and was expressing, well, Dick Gregory probably dropped out himself. Cupsinet, well, Go ahead. I'm sorry to interject. Malcolm X, I don't think in terms of what's good for any particular organization, whether it be a religious organization, a political organization or political party. But I'm primarily concerned, as I believe Dr. Lomax is, with the plight of the entire 22 million Afro-Americans, some of whom are Muslims, some of whom are Christian, some of whom profess to be Democratic, others of whom profess to be Republican. But representing a certain party or a certain religious group is not going to solve the problem of 22 million Afro-Americans. So this is why I say that. Cupsinet, explaining why you have separated from Brother Elijah Muhammad. Malcolm X, no. This is not why I separated from him. Cupsinet, did this narrow the confines of your operation? Malcolm X, there were very narrow confines, which there are always narrow confines when you're working within a religious group. And also usually when you're working with a religious group or within a religious framework, you're already in a position to be in constant opposition to other people whose religious persuasion happens to be different. Unknown participant, hasn't your position changed, Minister Malcolm, in the sense of accepting, or there seems to me to be an implication every now and then in things that you say, that it is possible, bad as things are, bad as the white record may be, the possibility of achieving a solution in the United States is there. Malcolm X, yes. Unknown participant, my main reason is if the statement you wrote about on my book ends, if the warning contained in this book goes unheeded, then America is indeed beyond hope and all is lost. Well, this implies that there must be some hope present. Malcolm X, I think if you read or review any speech that I have ever made, no matter how severe the indictment was, right within it there was always the constant warning that if America could change, which America has not changed, nor has America shown any real sincere signs of changing when it comes to the treatment of black people in this country. They might change in their method, or they might change in the degree to which they apply these methods, but the overall treatment remains with us. Lomax, again if I may here, we are again back to my point of this static view. You say it's methodology between us. It's more than methodology, because you see, and this is what you're saying, and I think this is so common, but I think it is true of our conservative friends, and I want to hear Mr. Kirk on this. And what you say here is a goal, and then you get into an argument over, like you're going to Milwaukee from Chicago, so you get into an argument over which train you're going to take. I think we better back up and take the rather fluid view. The road to Rome is Rome itself. Cupsinet, right. 1. Goals changed by Malcolm X, Los Angeles Times, May 24, 1964. 2. Ibid. 3. Malcolm X FBI file, summary report, New York office, January 20, 1965, 100. Formation of the Organization of Afro-American Unity. Following his return from Africa, Malcolm continued to draw crowds of several hundred to MMI rallies at New York City's Audubon Ballroom. However, there were many interested young activists and older Harlemites who were drawn to Malcolm but skeptical about the religious aspects of Muslim Mosque Incorporated. The first informal meetings of what would later become the Organization of Afro-American Unity were held at the apartment of Lynn Shiflett, a young journalist at NBC. Their Hunter College professor John Henrik Clark suggested that the group be named and modeled after the recently formed Organization of African Unity, OAU, a group of African nations dedicated to anti-colonialism and continental solidarity. Its American counterpart was not a coalition of nations, however, but a group young activists, such as Shiflett, Peter Bailey, and Sarah Mitchell, and seasoned Harlem veterans such as photographer Robert Haggins, journalist Sylvester Leeks, writer John Oliver Killens, and actors Ossie Davis and Ruby Dee. The OAAU's first public rally was held at the Audubon on June 28 before nearly 1,000 spectators. Malcolm read the Statement of Basic Aims and Objectives, which outlined issues ranging from self-defense and education to cultural nationalism and the need for alliances with other civil rights groups. He further stated that he would send a telegram to Martin Luther King offering his support and had already received encouragement from local organizations as well as nations within the Afro-Asian world. It was hoped that close association with, and recognition by, the OAU would help the OAAU accomplish one of its central goals, to bring the plight of African Americans before the United Nations. However, as much as Ghana and other emerging independent African nations offered enthusiastic support for Malcolm X, they were still reluctant to stand before the UN and indict the United States for violations of human rights. While an international scope was a crucial component of the OAAU, the group also focused on its local base in Harlem, addressing community issues such as police brutality and voter registration. Despite Malcolm's initial insistence that he would carry on Elijah Muhammad's work and that no Muslims should leave the sect, the two leaders now openly waged a membership war. While Malcolm was drawing high-profile personages such as Juanita Poitier and author Paul Marshall to the unveiling of the OAAU, Elijah Muhammad spoke before a crowd of between 6,000 and 12,000 at the 369th Regiment Armory, only a few miles south. Muhammad's rally was an open challenge to Malcolm X in both its extravagance and location. However, in historical significance the NOI rally would pale in comparison with the formation of the OAAU, which promised to be the most significant secular black nationalist movement since Marcus Garvey's United Negro Improvement Association. Although the OAAU would suffer from Malcolm's long absences abroad and his assassination shortly thereafter, its aims and objectives proved to be foundational to the nascent ideologies of Black Power. A cross-section of the Harlem community has been working for some time on the formation of an organization that would transcend all superficial, man-made divisions between the Afro-American people of this country who are working for human rights, and that would in no way compete with already existing successful organizations. I have been requested, and indeed it is my pleasure, to announce the existence of the Organization of Afro-American Unity, OAAU, patterned after the letter and the spirit of the Organization of African Unity, OAU. Its purpose is to unite Afro-Americans and their organizations around a non-religious and non-sectarian constructive program for human rights. The Organization of Afro-American Unity is well aware of your interest, work, and involvement in freedom struggles over the years, and you have proven to be sincere in your area of endeavor. Therefore, the Organization of Afro-American Unity would like you to be its guest at a rally Sunday, June 25, 1964 at 5 p.m. at the Audubon Ballroom, 166th Street and Broadway in New York City, at which time the Organization of Afro-American Unity and its aims and objectives will be announced publicly. So that you might meet the other guests prior to the rally, the Organization of Afro-American Unity would like to extend to you an invitation to be present at 6:30 p.m. for an informal reception in the rear of the main ballroom at the Audubon. In order to facilitate seating arrangements, please respond either by mail or telephone, on or before Friday, June 26, 1964. Sincerely, Malcolm X. El Hajj Malik El Shabazz Al Saban. The Organization of Afro-American Unity, organized and structured by a cross-section of the Afro-American people living in the United States of America, has been patterned after the letter and spirit of the Organization of African Unity established at Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, May 1963. We, the members of the Organization of Afro-American Unity, gathered together in Harlem, New York, convinced that it is the inalienable right of all people to control their own destiny. Conscious of the fact that freedom, equality, justice, and dignity are essential objectives for the achievement of the legitimate aspirations of the people of African descent here in the Western Hemisphere, we will endeavor to build a bridge of understanding and create the basis for Afro-American unity. Conscious of our responsibility to harness the natural and human resources of our people for their total advancement in all spheres of human endeavor. Inspired by a common determination to promote understanding among our people and cooperation in all matters pertaining to their survival and advancement, we will support the aspirations of our people for brotherhood and solidarity in a larger unity transcending all organizational differences. Convinced that, in order to translate this determination into a dynamic force in the cause of human progress, conditions of peace and security must be established and maintained. Determined to unify the Americans of African descent in their fight for human rights and dignity, and being fully aware that this is not possible in the present atmosphere and condition of oppression, we dedicate ourselves to the building of a political, economic, and social system of justice and peace. Dedicated to the unification of all people of African descent in this hemisphere and to the utilization of that unity to bring into being the organizational structure that will project the black people's contributions to the world. Persuaded that the Charter of the United Nations, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Constitution of the United States of America and the Bill of Rights are the principles in which we believe, and these documents if put into practice represent the essence of mankind's hopes and good intentions. Desirous that all Afro-American people and organizations should henceforth unite so that the welfare and well-being of our people will be assured. Resolved to reinforce the common bond of purpose between our people by submerging all of our differences and establishing a non-religious and non-sectarian constructive program for human rights. Do hereby present this charter. Establishment. The Organization of Afro-American Unity shall include all people of African descent in the Western Hemisphere, as well as our brothers and sisters on the African continent. 2. Self-defense. Since self-preservation is the first law of nature, we assert the Afro-Americans' right of self-defense. The Constitution of the United States of America clearly affirms the right of every American citizen to bear arms. And as Americans, we will not give up a single right guaranteed under the Constitution. The history of unpunished violence against our people clearly indicates that we must be prepared to defend ourselves, or we will continue to be a defenseless people at the mercy of a ruthless and violent racist mob. We assert that in those areas where the government is either unable or unwilling to protect the lives and property of our people, that our people are within their rights to protect themselves by whatever means necessary. A man with a rifle or club can only be stopped by a person who defends himself with a rifle or club. Tactics based solely on morality can only succeed when you are dealing with basically moral people or a moral system. A man or system which oppresses a man because of his color is not moral. It is the duty of every Afro-American and every Afro-American community throughout this country to protect its people against mass murderers, bombers, lynchers, floggers, brutalizers, and exploiters. 3. Education. Education is an important element in the struggle for human rights. It is the means to help our children and people rediscover their identity and thereby increase self-respect. Education is our passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. Our children are being criminally shortchanged in the public school system of America. The Afro-American schools are the poorest run schools in New York City. Principals and teachers fail to understand the nature of the problems with which they work, and as a result they cannot do the job of teaching our children. The textbooks tell our children nothing about the great contributions of Afro-Americans to the growth and development of this country. The Board of Education's integration plan is expensive and unworkable, and the organization of principals and supervisors in the New York City school system has refused to support the board's plan to integrate the schools, thus dooming it to failure. The Board of Education has said that even with its plan there are 10% of the schools in the Harlem-Bedford-Stuyvesant community they cannot improve. This means that the Organization of Afro-American Unity must make the Afro-American community a more potent force for educational self-improvement. A first step in the program to end the existing system of racist education is to demand that the 10% of the schools the Board of Education will not include in its plan, be turned over to and run by the Afro-American community. We want Afro-American principals to head these schools. We want Afro-American teachers in these schools. We want textbooks written by Afro-Americans that are acceptable to us to be used in these schools. The Organization of Afro-American Unity will solicit and recommend people to serve on local school boards where school policy is made and passed on to the Board of Education. Through these steps we will make the 10% of schools we take over educational showplaces that will attract the attention of people all over the nation. If these proposals are not met, we will ask Afro-American parents to keep their children out of the present inferior schools they attend. When these schools in our neighborhood are controlled by Afro-Americans, we will return to them. The Organization of Afro-American Unity recognizes the tremendous importance of the complete involvement of Afro-American parents in every phase of school life. Afro-American parents must be willing and able to go into the schools and see that the job of educating our children is done properly. We call on all Afro-Americans around the nation to be aware that the conditions that exist in the New York City public school system are as deplorable in their cities as they are here. We must unite our efforts and spread our program of self-improvement through education to every Afro-American community in America. We must establish all over the country schools of our own to train our children to become scientists and mathematicians. We must realize the need for adult education and for job retraining programs that will emphasize a changing society in which automation plays the key role. We intend to use the tools of education to help raise our people to an unprecedented level of excellence and self-respect through their own efforts. 4. Politics economics. Basically, there are two kinds of power that count in America, economic and political, with social power deriving from the two. In order for the Afro-Americans to control their destiny, they must be able to control and affect the decisions which control their destiny, economic, political, and social. This can only be done through organization. The Organization of Afro-American Unity will organize the Afro-American community block by block to make the community aware of its power and potential. We will start immediately a voter registration drive to make every unregistered voter in the Afro-American community an independent voter. We propose to support and/or organize political clubs, to run independent candidates for office, and to support any Afro-American already in office who answers to and is responsible to the Afro-American community. Economic exploitation in the Afro-American community is the most vicious form practiced on any people in America. Twice as much rent for rat-infested, roach-crawling, rotting tenements. The Afro-American pays more for foods, clothing, insurance rates, and so forth. The Organization of Afro-American Unity will wage an unrelenting struggle against these evils in our community. There shall be organizers to work with the people to solve these problems, and start a housing self-improvement program. We propose to support rent strikes and other activities designed to better the community. V. Social. This organization is responsible only to the Afro-American people and community and will function only with their support, both financially and numerically. We believe that our communities must be the sources of their own strength politically, economically, intellectually, and culturally in the struggle for human rights and dignity. The community must reinforce its moral responsibility to rid itself of the effects of years of exploitation, neglect, and apathy, and wage an unrelenting struggle against police brutality. The Afro-American community must accept the responsibility for regaining our people who have lost their place in society. We must declare an all-out war on organized crime in our community, a vice that is controlled by policemen who accept bribes and graft, and who must be exposed. We must establish a clinic, whereby one can get aid and cure for drug addiction, and create meaningful, creative, useful activities for those who were led astray down the avenues of vice. The people of the Afro-American community must be prepared to help each other in all ways possible. We must establish a place where unwed mothers can get help and advice, a home for the aged in Harlem and an orphanage in Harlem. We must set up a guardian system that will help our youth who get into trouble and also provide constructive activities for our children. We must set a good example for our children and must teach them to always be ready to accept the responsibilities that are necessary for building good communities and nations. We must teach them that their greatest responsibilities are to themselves, to their families and to their communities. The Organization of Afro-American Unity believes that the Afro-American community must endeavor to do the major part of all charity work from within the community. Charity, however, does not mean that to which we are legally entitled in the form of government benefits. The Afro-American veteran must be made aware of all the benefits due him and the procedure for obtaining them. These veterans must be encouraged to go into business together, using GI loans, etc. Afro-Americans must unite and work together. We must take pride in the Afro-American community, for it is home and it is power. What we do here in regaining our self-respect, manhood, dignity, and freedom helps all people everywhere who are fighting against oppression. 6. Culture. A race of people is like an individual man, until it uses its own talent, takes pride in its own history, expresses its own culture, affirms its own selfhood, it can never fulfill itself. Our history and our culture were completely destroyed when we were forcibly brought to America in chains. And now it is important for us to know that our history did not begin with slavery's scars. We come from Africa, great continent, and a proud and varied people, a land which is the New World and was the cradle of civilization. Our culture and our history are as old as man himself, and yet we know almost nothing of it. We must recapture our heritage and our identity if we are ever to liberate ourselves from the bonds of white supremacy. We must launch a cultural revolution to unbrainwash an entire people. Our cultural revolution must be the means of bringing us closer to our African brothers and sisters. It must begin in the community and be based on community participation. Afro-Americans will be free to create only when they can depend on the Afro-American community for support, and Afro-American artists must realize that they depend on the Afro-American for inspiration. We must work toward the establishment of a cultural center in Harlem which will include people of all ages, and will conduct workshops in all of the arts, such as film, creative writing, painting, theater, music, Afro-American history, etc. This cultural revolution will be the journey to our rediscovery of ourselves. History is a people's memory, and without a memory man is demoted to the lower animals. Armed with the knowledge of our past, we can with confidence charter a course for our future. Culture is an indispensable weapon in the freedom struggle. We must take hold of it and forge the future with the past. When the battle is won, let history be able to say of each one of us, he was a dedicated patriot, dignity was his country, manhood was his government, and freedom was his land. From And Then We Heard the Thunder by John Oliver Killens. Eviction Trial and Paternity Suits. Elijah Muhammad's March 1964 inquiry into the title and property rights to Malcolm's home was not mere idle curiosity. Weeks after Malcolm announced the formation of MMI, Mosque No. 7 Secretary Masio X. Owens filed papers on behalf of the Nation of Islam to have the former minister and his family evicted from their Queens home. Meanwhile, Malcolm made efforts to publicize Muhammad's extramarital affairs, outing Muhammad on Mike Wallace's CBS News program and sending top aide James 67X Shabazz to Phoenix to gain signatures necessary for a paternity suit by two of his former secretaries. The NOI's grounds for eviction were that the home had been purchased for Malcolm in his ministerial capacities, and that, with the establishment of MMI, he had severed that relationship. Conversely, Malcolm's argument was that he had never been given a proper trial according to established NOI protocol, which included a hearing in front of the local mosque. To be brought before a civil court, rather than a Muslim court, was to him a clear deviation from NOI principles. The eviction trial itself took place on June 15 to 16, 1964, and featured NOI witnesses such as Captain Joseph, defectors loyal to Malcolm such as Charles 37X Kenyatta, and a 2-hour-long testimony by Malcolm himself. The scene was tense, and Malcolm arrived guarded by 10 of his followers and 32 policemen, while nearly 50 members of the Fruit of Islam stood intimidatingly by. Although Malcolm's legal representative, Percy Sutton, clearly did not want to broach the issue of Muhammad's affairs at the trial, his client could not resist dangling it before the court. When asked about his public comments on President Kennedy, Malcolm stated that he was publicly suspended for that reason but really suspended for something private, very private one. Finally, despite Sutton's attempts to move away from that line of questioning, Malcolm told the court that Muhammad had taken 9 wives, 6 of whom were impregnated, and that his suspension was a result of spreading this information among top NOI officials and ministers. Due to the presence of top-level Nation of Islam officials at the eviction trial, Malcolm's pronouncement was on one level a declaration of war. Malcolm's airing of Muhammad's affairs at the trial and on CBS were only the beginning of a larger act of public defamation. Just weeks before the eviction trial, James 67X Shabazz had secured the signatures of Lucille Rosary and Malcolm's teenage sweetheart, Evelyn Williams, and taken the paternity suit to Los Angeles attorney Gladys Towles-Root. John Ali and Raymond Sharif quickly attempted to refute rumors of Muhammad's affairs in a press conference. 5 women, at least 3 of whom were mistresses of Muhammad, also held a press conference in Los Angeles protesting the paternity suit. The 3 mistresses also appeared with Dolores Jardin, the widow of Ronald Stokes, in support of Muhammad. 2. Just before his death, Malcolm met with Root, Rosary, and Williams and volunteered information, assuring his testimony in the upcoming case. However, following his death, the next month, the case lost all momentum. Meanwhile, in the eviction trial, the judge ruled in favor of the Nation of Islam in September 1964 but tabled the execution of the warrant until January 1965. The eviction notice had just been served before Malcolm's death. He and his family moved to the home of a close friend, Thomas Wallace, only 3 days before his assassination. However, more significant than the outcome of either case is that the eviction trial and paternity suits represented the public souring of a relationship that Malcolm X had once described as like that of a father and son. Bulletin. Los Angeles. Lucille Rosary, 30-year-old secretary who has accused black Muslim leader Elijah Muhammad of fathering 2 of her children, gave birth to a baby girl here Tuesday and named Mr. Muhammad as the father. At the same time, Miss Rosary and Evelyn Williams, both of whom have filed paternity suits against the Muslim leader, filed affidavits in Superior Court here alleging that they had been told that some fanatic followers might kill them if they tried to prove that Muhammad fathered their children. The mushrooming power struggle between black Muslim leader Elijah Muhammad and his former disciple, Malcolm X, broke wide open this week as Malcolm charged that he is marked for assassination by Muhammad, but that it will not be done until Elijah Muhammad gives the word. As Malcolm made his charges in a radio broadcast and in a statement to the Amsterdam News this week, 2 former sweethearts of Malcolm X filed suit in Los Angeles accusing Elijah Muhammad of fathering 3 children, and conceiving a 4th. Denied. In Chicago, National Captain Raymond Sharif and National Secretary John Ali of the Muslims, issued a bitter and vigorous denial of the charges. We have held our peace for some time as we have heard the evil charges made public by Malcolm because of his evil, jealous, and malicious intention to attempt to disgrace Messenger Muhammad, the statement from the 2 top men in Muhammad's empire declared. Asserting that Muhammad would not dignify the charges by answering them, the 2 charged that Malcolm and one of Muhammad's accusers, Evelyn Williams, were once engaged. As to who is the father of Evelyn's and Lucille's children, Allah is the best knower, the statement said. They added, however, that the women and their babies have been and are still being cared for by the Chicago headquarters. Malcolm admitted to this newspaper that he had once been engaged to Miss Williams. In her suit, Miss Williams charges the 67-year-old Muhammad with fathering her daughter Eva Marie, 4, born in Lynbrook, California, while Miss Lucille Rosary's suit names Muhammad as the father of her daughter Saudi, 1, and Lisha, 2, both born in Hyannis, Mass. She said she is expecting a 3rd child by Muhammad. Both young women formerly worked in the secretarial pool in Muhammad's Chicago headquarters. Son. Meanwhile, as activities inside the Muslim empire began to be exposed by former members of the group, one of Muhammad's sons, Wallace Muhammad, sent out announcements indicating that he was joining with Malcolm in the power struggle, and breaking away from the forces around his father. Sharif and Ali, in their prepared statement, said that Muhammad would state the law as given in the Holy Quran against hypocrites and disbelievers in the next issue of Muhammad Speaks newspaper, asserting that they would continue to build the Nation of Islam regardless of what is said or may be attempted against us. Transcript of Queens County Civil Court Trial, June 15 to 16, 1964, Box 9, Folder 20, New York Department of Records Municipal Archives, excerpt. A by misquote, if I may explain. The quote is incomplete. It conveys an idea that is it's limited or was not designed to project the idea that I had in mind. Q. Mr. Malcolm, we are quibbling. Mr. Sutton, just a moment. Don't argue with the witness, we are quibbling. Ask him the question. The court, if you have any objections, make it to me. Mr. Sutton, of course. The court, you are interrupting him right in the middle. Mr. Sutton, I sort of have to. Q. Is it your testimony that you said the words that were quoted here but you said more than this, is that correct? That's not correct. I said that's incorrectly quoted. It's incomplete. The words have been rearranged. Q. Were these words used? Did you say those words that I read to you? A. In that structure? Q. I mean, did you say these words that I read? Did you say that? Sir, I had given an hour's talk before Presbyterian ministers in Brooklyn. Q. Excuse me, sir. You said. A. During that hour's talk I said many things and probably those words in one part or another was in some of the sentences and paragraphs that I used. Q. Did you ever see this article before? A. Yes. Q. Did you ever say or write a letter to the Times that you were misquoted? A. I'm misquoted in so many papers that it would take all my time to answer their misquotes. The court, your answer is no, I take it? The witness, that's right. Q. Now, when you say your own organization joining your organization, that's another organization you are speaking of? Mr. Sutton, just a moment. I don't believe I heard him testify to that. Mr. Williams, withdrawn and move on to something else. Q. When you were suspended, weren't you told the reason why you were suspended? A. Yes or no? Q. Yes or no? A. Which suspension? Q. Well. A. There was. Q. Suspension of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad? A. There were 3 suspensions. One was made public. Q. I meant the one when you were suspended by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad? A. There were 3. One was made public. Q. Let's go to the first one in point of time by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. You are saying now he suspended you 3 specific times. A. He suspended me in part, the suspension. Q. Everything is part, the hearing is part, now this is part. Mr. Sutton, just a moment, I object to that remark. The court, yes. That's more like this. This is like a Perry Mason case. Sir, my suspension involved 3 stages or 3 parts. The first one was made public. It was made known internationally by the press out of Chicago. There was another part of that same suspension that was made known only to the Muslims, and there was another part of that was made known only to me and the national officials, and this part of the suspension was supposed to come out at the time I was given a hearing. They didn't want it to come out, so they wouldn't give me a hearing in front of the Muslims. Q. Now I am going back to the time when you were suspended, whether it was first, second or third. You were told a reason, were you not, or you were given some reasons? A. Yes. Q. Isn't it a fact that you were suspended because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said you should not make political statements as a religious group? A. Sir? Q. That you made a political statement and he felt you shouldn't make one as a political group? A. No. Q. Wasn't there a directive that you should not make political statements that went out to all ministers? Mr. Sutton, I object. I think we are getting into things not before the court. The court, this is cross-examination. Mr. Sutton, it opens the avenue to a number of things. The court, let him open it. Mr. Williams, I'm going to open it. The court, proceed. The witness, what is your question? Mr. Williams, please read the last question, Mr. Reporter. The question was read. A. He called me on the telephone. There was no directive. The instruction that I got came from him personally over the telephone in regard to a certain situation. Q. But didn't all the ministry receive instruction that they not comment on certain events? A. Yes. Mr. Sutton, Objection. The court, overruled. Q. And you commented, is that correct? A. Yes. Q. That resulted in your suspension? A. No, it did not. Q. You broke the rule? A. No. Q. You violated the directive, is that correct? A. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad told me himself that he would have made the statement that I made, that he had the same feelings that I expressed. Q. But yet he suspended you for it? A. He did not suspend me for that. Q. He publicly said he suspended you for it? A. Yes. Q. But he suspended you for something private? A. Yes, he suspended me for something private. Q. Let's move to a very private. Mr. Sutton, just a moment. A. Continuing, I am answering your question. The suspension, I think it was on the 3rd of December that the suspension was announced, supposedly attached to a statement that I had made on the 1st of December. The reason for my suspension was not the statement that I made concerning that situation. Q. Did you receive a letter suspending you? A. No. Q. You only got it on the telephone, is that correct? A. No, I went to Chicago. Q. And he told you personally why you were being suspended? A. He told me that because of the climate of the country and the statement that had been made. Q. By whom? A. By me. It would be better for me to remain silent for 90 days. Q. That's your suspension? A. Yes. He told me that it would be better for me to remain silent for 90 days. The court, is this a political statement you made? The witness, yes. The court, affecting what? The witness, you mean what did it pertain to? The court, Democrat or Republican or? The witness, both. The court, go ahead. Q. You have testified that you spoke all around the country and you received fees for this, is that correct? A. No fees. I never received a fee. Q. For speaking you never received a fee? A. No. Q. They paid it to the mosque? A. No. Whenever any group before whom I spoke or before which I spoke had anything that they wanted to give, I told them they would only accept a contribution to the mosque. Q. That was the local mosque? Sometime it was the local mosque and sometime it was the national mosque. Q. What happens to these monies that were given to the local mosque? A. They go to Chicago. Q. Did you ever have these checks cashed and cash given to you? A. Only if. Q. Answer yes or no. A. I will answer with an explanation. Q. Answer yes or no first. A. No. Q. All right. Sir, every question, can I answer? The court, if you say no, that's it? That's the end. The witness, it's yes or no and I would like to explain. Q. Yes and no. The court, he may answer it. A. If I went to speak at Harvard and it would cost me, say $100 or $90 or something like that, whatever the expense was, if they'd give it to me, it would appear as income wherein actually it would be money that I was receiving for that which I had already taken out of my pocket, so whatever place before whom or before which I spoke or at which I spoke, I asked them always to make a contribution to the mosque. Whatever amount of money that I had spent in the form of expenses after that check was cashed, I asked the secretary to give me back that which I had spent. Q. Now, the check that these people gave you, was that expense money or fees? What was it? A contribution to the mosque. Q. Was that for your speaking? A. In some cases it would be. It was a contribution to the mosque. Q. Which mosque? A number whatever it is, number 7 mosque or the Chicago mosque. Q. Did you make a record of those contributions when you turned them in? A. How do you mean? Q. Did you get a receipt for them? A. I turned them over to the secretary. They never came to me. Q. The monies never came to you? A. No. Q. When you spoke at Harvard for Mosque 14, didn't you get a check? A. I gave it back to them because. Q. You gave it to Minister Thomas X. A. It was made out in my name. Q. You sent it out and had it made out to the name of the mosque? A. Yes. Q. You cashed the check and took the cash? A. No. Q. You never got money from the minister? A. No. Q. Let me. Just a moment. All you have to find out is the amount of the check that was given, and you will see that it cost no more to go to Harvard and back. Q. Was the check that was made out to the mosque, was that not cashed and the cash given to you? A. No. Wait a minute, sir. Q. Didn't you? Wait a minute, I don't want to be put in a position of giving you the wrong answer. When you say the check was made out, which one are you talking about? Q. You said they sent you 2 checks. The first one was made out in your name, which you sent back, not to them, but to the minister. A. I gave it back. Q. Was it made out in the name of Mosque 14? A. No, Mosque 7, if my memory serves me correct. I'm not sure, but I think it was made out to Mosque 7 because it was my policy always to have my contributions that were once for personal appearances that I made to be turned over to the mosque. Q. Wasn't Thomas J. X the minister of that mosque? A. Which mosque? Q. 14. A. Yes. Q. Didn't you give the check to him to cash? A. No, sir. If my memory serves me, wait a minute. If I know my procedure. Q. I'm not talking about your procedure. When you get that second check, did you give it to Minister Thomas J. X to cash it? Mr. Sutton, I'm objecting. The witness was about to respond. He was continuing his answer when he was interrupted. The court, proceed. A. Continuing, see, sir, with all due respect to the court and everybody else, you are dealing with a time, a year ago at least, and this is something that happened with me every single day. For me to remember the intricate details of what took place on a certain day between me and a remote individual, I can't give you the exact date, but to my knowledge. The court, Mr. Witness, nobody is asking you to remember. If you don't remember, say so. The witness, I don't remember. Thank you, Judge. Q. When you spoke to the Ford Hall Forum, you remember that? A Ford? Yes. Q. You got a check there, did you not? A. If I did, it was, if my memory serves me correct, it was made out to the mosque. Q. Did you cash that check? A. I have never cashed a check. Q. Did you have anybody cash that check? A. Not have them cash it for me. All checks I received I turned over to the secretary of the mosque. Q. You are saying that you received none of these monies yourself? A. That's right. Q. You received no salary? All this money you got, this minimum amount of $150, you got each week was used for your travel around, is that correct? A. Not only that, I had access to unlimited funds. Q. I'm talking about the $150. A. I had access to unlimited funds. Q. You had to put in a requisition to approve it? A. No, all I had to do was ask the Honorable Elijah Muhammad for any amount I wanted. Q. I'm talking about locally. A. Also locally. Q. Did you ever have to verify what you were going to do with it? A. Sometimes yes and sometimes no. Q. If it was over $150 you had to verify what you had to do with it? A. No. As they testified yesterday, the minister was in complete authority and got the directives from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Q. Yes, sir. So, therefore, if you say the minister was in complete authority and got all of his directives from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, do you know of any particular case where a local mosque had passed on the removal of a minister? A. The local, yes. Q. Where was this? A. Philadelphia. The minister? Q. Was this at a meeting? A. It was a trial. Charges were brought in front of him, and whenever a charge is brought against any Muslim, that Muslim must be brought before the body. No charges were brought before the minister in Philadelphia just 2 months ago while all of this stuff was going on about me, and he was given a hearing. He was found guilty, and still Chicago wouldn't remove him because he knew too much, so they had to give him another hearing, and Chicago still wouldn't remove him until the Muslims themselves demanded his removal. Q. Isn't it also a fact that every mosque you go to, that the mosque themselves takes care of your expenses? A. No. In some cases yes and some cases no. Q. But usually, isn't that so? A. No. I can name the ones that do and the ones that don't, and the ones that don't number more than. Q. I want to ask. A. Continuing, the number that don't and the number that didn't and the number that couldn't were far greater than those that could. This is why I had to travel to those mosques all the time. They stayed in financial distress. They didn't know how to organize their finances. Q. Did you give this money to these mosques? You said they were financially in distress. A. I went to help them organize their business procedures, which were very slack, as testimony in this trial has already pointed out. Q. Do you think this mosque here that you headed from 1952 had good financial procedures from the testimony you heard here today? A. It was the most economically sound. Q. That's not the question. A. It was only one of the temples that is in the black. The rest were in the red. Q. Was it good? A. I founded the procedure that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad gave me in everything I did. I followed the procedure, the instructions, the orders of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Q. All right. Did you ever make any records, sir, of these monies that you received on these speaking engagements that you gave back to the mosque? A. No, I didn't have to. Q. Was any record made in the temple of them? A. You would have to ask the secretary. I don't know. The court, will you be much longer with this witness? Mr. Williams, not much longer. Q. Now, when payments are made into the mosque, isn't it a fact that a written record is kept of each payment that is made and all monies that are received? Is that the procedure? A. I don't quite understand you, sir. Q. If a believer would come in and bring some money, isn't it a fact that a record was kept of every dime that went in? A. Yes. Q. You insisted upon that, didn't you? A. Yes. Q. When these other monies that were supposed to come in and you gave them to the secretary, did you insist that he make a record of those monies, too? A. How do you mean? Q. You said that you spoke around the country almost daily and received these checks that you brought back to the mosque, is that correct? A. Yes. Q. Yet you say that there was no record from 1952 down to the time you were suspended as to any of these monies, is that correct? A. I didn't say that. Q. Well, are there records of these monies you received? A. The secretary keeps records, I imagine, of everything he receives. I wasn't the secretary. Q. You said previously that you ran this mosque, you knew everything that was going on, didn't you? A. I thought I did. I thought I did. Q. Did you know anything about the financial? A. I now know there was much going on that I didn't know. Q. Answer me about the financial structures. Did you know the financial structure? A. Yes. Q. You saw the records, too, didn't you? A. When you say I saw them. Q. You made a statement here. Mr. Sutton, just a moment. Objection. He was about to explain. The court, did you finish? The witness, no, I don't think so. Did I have a minute knowledge of the exact state of every aspect of the economy in the financial transactions of the mosque? Q. No, I didn't mean that. I mean, that those checks and so forth you didn't keep any track, these were the fruits of your labor? A. The entire income of the mosque was the fruit of my labor. Q. The entire? A. Yes. Q. Were there donations and contributions? A. Yes. Q. Are you the entire mosque? A. No, I am not. Q. Weren't there other believers who donated to the house? Didn't they donate to that? A. When I say that I was the entire economy income of the mosque, was due to my labor, I'm going back to the statement where I said it was the only mosque that was in the black, it was the only mosque that had made any progress economically. All of the others were in the red, including the headquarters mosque at number 2. That stayed in the red. Q. Now, sir, when this house was being purchased, you were not even around when they met to buy this house. When they had the first discussion in the mosque about the house, you weren't around, were you? You were out of town, is that not a fact? I stayed out of town most of the time, but when the purchase of the house was being discussed, naturally it had to be brought to my attention. Q. After you came back, is that correct? A. With an explanation. Q. Answer yes or no. After you came back they told you they had agreed to buy a house, is that correct? A. I had always. Q. Is that correct or not? A. Only with an explanation can I say yes or no. Q. Say yes or no with an explanation. A. Yes, with an explanation. I never sought to gain anything personally from the Nation of Islam. This is why I lived in a room and then lived in 3 rooms. Q. And the believers while you were away said that you should have better quarters, isn't that a fact? A. They had been saying that few about 3 years, about 2 years, and I had gotten married and had a child, and that it was not good for me to live where I had been living, and since I was working so hard they insisted that a house be purchased for me. This idea was presented to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Q. By whom? A. By me and by them. All of us. Q. All of you together? A. Not all together. Q. By letter? A. Yes, and in person. Q. Who wrote the letter? A. I imagine some of the officials. Q. You were the head? A. I didn't really have to read to him because I saw him periodically. Q. But you conveyed this idea, is that correct? A. I told the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that the Muslims in New York wanted to buy me a house. He felt they should, but he transacted the business through the then secretary at that time. Q. Now, sir, let me get back to the house. You said when the believers agreed to buy the house you came back, is that correct? A. They wanted to surprise me with a gift. Q. So you didn't know anything about it? A. Yes, I did. Q. They were not surprising you with a gift? A. Yes. Q. You know all that was going on? A. I had an idea of what was going on, yes, because, sir, they had been trying all of the time to get me a house. Q. For the minister to live in? A. No, not for the minister to live in. They were trying to get me a house because of the work I was doing. Q. You were trustee, were you not? A. Yes. Q. They were buying you this house for a gift, is that correct? A. They were buying the house for me. Q. As a gift, right? A. I don't know whether you would word it as a gift. Q. This was to be yours? A. Yes. Q. And they were using the monies from the mosque to do this? A. The group of Muslims got together and raised sufficient funds for a down payment on a house. Q. This house from the very inception was known throughout the mosque as being owned by the temple, is that correct? A. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, not the temple. Q. Is that correct? In the temple? A. No, sir. In the Muslim movement, as you probably learned from the testimony of your witnesses, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad gave orders, directives? Q. Are you saying that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad directed this house to be purchased? A. Honorable Elijah Muhammad gave orders through me. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad consented for the purchase of the house. He o.kd the purchase of the house. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad gave orders concerning the house through me. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad himself stated to me that the house was mine, that it was to be for me. Q. Now, sir, then this was not an official set of the body? A. The witnesses yesterday said. Q. I'm asking you, sir, was this an official set of the corporation? A. I don't know. Mr. Williams, no further questions. The court, how long will you be? I'm not limiting you. Mr. Sutton, not long. The court, we will take a recess. Whereupon, a short recess was taken. The court, all right. Proceed. Malcolm X Little, resumed the stand. Redirect examination. By Mr. Sutton. Q. The question was just asked of you, was this giving over of the house to you an official act of the corporation? Now, was this an official act of the corporation? A. No, sir. To my knowledge the corporation never met to perform any official set. Q. Since the date the corporation was organized, during the entire time you were trustee, did the corporation ever hold a corporate meeting? A. No, sir, not one time. I had followed the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's instructions to have it incorporated for tax purposes, but we never did function as a corporation and never held corporate meetings. Q. Did the wages come from corporate funds? A. It came from the spiritual body from the Muslims. Q. Were there monies that came in for the purpose of purchasing that house outside of the Muslim movement? A. I don't know. Q. All right. Did the corporation ever have a bank account? A. Not. Q. At that time? A. Not at that time. Q. Did the corporation ever hold a meeting for the purpose of purchasing a house? A. No, sir, never did. Q. Did they hold any meetings? A. No, sir. Q. Was there money set aside, not even in a bank, in the corporate name of Muhammad's Temple of Islam Incorporated and the corporate name? A. There was never any money set aside for the purchasing of this in the corporate name. Q. Was there ever any money set aside in the corporate name? A. No, sir, not at that time. Q. Since the date of your suspension and to the present, has a hearing been held for removing you as is the practice, custom, and procedure of the faith? A. No, sir. My suspension, as I said, was in 3 parts, and I was to have the Honorable Elijah Muhammad told me that I would get a hearing at the end of 90 days, and the hearing was to be based upon some information that had been reported to him by Captain Joseph. I had told him and the secretary and the minister in Boston that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had taken on 9 wives besides the one that he had. Mr. Williams, I object and move that be stricken. Mr. Sutton, I'm not asking that. The witness, this is the reason for my suspension. Q. I'm not asking that. What I want to know is, I'm sorry, I probably phrased it improperly, from the time of your suspension until the present, sir, has there been any termination of your employment by a hearing as is provided in the customs, practices, and procedures of the Nation of Islam? A. This hearing was supposed to have taken place at the end of February, and I wrote to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and asked him for the hearing, but they were afraid to bring me before the Muslim body for fear of what I would tell them. Mr. Williams, I move it be stricken. The court, overruled. I don't see the bearing yet. Q. From the time of your suspension until this procedure was starting in March, the question was asked of you whether during that time you consulted with any attorney to find out why you were not getting a hearing. Did you hear the question asked of you by Mr. Williams? A. Yes. At that point, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was my attorney. I wrote to him and I asked him for a hearing immediately because I knew he was the one that knew the house was mine. He knew it. It was an agreement between him and me. The court, is he a member of the bar? The witness, he is in the Muslim bar, in the Nation of Islam. The court, is he licensed to practice law? The witness, not in the legal structure of the state. The court, proceed, sir. Q. Now, sir, so that from the time that you were suspended until the time these procedures were brought, were you still of the belief that you would have your hearing? A. Yes. Q. Did you have any doubt until this procedure was brought that you would have a hearing? A. Up to the time that procedure was brought, I absolutely felt that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, out of a sense of justice, would see that I was brought before the Muslims and given a hearing. I requested that of him. Q. Over and apart from ministers, what is the custom, practice, and procedure within the Nation of Islam for the removal of a brother or sister from the faith? Mr. Williams, objection. There is only a minister involved. The court, yes, I'm not really concerned. If you want to go ahead. Q. Even a member, must he have the opportunity of confrontation before he can be removed? A. No Muslim can be charged by a lone individual without 4 witnesses, and no Muslim is ever charged with anything without being given an opportunity to defend himself. Q. Not charged, you mean removed? Mr. Williams, just a second. He made a statement. I object to Mr. Sutton testifying. The court, it's harmless. Q. Did you say he is never charged without an opportunity to defend himself? That's right. He cannot be removed without charges being placed. Q. What is the procedure for that? Our law is that when charges are leveled against a brother or sister, that brother or sister is brought before the Muslim body and these charges are stated, and then that person who is being accused is given an opportunity to defend himself. In any case, I was suspended and my mouth was closed so that I couldn't talk. Then they poisoned the Muslim body to keep them from demanding that I get a hearing. That's all. That's what I fought against. I said I would have kept the whole thing secret and private if they would give me a hearing. They would rather take the public court than keep it private among the Muslims, simply because I told Joseph that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had taken on 9 wives. Q. Mr. Williams asked the question, sir, about your seeking counsel. Now, I ask you, sir, even now, even though you say the house does not belong to them, would you remove from the house if you had your hearing? All I asked, yes, if I was given a hearing in front of the Muslims as is our law and custom, they would have no trouble out of me whatsoever. Mr. Sutton, no further questions. Malcolm X denounced by NOI. Between several failed attempts on Malcolm X's life and his looming eviction trial, it was clear that Malcolm's falling out with the NOI was more serious than anyone could have anticipated. And although Muhammad Speaks was almost entirely silent about Malcolm's activities during the early 1960s, he became its primary subject in 1964. The newspaper devoted pages of each issue to slandering its former spokesman, even drawing in Malcolm's older brothers Wilfred and Filbert, both of whom remained ministers in Detroit and Lansing respectively. Filbert publicly denounced Malcolm, calling him cunning and clever, and warned that his reckless efforts will cause many of our unsuspecting people who listen and follow him unnecessary loss of blood and life. Filbert added, I have seen and bear witness as to how Malcolm was raised from a level of nothing to a place of honor and respect through the world as a result of Mr. Muhammad's direction. Now I see my brother pursue a dangerous course which parallels that of the precedents set by Judas, Brutus, Benedict Arnold, and others who betrayed the fiduciary relationship between them and their leaders. One most intimately, he drew parallels between Malcolm's condition and the mental illness that had beset their mother, Louise, and brother Reginald. 2 Malcolm accurately suspected that his brother's critique was not in fact his own but written by National Secretary John Alley, and he retorted that only Filbert is dumb enough to let someone put a script in his hand and read it. 3 The condemnation was published in Muhammad Speaks alongside the now iconic cartoon of Malcolm's decapitated head, horned, and catapulting down toward the skulls of the other notorious traitors. 4 Other former associates within the Nation of Islam also took turns denouncing Malcolm as a traitor and hypocrite. Ministers Louis X, Farrakhan, John Shabazz, and Jeremiah X. Shabazz all contributed articles lambasting their former mentor and colleague. John Shabazz wrote that Malcolm was unworthy of the epithet Uncle Tom, as it would have been an insult to all the Uncle Toms on earth to class you with them. The worst Uncle Toms you yourself ever criticized look 10 feet tall beside you now. 5 Louis X offered a more theological explanation. Malcolm is fulfilling the prophetic role of Korah, the wealthy, popular, one who rebelled against the leadership of Moses because he coveted Moses' position. He is fulfilling the picture of Cain and Abel. Cain also was jealous of Abel and the blessings that Almighty God had showered on Abel. Cain wanted to and did slay his brother. Then, because of the wicked thing he had done, Cain said, "Everyone that sees me shall slay me." 6. Talk of Malcolm in the private confines of the mosque, as recorded by FBI informants, was even more vitriolic and violent. Supreme Captain Raymond Sharif told Mosque No. 7 members that Elijah Muhammad used to like former Minister Malcolm X more than he did his own son, but Malcolm X hurt Elijah Muhammad deeply and predicted that he would soon die out. 7 In Chicago, Malcolm began to be referred to as Big Red and portrayed as a former thief, dope addict, and a pimp. Perhaps the most graphic critique was from Edwina X of the Newark Mosque, who peppered her open invitation to the mosque with antagonisms, such a deceiver should dig a hole and crawl into it and pray that the parasites in the hole have mercy on him. For one who has heard the truth and still wants to go astray, there is nothing but total destruction for such a defector. 8. Although the order for Malcolm X's assassination has never been directly traced back to Elijah Muhammad or any other high-ranking NOI officials, the rhetoric of the NOI during the months following Malcolm's disaffection created an atmosphere in which no such order was necessary. It was made apparent to all within the sect that Malcolm's death was not only a possibility but an eventuality. Firebombing. Early on the morning of February 14, 1965, several Molotov cocktails were thrown into the first floor of Malcolm X's home, where his pregnant wife and 4 daughters slept. Malcolm had fallen asleep in his study while preparing for his address in Detroit later that day, and he rushed to help them escape the flames. The family watched, in the bitter cold, as their house burned, and Malcolm and Betty decided to take the children to stay in hiding with family friend Thomas Wallace, brother of actress Ruby Dee. Much to his wife's dismay, however, Malcolm insisted that he would honor his speaking commitment in Michigan. Less than 7 hours after escaping his burning home, Malcolm arrived in Detroit and checked into the Statler Hilton Hotel. His clothing reeked of smoke, and he had not slept. Friends worried and gave him a sedative, but he was woken after a brief nap for an interview that afternoon. That night Malcolm gave the keynote address at an awards ceremony sponsored by the Afro-American Broadcasting and Recording Company, at the Ford Auditorium. Recognized at the event were Sidney Poitier, Marian Anderson, and Jackie Gleason. Malcolm had been invited by his friend Milton Henry, a leader of the Freedom Now party, and he gave a speech that mirrored those delivered on his recent visit to Europe. His address again revealed a budding cultural nationalism, and he stressed the need for connections both culturally and politically with post-colonial Africa. Also, despite the likelihood that the NOI had just made an attempt on his life and endangered his family, he cast the organization in a favorable light, saying it had made the whole civil rights movement become more militant, and more acceptable to the white power structure. We forced many of the civil rights leaders to be even more militant than they intended. While Malcolm spoke in Detroit, however, New York was rife with rumors about the source and intent of the firebombing. The NOI claimed that it would not have bombed a house it was scheduled to repossess, and representatives even boldly showed up at the property to assess the damages. Meanwhile, a bottle of gasoline had been found on one of the children's dressers, and insinuations were made that Malcolm had set the fire himself in a spiteful attempt to destroy the NOI's property. For Malcolm, the entire scenario must have recalled painful memories from his childhood in Lansing. Like his father, Malcolm faced accusations of arson to his own home in the midst of an eviction battle. The primary difference, which he was quick to lament, was that unlike the Lansing fire, which had surely been set by local whites, the firebombing seemed to be the work of his former organization. Anticipating the tragedy of the following week, he stated, "The only thing I regret is that 2 black groups have to fight and kill each other off too." New York, February 14. AP, 3 gasoline bombs hurled through a living room window early today extensively damaged the home of Malcolm X, the black nationalist leader. Malcolm X and his wife and 4 children fled through a rear door of the house to escape injury. It could have been done by any one of the many, the Negro leader told reporters in discussing who might have thrown the bomb. "I'm not surprised that it was done. It doesn't frighten me. It doesn't quiet me down in any way or shut me up." Wife tells threats. His wife said many threats had been made against his life recently. Malcolm left by plane a few hours after the fire to address an Afro-American rally in Detroit. Police said the bombs, bottles filled with gasoline with a rag for a wick, probably were thrown from a passing automobile. The blaze turned 2 of the 2-story brick house's 9 rooms into charred shells and also damaged 3 others. The family was asleep at the time. Refuses to leave. The house is located in a mixed Negro and white neighborhood in the Elmhurst section of Queens. It originally was owned by the black Muslims. Malcolm X began occupying it while he was a leader in the organization and refused to leave after he broke with the Muslims last year. A judge ordered him evicted, but the Negro contended the dwelling was given to him. Litigation postponed carrying out of the eviction order. Returning today. Joseph X, who described himself as a business manager in the Black Muslims, went to the house shortly after the fire and told reporters, "We own this place, man. He was going to be evicted tomorrow. We have money tied up here. We have to hear about it on the radio." He didn't even give us the courtesy of a phone call. The black nationalist leader, who has advocated a doctrine of Negro self-defense against white supremacists, said he would return to New York tomorrow. "I intend to point out to the people of New York who I think is behind this and what will develop from it, if something is not done about it," he said. He came back yesterday from a European trip. Commenting on the refusal of France to allow him entry to make a speech, he said, "General de Gaulle had too much gall in keeping me out of France." French immigration officials said his presence was undesired. Malcolm X FBI file, memo, February 15, 1965, 6. Assassination. Malcolm X woke up at the New York Hilton on the morning of February 21, 1965, to a menacing voice over the phone, "Wake up, brother." He was scheduled to speak later that afternoon at an OAAU rally, along with guest speaker Rev. Milton Galamison. There were several oddities at the Audubon Ballroom that day, one of which was Malcolm's request, earlier in the morning, that his wife and children attend the rally. Betty had been discouraged from engaging in either of Malcolm's political groups since his return from Africa, and she was surprised at his late invitation. Malcolm also appeared hurried and agitated, lashing out at several of his staff, as well as Sheikh Hassan, a religious mentor he had met while abroad and employed as a spiritual teacher for the MMI. Finally, Malcolm ordered that his security not be armed or search people upon entering as they were accustomed to doing. Although most members of the MMI were comfortable with such procedures from their time in the NOI, Malcolm feared that the more middle-class OAAU crowd would be put off. As was customary, MMI member Benjamin 2X Kareem opened the rally. "Few men will risk their lives for somebody else," he said. "Most would be running away from death, even if they're in the right, but Malcolm X is one who cares nothing about the consequences and cares only for the people." 2 at 3 p.m. Malcolm approached the stage briskly and sat before the crowd of 400, which included at least 3 undercover police officers. Kareem quickly brought his address to a close and introduced Malcolm, who began with the usual Muslim greeting, "As-salamu alaykum." A commotion then started several rows back, with one man yelling, "Get your hands out of my pockets." A smoke bomb then went off toward the back of the room, and a man in the front row stood and walked toward the stage. He then pulled out a sawed-off shotgun and shot Malcolm in the side and chest. 2 other men ran forward and fired shots from a Luger and a .45 and then fled up the rows of toppled chairs toward the main entrance. One of Malcolm's guards, Reuben Francis, who had disobeyed orders and carried his weapon, shot a fleeing man in the leg. Outside, that conspirator, Thomas Hagan, was eventually pulled by a policeman away from the crowd that was beating him to death. Meanwhile, a boss undercover agent and Malcolm's bodyguard, Gene Roberts, worked to resuscitate Malcolm on the stage, while the crowd waited anxiously for an ambulance to arrive. Eventually his supporters rushed him to nearby Columbia Presbyterian Hospital, where doctors worked for 15 minutes to revive him. However, by 3:30 p.m. a physician emerged and announced, "The gentleman you knew as Malcolm X is dead." In the following week, there was a constant fear of retribution. Just nights after Malcolm's assassination, Mosque No. 7 was burned to the ground when a firebomb was thrown through the 4th-floor window. Elijah Muhammad was guarded by 24-hour security in his Chicago home, and many of Malcolm's close friends and followers went into hiding. The police had trouble prying any information from Hagan but had arrested 2 Mosque No. 7 members, Norman 3X Butler and Thomas 15X Johnson, by the first week of March. Both Butler and Johnson were wanted by New York law enforcement for their involvement in another murder in the Bronx, and Hagen was at first unwilling to clear their names. By the time he admitted that the two men were not involved, the court believed he was sacrificing himself to get his accomplices acquitted. However, Hagen had not met either man before, and the conspiracy involved not 3 but 5 NOI members. Hagen signed affidavits in 1977 and 1978 with new information about his co-conspirators, but the courts refused to retry the case. Butler and Johnson were both paroled in the mid-1980s, and Hagen in March 2010. As many in Harlem mourned the death of their charismatic leader, Malcolm's brother Wilfred spoke that Sunday at Mosque No. 1 in Detroit, where the two had first joined the Nation of Islam. "No sense in getting emotional," he told the assembly. "This is the kind of times we are living in. Once you are dead, your troubles are over. It's those living that in trouble." 5. AP, Negro leaders Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Roy Wilkins reacted to the slaying of Malcolm X Sunday with assertions that violence was not the way to settle disputes. They headed a host of others in their racial community who expressed shock at the shooting of the black nationalist leader. There was no immediate comment in Chicago from Elijah Muhammad, whose black Muslim organization Malcolm had left. Dr. King, head of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, said in Atlanta, that the assassination showed our society is still sick enough to express dissent with murder. Dr. King, the 1964 Nobel Peace Prize winner, declared this evil act should be strongly condemned by all people of goodwill. This vicious assassination should cause our whole society to see that violence and hatred are evil forces that must be cast into unending limbo. Dr. King, one of the foremost advocates of nonviolence in civil rights struggles, added, "We have not learned to disagree without being violently disagreeable. I am deeply saddened and appalled." Wilkins, executive secretary of the NAACP, said in New York it was a shocking and ghastly demonstration of the futility of resorting to violence as a means of settling differences. Wilkins added, "Violence is not the answer to disputes either between warring factions within a group or between groups in the large society." Malcolm X FBI file, memo, Sullivan to Bland, February 22, 1965. 2. Mr. W. C. Sullivan date, February 22, 1965. From, Mr. J. F. Bland. Subject, Malcolm K. Little. Internal Security, MMI. At 1:45 a.m., February 22, 1965 redacted New York office, telephonically furnished the following additional information which had been received from the REDACTED. The autopsy of subject's body was concluded and there was found, 1.45 caliber slug, 1 9mm slug from an automatic, and several pellets from a shotgun. There were 10 holes in the body, 7 of which were in the left chest, probably from shotgun blast, 2 in left thigh and 1 in left ankle. There were also 4 creases, 3 of which were across the chest and 1 on right knee of Little. In addition to the above redacted stated that the police found the following items from a search of the Audubon ballroom where Little was killed. Redacted stated he had learned from the police that Thomas Hagen, later identified as Talmadge Hayer, would be charged with homicide in the death of Malcolm Little. Action. For information. This is being followed closely, and you will be kept advised. Funeral. In death Malcolm proved to be as controversial as he had been in life. While his body was held at the Unity Funeral Home, churches around Harlem, including Adam Clayton Powell's Abyssinian Baptist Church, refused to hold the funeral ceremony for fear of reprisals by the NOI. Meanwhile, a group known as the Federation for Independent Political Action called for all Harlem stores to close out of respect for the slain leader. Although the Uptown Chamber of Commerce rejected the proposal, the group still offered threats of boycott and retaliation for stores that refused to comply. Although many stores chose not to close, they reported that business had slowed to a halt anyway, due to the pervasive fear of violence in the community. The Unity Funeral Home received bomb threats for the 4 days that Malcolm's body lay in state. Despite this constant danger, Nearly 30,000 mourners viewed his body and paid their respects. 1. Once a venue finally agreed to host the funeral, over 1,000 people gathered to pay homage at the Faith Temple Church in West Harlem. Some black leaders and former debate partners, such as Bayard Rustin and James Farmer, were in attendance, but many were missing. Most notably absent from the ceremonies was Malcolm's family, with the exception of his wife, Betty, and half-sister Ella. His brothers Wilfred and Filbert had recently denounced him again in prepared statements read at the Savior's Day convention in Chicago. Wilfred told those gathered, "We must not let our natural enemy, the white man, come between us, get us to kill each other. I was shocked to hear the news of my brother's death, but from my heart I ask Allah to strengthen me as a follower of Elijah Muhammad." 2. Others not attending the ceremony, such as Martin Luther King, Whitney Young, and Kwame Nkrumah, sent condolences that were read by Ruby Dee and Ossie Davis. Davis then delivered a eulogy for Malcolm X that has remained central in understanding Malcolm's legacy. "Malcolm was our manhood," Davis stated, "our living black manhood. And we will know him then for what he was and is, a prince, our own black shining prince who didn't hesitate to die, because he loved us so." 3. Finally, as several hundred gathered at the grave site, Malcolm's nephew Rodnell Collins and others in the MMI and OAAU protested that white cemetery workers shouldn't be the ones to shovel dirt upon Malcolm. In a final symbolic moment, Malcolm was buried in the falling rain by his followers, at Ferncliff Cemetery, some 20 miles north of Harlem. New York, AP, white and Negro storekeepers along Harlem's main crosstown thoroughfare, bustling 125th Street, were under pressure Thursday to close their doors for the funeral of Malcolm X, or face a boycott. The stores must close from 3 p.m. Friday. All day Saturday read handbills distributed by the Federation for Independent Political Action, which includes left-wing Negro groups in its ranks. Its spokesman is Jesse Gray, who led a rent strike in Harlem 14 months ago. He has denied communist affiliations. One merchant said he was told, "If you don't close down by 3 p.m., you won't be in business by 3:30. Rains clear streets. Heavy rains cleared Harlem streets and brought at least a momentary lull in the tensions that have gripped the uptown Manhattan area since Malcolm's assassination last Sunday. Mourners continued to file past his bier in a Harlem funeral parlor, where the body has been since Tuesday. Funeral services for the goateed black nationalist leader, 39, are scheduled for 9:30 a.m. Saturday at the Faith Temple, Church of God in Christ, at 147th Street and Amsterdam Avenue. The pastor of the church, Bishop Alvin A. Childs, said he already has received half a dozen anonymous bomb threats against his church and his home in the Bronx. He shrugged them off. Harlem's mayor, a gray-haired, stocky man with a small gray mustache, Bishop Childs is referred to as unofficial mayor of Harlem. He said of Malcolm, "He was a militant and vocal person. I did not agree with all of his philosophy, but this did not affect our friendship." 5 men were believed involved in the slaying. Under arrest in the case is Talmadge Hare, 22, a Negro who was shot in the leg by a Malcolm bodyguard while fleeing the ballroom after the murder. He has refused to say whether he is a black Muslim. Police first hinted Wednesday at progress in their murder investigation, including information as to who may be responsible. Handbill quoted. The handbills distributed by the Federation for Independent Political Action read in part, "The stores along 125th Street, river to river, have been asked to cooperate with us and close Friday from 3 p.m. and all day Saturday in respect for Malcolm and in observance of what he meant to our community and all oppressed people. Some of the stores we feel may cooperate, others may not. Those stores that refuse to cooperate are showing contempt for our community and especially our bereavement over our beloved Malcolm. This is very little to ask of the community and the storekeepers. Community, give up the shopping along 125th Street. Storekeepers, close your doors. We must not be led into fratricide. This should not be war between rivals of a religious sect but open season on the main story, our common enemy that suppresses us all. If the stores refuse to close, they identify with our enemy, therefore we must close them, pass them by. Those that shop along 125th Street during the hours that the stores are to be closed identify with the murderous stooge that allowed the terror structure to use his hands to kill Brother Malcolm. Here at this final hour, in this quiet place, Harlem has come to bid farewell to one of its brightest hopes, extinguished now, and gone from us forever. For Harlem is where he worked and where he struggled and fought, his homes of homes, where his heart was, and where his people are, and it is, therefore, most fitting that we meet once again in Harlem to share these last moments with him. For Harlem has ever been gracious to those who have loved her, have fought for her, and have defended her honor even to the death. It is not in the memory of man that this beleaguered, unfortunate but nonetheless proud community has found a braver, more gallant young champion than this Afro-American who lies before us unconquered still. I say the word again, as he would want me to, Afro-American Malcolm, who was a master, was most meticulous in his use of words. Nobody knew better than he the power words have over the minds of men. Malcolm had stopped being a Negro years ago. It had become too small, too puny, too weak a word for him. Malcolm was bigger than that. Malcolm had become an Afro-American, and he wanted so desperately that his people would become Afro-Americans too. There are those who will consider it their duty, as friends of the Negro people, to tell us to revile him, to flee, even from the presence of his memory, to save ourselves by writing him out of the history of our turbulent times. Many will ask what Harlem finds to honor in this stormy, controversial, and bold young captain, and we will smile. Many will say, turn away from this man, for he is not a man but a demon, a monster, a subverter, and an enemy of the black man, and we will smile. They will say that he is of hate, a fanatic, a racist who can only bring evil to the cause for which you struggle. And we will answer and say unto them, did you ever talk to Brother Malcolm? Did you ever touch him, or have him smile at you? Did you ever really listen to him? Did he ever do a mean thing? Was he ever himself associated with violence or any public disturbance? For if you did, you would know him. And if you knew him, you would know why we must honor him. Malcolm was our manhood, our living, black manhood. This was his meaning to his people. And, in honoring him, we honor the best in ourselves. Last year, from Africa, he wrote these words to a friend: my journey, he says, is almost ended, and I have a much broader scope than when I started out, which I believe will add new life and dimension to our struggle for freedom and honor, and dignity in the States. I'm writing these things so that you will know for a fact the tremendous sympathy and support we have among the African states for our human rights struggle. The main thing is that we keep a united front wherein our most valuable time and energy will not be wasted fighting each other. However much we may have differed with him or with each other about him and his value as a man, let his going from us serve only to bring us together, now. Consigning these mortal remains to earth, the common mother of all, secure in the knowledge that what we place in the ground is no more now a man but a seed which, after the winter of our discontent, will come forth again to meet us. And we will know him then for what he was and is, a prince, our own black shining prince, who didn't hesitate to die, because he loved us so. Eulogy delivered by Ossie Davis at the funeral of Malcolm X. Ossie Davis, A Conversation with Ossie Davis, Souls 2, 3, Summer 2014-16. Manning Marable. Now, for people who came up in the 60s, Malcolm X is in so many ways our political and spiritual touchstone. We relate the black struggle fundamentally to the heroic figure of Malcolm X. But you and Ruby knew Malcolm both as a leader and as a human being, as a man. He visited your home for several days in New Rochelle, before he was assassinated. When he was murdered, you actually gave the eulogy at his funeral. Now, I just want to read a few of the sentences from the eulogy, which has been widely quoted and long remembered within the Black freedom movement. This is part of what you said: Malcolm was our manhood, our living, black manhood. This was his meaning to his people. And, in honoring him, we honor the best in ourselves. and we will know him then for what he was and is, a prince, our own black, shining prince, who didn't hesitate to die, because he loved us so. Aussie, when you think of Malcolm, as a person, not just a leader, what are the most striking things about him? How do you see Malcolm's relevance today? Aussie Davis, I see Malcolm as a central figure in any effort to unite, to regroup our forces and to prepare ourselves for the onslaught that is sure to be visited upon us in this new century. Much as I loved and admired Dr. King, Malcolm, to me, still reached out to others, particularly people like me. I very rarely like to speak publicly about Malcolm, to talk about Malcolm and to explain about Malcolm. However, I feel I can do it in a situation like this, where I'm among friends, and we're talking about somebody we love. If you talk too much about somebody, you will ultimately destroy their meaning. So I try not to talk about Malcolm too much. Having said that, Malcolm's central position in the class struggle was in his capacity for connecting with people out in the street, drug addicts, criminals, and hustlers. These were folks outside the middle class, people that Dr. King certainly couldn't relate to. His capacity to look into their eyes and into their souls, his ability to speak directly to them and to help turn their lives around, this is perhaps his most valuable contribution. I remember walking on the street with Malcolm, and people would come up to him and he'd respond to them, and I would respond to them in a different way. While some would be chastising him, Malcolm always had something positive to say. Malcolm was an expert on the damage that slavery and racism had done to the black man's image of himself. He was equally expert in what had to be done to remedy that egregious lack of self-esteem. He knew it would take more than civil rights legislation, jobs, and education to really save the black man. And he knew that none of the traditional organizations that serviced black folk, such as black churches, colleges, sororities, and fraternities, the NAACP, the Urban League, were capable of doing what needed to be done. He felt, as did some of us, that to ask a man who had already been beaten up and beaten down to be nonviolent was only to change black pathology into another religion. The last time we saw Malcolm, he came to our house in New Rochelle, and he came alone. He sat across from Ruby and me in the dining room with his back to the wall and he talked. He didn't come for advice, he didn't come for sympathy or consolation, he didn't come to listen, he came to talk. Quietly, reflectively, in his heart's own way, this talk bonded him to us forever. He spoke to us of Elijah Muhammad but without rancor. Malcolm at the end was a hunted and haunted man, running for his life. Still, he was not deterred from his main objective, to bridge the gap between him and the rest of the civil rights movement with an organization that would give him a broader base from which to operate, the details of which he planned to unveil that Sunday afternoon at the Audubon Ballroom, where he was assassinated. Malcolm had invited us to the Audubon that day, but we had a previous commitment downtown and had left the 3 children in Harlem with mother. When we returned to pick them up, the kids told us that something had happened to Malcolm. We turned on the television as a bulletin interrupted the ballet. Malcolm X was dead, shot down in front of Betty and the children. We were stunned and deeply, deeply saddened. That night, we drove back into Harlem and walked the streets, mingling and talking with the crowds about Malcolm's death and what it meant to black people. Fear and sorrow were mixed with a desire to give Malcolm a decent funeral. Percy Sutton, Malcolm's friend and lawyer, went from church to church trying to secure a place for Malcolm's funeral, but most of them said no, it was too dangerous. There was a lot of politics involved and the big challenge was figuring out a way to bury Malcolm in the spirit that the community called for and the spirit he warranted. Finally, Bishop Church offered his small church on Amsterdam Avenue. Sylvester Leeks, speaking for Percy Sutton and Malcolm's family, asked me to give the eulogy and I asked him, why me? The answer was that Ruby and I were widely known to have been among his earliest friends and supporters. Also, I was a man with whom nobody in this shooting argument could quarrel. Ruby and I were honored to accept. Well, that Saturday, we went to the Little Faith Memorial Chapel on Amsterdam Avenue. It wasn't much of a day and I remember there was no sunshine at all. The funeral was at 10 o'clock. Ruby and I sat in the pulpit and our job was to read the messages that were pouring in. At the proper time, I arose to give the eulogy, trying to be simple, plain, honest, and sincere, saying by way of farewell what, in my heart, I believed Harlem wanted me to say. Afterward, we followed him to the cemetery where the professional grave diggers were waiting. We said no and took their shovels from them. Malcolm was ours, and if he had to be buried, we would do it. He loved us and we loved him. Part 2. Oral Histories. Gary Fulcher. Gary Fulcher, born in 1937 and raised in Uptown Manhattan, became a police officer in 1962 after leaving the Congregation of Christian Brothers just before final vows. Fulcher started as a foot patrolman in the South Bronx but was quickly promoted to a position in the NYPD's Special Unit boss. There he illegally wiretapped Malcolm X's office at the Hotel Teresa in Harlem. Fulcher speculates that his college degree and fluency in French and Spanish made him an ideal candidate despite being new to the force. He spent 4 months in this capacity, generally working the day tour, from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., in a cubbyhole without windows on the 4th floor of the 28th Precinct House. Despite knowing little about the surveillance project, Fulcher was expected to listen to conversations through a small bug in the telephone and bring the tapes to a Midtown Intelligence Division every evening. He recalls that many of the conversations were with celebrities such as David Susskind, Ossie Davis, Ruby Dee, Harry Belafonte, and James Baldwin. Most remarkable in Fulcher's account is not only the unabashed racism of a novice police officer, but that the same officer was prompted, after listening to Malcolm X, to wonder, "What's wrong with that? What am I here for?" Fulcher recounts making bones as a young cop by beating a black man arrested for disorderly conduct after a sergeant intimated that he did not want to see the man walking by the time you get back to the station house. However, after he was assigned to take notes at several of Malcolm X's speeches in Harlem, Fulcher began voicing his support for Malcolm's views, an unpopular opinion among other white members of the force. According to Fulcher, the NYPD also had an officer stationed under the stage at the Audubon Ballroom to tape Sunday meetings of the OAAU. A compulsive gambler, Fulcher would often leave his tap to go to the racetrack. On February 21, 1965, the day of Malcolm X's assassination, Fulcher was actually cheating on the tap, since he knew Sunday would be quiet at the Hotel Teresa. However, when he arrived at his parents' house on Sedgwick Avenue in the Bronx, his mother shouted out the window, "They just killed Malcolm X." Fulcher raced back to the wiretap just before detectives arrived and asked him if he had heard anything. He noticed that the brass seemed largely uninterested in what he knew, and he was excluded from the ensuing meeting at the 34th Precinct House, never again to be questioned. Shortly after the assassination, Fulcher was let go from his position at boss and reassigned to a less prominent beat in Fort Apache in the Bronx. Although his demotion was ostensibly for his gambling habit, Fulcher speculates that it had to do with a police cover-up and describes the cleanup of the Audubon crime scene within hours of the assassination as highly irregular police procedure. Fulcher's testimony stands as a unique first-hand account of Malcolm X by a police operative who was once an admittedly bigoted member of BOSS but remains deeply skeptical that the NYPD was uninvolved in the assassination. Gary Fulcher: "Oh, really? I mean, more than that. It was don't tell no one. That kind of thing. Actually tell nobody what you're doing." Manning Marable: "So the FBI may not have known, or probably didn't know, that Gene Roberts, who was NYPD, is in Malcolm's security entourage. They just thought he was just some normal guy who was in Malcolm's group. Not NYPD. GF, that day especially. That time. That 60s frame, when people were not telling one another anything. Everybody wanted to get credit for everything. You couldn't get any information. That was the thing we hated about the FBI. They would ask information, and use their power, J. Edgar, what have you, to get it. But we couldn't ask them anything about anything. All right. Now, the day before the assassination, that evening, there was actually a walkthrough of the hit. To the best of our knowledge now, based on my discussions with people who have studied this, there were about 6 men involved. GF, that would have been a Saturday night? Saturday night. There were about 6 men involved in the murder plot, not 3. 2 of the 3 men who were arrested and convicted of murdering Malcolm in all probability were not even physically in the Audubon that time. Okay. Hare was, but the other 2 men were not. GF, were they the ones who started the commotion? No, they weren't physically there. Yes, who started the commotion? Get your hand out of my pocket. And then there's a smoke bomb that goes off in the rear of the building. People are diverted. But there were a lot of strange things that happened with security. I don't want to divert our discussion, because our primary focus today is really on the NYPD, but my sense of what happened is that Francis was really in the position to direct certain things. And Malcolm was left on the stage alone. That's not the protocol for the Nation of Islam. You never leave the principal unguarded, ever. You always have at least 2 men on either side of him, flanking. GF, see, that's the time I was cheating on the tap. I know where is every Sunday. I know no phone calls are going to be there and nothing's going to come in. So I snuck the day off. I drive up to I live with my parents up on Sedgwick Avenue, across from Hunter College, and I pull up in my unmarked car. My mother shouts out the window, "They just killed Malcolm X." I jumped in that car and drove 100 miles an hour back to my cubbyhole in the 228. And got there just before every high brass person in the world comes into this little cubbyhole. About 12 guys, chiefs of detectives for the whole department, and blah blah. What did you hear? What did you hear? What have you got on your tape? I said, shit, I got nothing. I said, well, it's not unusual. They don't do anything on Sunday. Yes, I was here the whole time. I was never there. As soon as he left the office, I left, because there was nothing. It was a half day off, as far as I was concerned. And I knew nothing about that. And then of course once I heard, I was back again. I hung around 3 to 4 like everyone else did, and everything else. In fact, they expected, I got in trouble, they fell for that. Coming up with the fact, what was it, 2 weeks later or a week later, they blew up the mosque. It was less than that. It was about 3 days later. GF, 3 days later. I had nothing on that. Nobody discussed that in the office. They were expecting me to have something on that. But James Shabazz, and others, insist that they had absolutely nothing to do with blowing up the mosque. So that there is this question, who was responsible for blowing up the mosque? GF, I would say there was that faction that was always afraid of violence. That was my suspicion, that whoever those guys were. That faction that was afraid of violence and kept saying, Elijah Muhammad's not going to let this go. He's going to be tallying. He doesn't take this kind of defeat. Those were discussions that took place. So my opinion is that those guys might have done it. That faction, I thought that way. But is it possible that the FBI, or their informants, rather, operatives, people with whom they were working, to continue the tension between the two groups, may have carried out the, is that possible? GF, oh, yes, I would think so, given the mentality of the time. That was bitter. They were afraid. The good guys on Malcolm's side on this issue were afraid. You just can't do this, Malcolm. He's not going to sit back. Of course there was always the rumor that he was going to expose the sexual stuff with Elijah and younger girls and other people. And in fact that's exactly what he did in early July or late June of 1964, and that, more than anything else, basically convinced the Nation of Islam that Malcolm had to be silenced. That when he did that he crossed the Rubicon. And there was no going back. GF, that would have fit in, to me with the other philosophy. Forget the Black Panthers. Who do you kill? You kill Martin Luther King, because he had the answer. He had the answers. If people followed Martin Luther King, black people were going to rise, okay, and get what they deserved in this thing. So you worry about the crazy guys. Well, the same over here. We would probably sided with, given the fact that he hated Malcolm, sided with Elijah Muhammad doing that, because the guy with the real answer to improve the racial situation was Malcolm. I mean, Elijah to this day is written off, and all his followers, as the nut jobs. The crazy guys. And nobody likes them. So the guy with the real answer, in this case Malcolm, he had to go. The guy with the real answer was not the Black Panthers, it was Martin Luther King. That's my feeling about that. You get rid of the people that can really make the change. There are a series of questions that I have now that are based on your best experience, that we may or may not have objective answers to, but I value your experience in the NYPD. That I have to make a judgment call. I'm an historian, I'm not a detective. So the nice thing about being historian, I say that, is that we have to make calls based on the best evidence we have. And so there are a series of questions. Here's the first one. The assassination day, February 21st, 1965, it's a Sunday. This was the 17th or 18th event that they had rented out the Audubon, up on Broadway and 166th. GF, I'm working a day tour, which would have been 8 to 4. Alright. The routine of the NYPD is that they had kinda desk commander and a group of police officers, between 12 to 24, who were stationed at the Audubon. When you walked into the Audubon. GF, was this every Sunday? This was almost every Sunday, but every other Sunday, pretty much, especially when he gets back from Africa in November 1964 through his assassination in February 1965. About every other Sunday there's an event. So when you count all of the events from the time he leaves the Nation of Islam in March 1964 to February 1965, there are about 20 events. The police show up at the events. They put a number of police officers in a park directly outside the front door. They put several officers at the front door. Then there is a kind of whoever the commander of the day is, he is in an office that's glassed in, at the top of the steps on the second floor, that abuts the main ballroom. You got to walk past the office, that's where they collect the tickets. So there are police officers who are all around and visible. On this day, there were only 2 police officers that are in the smaller Rose Ballroom at the furthest end from the building. Nobody's outside, nobody's the front door. Later the police explained to the press that they had been ordered by one of Malcolm's guys. End of tape 2, begin tape 3. Would the police listen to James Shabazz to do anything, because previously their basic protocol had been to have like maybe 20 guys who were there, and because they know, also, that there's a real threat of danger or violence. And the week before, that Sunday, Malcolm's house had been firebombed, for God's sake. So why do you pull the police away from the Audubon? GF, well, first of all, did you verify that Shabazz did tell them that? He denies it. He denied it? GF, okay. That's a detail. Cops hate details. They're long, they're boring. I can tell you in that neighborhood, on a Sunday, there was no special event. If you said to me, if the end of your question was, the police said that there was a special event they had to pull them away for, they needed the manpower, I would have said that's bullshit. Okay. Because it's Sunday, it's dead. People are doing their Sunday things. The lowest crime elements in the South Bronx, for example, on Sundays in the summer, when they're all at Orchard Beach. You know, all that kind of thing. So they were smart to use that excuse. But it was not for any other reason that they were drawn back. Right. Because what happens is, they argue that they essentially put their men at the hospital, at Columbia Presbyterian. And they're like about 4 blocks away from the building. GF, actually, it's right across the street, isn't it? Yeah, actually it is. It's kind of across the street. They're at 168th, and this is at 166th. So but they're not physically there. And there's a real difference. There is no police presence subsequently. And so historians have been trying to figure out why. GF, my guess is, I don't think they could have pulled it themselves, only because there was too much potential for too many people talking about it. Well, actually, that's another question. Did the NYPD, or their elements in Bussy Bureau of Special Services and Investigations, or some higher UPS, did they have advance knowledge? Well, clearly, they did have advance knowledge that the assassination may take place, because there's evidence of that, okay. We know that. But the question is, did operatives that were working with the NYPD or Bossy or informants, did they carry out the plot? That's the question or did operatives of the FBI carry out the crime? GF, my guess would be informants. They would want to keep their hands clean from the actual thing. But I have no doubt that they had the mentality of wanting an assassination. So you're convinced that the higher UPS in the NYPD clearly would be happy if Malcolm was assassinated? GF, oh, yes, I mean, we know what J. Edgar did with the letter to Martin Luther and kill yourself, you know? All right, so I'm just trying to understand this in an objective way. Malcolm's house has been firebombed the previous Sunday, so there's a real danger of violence. GF, I remember them talking about that. But they pull the officers away from the building, and I'm trying to understand what's the justification for that. GF, well, Shabazz says he didn't ask them. I'm siding with the police on that. I mean, I'm siding with Shabazz on that. All right. So why did the cops pull back? Did they know that there was going to be violence that day? That's another question. GF, certainly not all of them, but they could have got a call from downtown, whether it would be our office or the FBI or whatever, and said, listen, we want you to, cancel the Malcolm X assignment, detail, for Sunday. Wouldn't give any reason necessarily. Would not give any reason. Okay. That may have occurred. GF, It seems logical, given, again, the mentality of the time. You see, you would think, and this is what I said to myself, was part of my change, is changing my mind about it. This is a guy we should be supporting. If you're logical, this is the guy you should be supporting. He has the answer. And you know the favorite things, them niggers on welfare. He wants them off, too. I mean, this should have been a companion, not an enemy. But they always viewed them like the enemy. So let's go back to this day on the 21st. Alright. So the police aren't there. The FBI has a handful of informants within, that are at the Audubon. I have serious questions about the chief of security, Reuben Francis, possibly being either an informant or an operative. I know that Charles Kenyatta was an informant of the NYPD, or at least as soon as Malcolm is assassinated, he just opens up. And then you get this tremendous flow of information from him. So Malcolm's group is infiltrated. GF, by the way, Shabazz would not have been the guy, given what you said about the chief of security. That would have been the guy that told the police. Reuben Francis. But then that raises an interesting question. GF, I mean, he didn't tell them, obviously. There are only 2 men who had the power to do it. Either Shabazz did, or Francis did. Francis may have done that, but then Francis may have been an operative of the FBI. And if he was, then there is a real question of who were, What was his role in this? And then he disappears. And he's never found again, literally. So what happened? I mean, based on your experience, and I know that we have no way of proving this based on what I've said. GF, given that evidence, I'd say Francis was the guy. By the guy you mean? GF, he organized it? And he wanted to get out Dodge when he knew things were going to get hot. I would come back to him. So you think that Francis may have been the organizer of the murder? GF, yes. Now if Francis in some way was either an operative of the FBI. GF, he had to have contacts within the agency, or with our office or whatever. Right. But because of competition between Bossy and the FBI, there'd be no way of knowing from the record by Bossy what Francis's role was. GF, that's right. That's exactly right. The last thing the FBI would ever tell Bossy is that Francis was an informant, okay. The other theory that I have about the murder is that the ADA and the District Attorney of New York County were concerned in the prosecution of the 3 men who had been accused of the murder. They were concerned that they're operatives of Bossy, and then, of course, the FBI were not revealed. And that even though there was a kind of evidence against all 3 men, that they discounted the evidence that was exculpatory and actually convicted men who may have been innocent. In part to protect their operatives who were working within Malcolm on a covert basis. GF, there's no reason I would not have been allowed inside that 34th precinct where all the big bosses were meeting, ordinarily. What do you mean? GF, well, because I was on the tap. I should have been an indispensable part of finding out what went on and so on, because they should have been grilling me. I should have been ordinarily, the guy on the wiretap has the right to walk in when they're discussing the case. I felt that my exclusion, I was flat out told, you know, stay out, you're not involved. Made me think that they could have been getting their stories straight, so to speak, without the interference of this young guy who didn't know any. Let me back up a bit. So you're driving 100 miles an hour. You get to the 34th precinct. GF, right. All they wanted to know is, did you hear anything on the phone? To me that was just a show. They knew I wouldn't hear anything on the phone, because there'd be nobody there. They knew the schedule. I used to write down when they were there, and when they're not there. They're not there after about 11 in the morning on Sundays, when they're preaching. So I think they were playing their roles. We gotta check with the guy on the wiretap and see if he has any information for us. I think that was all bullshit. And when I went up and tried to join them, no, this is where we get our stories straight. You're out, kid. So let me get this straight, just so I understand that. On that afternoon when you arrived, they basically, other than a kind of perfunctory check with you if you heard anything, but they knew you probably hadn't heard anything, then you get cut out of everything. GF, told to go home. Alright, you can home. I mean, this should have been, if they were really involved in an investigation as to how this happened, they would have been asking me, the only guy who was doing it every day. What that implies to me is that some higher UPS actually knew or had advance knowledge that this thing was going to occur. GF, yes. I would say so. It would just be a guess, but I would say so based on all the weird things that happened. The pulling the cops off, so on. Not letting me just have the normal part that I should have had, the main guy. I put in more hours there. So it wouldn't surprise you that the NYPD's higher UPS knew in advance about the murder. And then pulled the cops off, so there would not be any kind of collateral shootings or whatever. There's one other kind of piece of evidence. GF, and by the way, another thing that only came to me today. I was dumped out of Bossy shortly thereafter. Now they had a reason, namely I was a compulsive gambler, I had some bad checks out, and I cut out to go to the racetrack, and so on. I gave them the reason too, but I've seen them cover for cops a lot better than that and let me stay on their detail. They dumped me back to Fort Apache over in the Bronx in uniform. And that's when I resigned after a couple of years there. I'm not going to spend my next 15 years on the job walking in alleyways in Fort Apache with a master's degree, speaking French and Spanish, you know. So I was dumped out of the unit, and I never made a tie-in there until this conversation today. It was shortly thereafter that I was dumped out. Couple of weeks. Couple of weeks? So you have been saying to police officers that Malcolm is not the bad guy that we've been told about. He's saying positive things. Then he's killed. The police are pulled on that day. There are no police officers except 2 that are even in the building. Patrolman Thomas Hoy drives by accident, and saves Talmadge Hayer's life. And then a couple of weeks later you get kicked out of Bossy. GF, right. I never made the tie-in before today. Because they had so much ammunition, meaning if they wanted to. But now when I compare, I mean, I've seen guys that shoot people by mistake, and they'll cover up for that. So I had a gambling problem. Big deal. You tell me not to do it anymore, you know? Or whatever. But, yes, now I'm beginning to see possible reasons. Right. So 2 other pieces, 2 other questions. Herman Ferguson describes this scene. He states in his interviews that he saw 2 men who were shot. 1, Talmadge Hayer, who gets shot in the leg. He's an assailant of Malcolm. A second guy he describes, he stands out at the corner at 166th and Broadway. A limo drives up and guy who he describes as a senior police officer, NYPD commander. GF, what time is this, now? This is like roughly 3:30 or 3:15. It's about 15 to 20 minutes after the murder. OAAU member Herman Ferguson said he had scrambled eggs on his cap, which is like he's a commander of some type. He gets out, he goes into the building. He brings back a person of an olive complexion who is grabbing his stomach. He's doubled over like he's been shot. And he puts this man in the back seat of the car. He gets into the front seat, on the passenger side, and the car takes off. But it doesn't go to the hospital. It goes down the hill like it's going to Riverside, to the George Washington Bridge, right? And this is what Ferguson states in his oral history. Now the question: we know that several people got shot by ricochet bullets in the foot, or whatever, who were in the audience. So that's a possibility. But there is a real question, because it's possible that another assailant was shot and that he was protected by the NYPD. Based on, again, there is no direct evidence on this, but just based on the story I'm relating, what's your impression about this? I mean, is that possible? GF, well, the best I could just say, it's not the standard procedure. Highly unlikely, you know. I can't think of another reason of why. First of all, why he wouldn't just tell some cop, take him across the street, so on and so forth. Unless this was a person who was also a police operative. GF, yes, or somebody certainly involved in the situation. Because bosses don't do that. So if Ferguson's eyewitness account is true, if it's true, then what do you think happened? What explains what was going on? What do you think was going on? GF, well, it looks like they wanted to get everybody out of the way who could have some information. Okay. They dismissed right away, told me to go home, not come up to the 34th precinct. And then rushing that guy out. It looks like a cover-up. It looks like there was some sort of plan involved that could have been an actual plot to have him killed. And then get rid of anybody who could. I wonder if anybody did a check of other surrounding hospitals on that day and found out if somebody came in with a wound. You said he went toward the George Washington Bridge? Well, the final questions I have are, so there's a trial. 3 men get convicted of murdering Malcolm X. The best evidence is that one of the three men was an assailant. In 1977 he admitted to his religious counselor, an imam in prison, that the other two men who were convicted were innocent. GF, they can't get a new trial for this? William Kunstler tries to get a new trial. The judge hearing the case in New York State rules against it. Says no. There was a valid conviction in 1966, that's it? GF, see, they don't want anything that's going to open up the whole thing again. That's the problem. That would mean somebody influencing judges, and judges do check back on those things and say, what's the story with this case? And if they're told, absolutely, no, the man did it, they're not going to follow that through. Just another bullshit convict trying to get off, that sort of thing. The last question I have is about forensics and about the crime scene. Malcolm is assassinated at 3:05 in the afternoon. The police are there covering the place within 6 minutes. The photo unit is there by 4 o'clock and they're taking photographs of the crime scene. There are still people hanging around, but there is the crime scene, not really cordoned off. People are walking through the thing. GF, that's way out of line. What's protocol for a murder? GF, oh, yes, you just protect the whole area. You get rid of everybody who's not going to be a witness. Anybody who they didn't question. You want everybody out of that thing. You don't want evidence destroyed, you don't want people finding things, like a camera up here or maybe a guy coming out from underneath the stage, whatever. That surprises me. I didn't even know that. At that time I was rushing back to my wife. It gets worse. That they do find forensic evidence, the bullets, bullet holes, and they dig out the bullets and things like this. It's just before 5 o'clock. They pretty much shut down and they leave. And several women come out with buckets and bleach, and they wash the blood off the floor, so that the crime scene is really not cordoned off for more than about an hour, hour and a half. And they hold a dance at 7 o'clock in the Audubon. Did you know about this? GF, no. They held a party. There were hundreds of people there, dancing. No kidding. Now, I'm not an expert on forensics, but this seems kind of cavalier. GF, yes, absolutely. How would you describe the forensics? GF, totally contrary to what should be standard operating procedure. That thing should have been covered all night long. That thing should have been delved into all night long. Cavalier. You would think. GF, oh, absolutely. So they spent about an hour and a half. There's a dance there at 7 o'clock that night. So you're saying that that's unusual in the sense of what? GF, oh, absolutely. I've seen crime scenes stay locked up for days. And this is a high-profile thing. With a high profile I've seen ordinary murders, crime scenes, you know? So what does it tell you, based on your experience, that the NYPD did that? What does that say? GF, alls I'm saying is, extremely unusual procedure that would kind of hint to me that they wanted to get this thing over, out of the news, and out of everything else as quickly as possible. But it also might say that they either anticipated what was going to occur, or they simply did not want people to investigate deeply. GF, oh, yes. I would say that, sure. That's what I meant when I said they just wanted to wind this thing up. So who do you think really killed Malcolm X? GF, I don't know. This has certainly got me thinking, since I read your stuff, and first contacted you about this 2 years ago. But I wouldn't put it past them, and I didn't put all these pieces together until most recently discussed in this conversation. My getting dumped from the unit that never struck me as being connected. My guess is that it very well could have been, and that's as far as I can say. I can't say for sure, but could have been an inside job with cover-up following. Right. And what's complicated is because you have law enforcement agencies that aren't communicating with each other, that are competitive, both protecting their own operatives. Gene Roberts for the NYPD, perhaps Reuben Francis, maybe by the FBI or others, who have in the latter case, may have had a hand in setting up the murder. GF, that time frame, that mid-60s era, was the time where the communications between departments may have been worse than it ever was. Abdullah Abdurrazak, James 67X Shabazz. James 67X Shabazz, born James Warden in 1931 in New York City, was one of Malcolm X's most trusted associates during the final years of his life. After being granted a full scholarship from Lincoln University, serving a brief stint in the military, and receiving a master's degree from Columbia University, Shabazz joined the Nation of Islam in 1958. He quickly moved up the ranks and by 1960 had become a lieutenant in the Fruit of Islam. When Malcolm left the NOI in 1964 and formed his own group, Muslim Mosque Incorporated, Shabazz pledged that he would leave too and offer 1 year of his services. With Malcolm abroad during much of that year, Shabazz led MMI meetings, corresponded with Malcolm and other civil rights leaders, and was handed responsibility for the newly founded OAAU. Despite sharing an office in the Hotel Teresa, the two organizations feuded in Malcolm's absence over a variety of religious, political, and class differences. Following Malcolm X's assassination, leadership of the OAAU was assumed by his half-sister Ella Collins, and the remaining membership of MMI disintegrated with time. In this interview, Shabazz locates the source of tension between Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad in the 1962 shooting of Ronald Stokes by Los Angeles police. The lack of an aggressive response to the brutality of the LAPD chafed Malcolm, who had to bite his tongue and support Muhammad's stance of non-aggression. After hearing rumors of discord in 1963, Shabazz met Malcolm for a nighttime meeting in the latter's Oldsmobile, by Morningside Park, to discuss the recent fracture. Although Malcolm had difficulty conceiving of himself outside the NOI, Shabazz stressed the severity of the situation, revealing rumblings that called for his death. It was at this meeting that Shabazz pledged Malcolm 1 year of his service under one condition: don't lie to me. Don't tell me something that's not true, or tell me something that is true that's not. I gave 3 years to the United States Army. They treated me like dog droppings. So I'll do this for a year. One now known as Abdullah Abdurrazak, Shabazz has been one of the most outspoken first-hand sources on Malcolm X over the last decade. This interview represents one of his most recent recollections of the black nationalist leader and his organizations. Transcript: Abdullah Abdurrazak interview, August 1, 2007, Malcolm X Project. Further reading. Transcript: Abdullah Abdurrazak interviews, June 18, 2003, and July 24, 2007, Malcolm X Project. Transcript: Abdullah Abdurrazak, James 67X Shabazz, oral history interview, August 1, 2007, by Dr. Manning Marable, Tape 2, P1, Tape 2, P9. Manning Marable. MMI, its formation, and the OAAU. Because not enough has been written about MMI, and some stuff that has simply been wrong, or incorrect. Abdullah Abdurrazak, that's right. A lot of the stuff written about the OAAU didn't apply to the OAAU. It applied to the Muslim Mosque. So I want you to set the record straight today. All right. Malcolm announces on March 8, 1964, he's leaving the Nation of Islam. A number of men who were very close to him, yourself, Benjamin, Reuben Francis, and others, have this decision to make. Do they leave the NOI and they join Malcolm? I'm trying to understand how each of them made this difficult decision. How you made this decision. AAR, okay. As I said before, and I'll keep repeating, the real problem that occurred between Malcolm and the Nation of Islam, and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, was the killing of Ronald Stokes in April of 1962 with nothing being done about it, although the rank and file believers, some of the hardened brothers, was ready to go down and exact retribution for the killing of Ronald Stokes, who was not just a brother, he was the secretary of the mosque, a college graduate, a Korean vet, and about to become a father. Now, heretofore, every time Mr. Muhammad spoke or Malcolm spoke, we were told to never to be an aggressor. It is forbidden. Well, you have in the front of your thing. Never be an aggressor. But if anyone puts his hands on you, we are not taught to turn the other cheek. That was the difference between Malcolm and the nation and the civil rights movement. This was considered ridiculous in the nation, to allow someone to strike you, and not strike him back. And I've said this to you, and I'm going to say it again. Mr. Muhammad said it to a legible copy, and it's also written down in a publication, that if you put your hands on one of these brothers and kill him, you must die. That is the price you must pay for killing one of these FOI. You must die. Even if a brother kills a brother by accident, his life must be forfeited. Okay. So we accepted this. And we thought this put us in the position to say the things that were being said about the church and about the nonviolent movement, and that Martin Luther King was leading our people into this and that and the other. And this is something that has not been brought up by anyone, which really shocks me. Well, it is being brought up by me. So, I understand how crucial this was. Okay. So now Malcolm had to go back home to the very churches which he called ice houses, and with the Bible that he called the poison book, and these were the people who supported him. And the nation of Islam, who sent him out on a limb, did not support him. Is that clear? This, more than anything else, caused Malcolm to re-evaluate his evaluation of the nation of Islam and of Mr. Muhammad. That's my opinion. And subsequently I know I was correct, because although Brother Malcolm never mentioned any of this to me while he was still in the nation, and while there was still a possibility of his getting back into the nation, once the bridge had been burned behind him, he told me a lot of things that corroborated everything that I had, though. Right. Malcolm may have thought that Wallace Muhammad would leave with him, and Wallace soon did leave. But he may have also thought that perhaps Farrakhan, Louis X would leave. Perhaps he thought that Muhammad Ali would leave. You might remember that several days before March the 8th, Muhammad Ali came to New York City, and Malcolm went to the United Nations with Cassius X. What was your perspective on this? Go back to the first week of March 1964, just before Malcolm broke. What do you think would happen? I knew he wasn't going back in the nation. Because I had heard the brothers talking about this requires a long answer, if you want it. I mentioned this before. I had written Mr. Muhammad and I said, Dear Honorable Elijah Muhammad, I believe that Brother Malcolm needs a rest because he's doing things. Little did I realize that it was April 1962 that was on him, plus other internal things that I don't know anything about. Then there was a minister, as I say, who was taking money in his mosque. And I wrote a letter to Joseph, and Joseph said, ha ha ha, and tried to make a joke out of it. Oh, you write a letter? I said, I'll write a letter on you. What's so funny? I mean, here's a man who supposedly, and you see, in retrospect, I see I was becoming like Malcolm. Because I was associating with him so much. And unbeknownst to me, I was told that Malcolm was trying to get rid of Joseph to make me the captain of the mosque, which would have never worked. But in any event, Joseph, now our relationship became even more tenuous. Because I think he was saying to himself, I got another damned Malcolm on my hands. So I got to watch him. So when the break came, whatever was going on, Joseph tried to find out which way I would go, with Brother Malcolm or with Mr. Muhammad. But until they started talking about killing Malcolm, I was with Mr. Muhammad, 100%. But then when they started talking about killing Malcolm, I said, well, if they'd kill Malcolm, they'll kill me. Because the only one I knew was a more faithful and devout follower of Mr. Muhammad than Malcolm was me. and I got it from Malcolm. So when this business came about, talking about oh, don't call him Malcolm, call him Red, of, let's kill Malcolm, and all that, I was sitting in the restaurant at the time, so I figured that Joseph was doing this to try to find out which way I would bend. So I went on eating like nothing was going on. It was like a poker game, you know? I said, who do they think they're dealing with, some fool? You know, and I just go on, eating my soup. This was in the mosque restaurant. AAR, this was in Temple number 7 restaurant, where I used to work. Me and Ruben were waiters there. And the guy who was my boss, Charles 24X, would start talking about killing Malcolm. I said Joseph. Joseph is slick. That's another thing, most people don't give Joseph credit for. Joseph was slick as goose grease, man. He was not no fool. Joseph told me once, he said, yes, he said, generals come and generals go, but J. Edgar Hoover, he been there all the time. He ain't been removed. So he saw himself. As Hoover. AAR, yes, as a counterpart of Hoover. So all of these things. I said, oh, they're trying to get to me, they're trying to get to me. This is coming from Joseph. But then when John Alley came and started saying the same thing, from Chicago, I said, well, this is how Chicago was thinking. And then I started getting scared. And then I called Malcolm, and I said, man, this thing is getting bad. And then he asked me to meet him, and I did meet him. Where did you meet Malcolm? AAR, by Morningside Park, below, down in the black part of Morningside Park, between 114th and 115th Street. It was at night. AAR, at night. You were in a car? AAR, it was in his car. His Oldsmobile. AAR, yes. And what did you talk about? AAR, talked about what was going on in the nation. About the children. Never said nothing to me about Ronald Stokes. But I'm sitting there, and not to be coarse, I said, so Mr. Muhammad's been getting some looky. I mean, that's part of power, you know? If men didn't have access to women as a result of powerful positions, why would they want to be in a powerful position, you know? So that kind of puzzled me. And I said, Islamic leader, there is a philosophical concept of polygamy. So you weren't shattered by these revelations that he had more than one wife, or that he had children out of wedlock? AAR, no, not at all. As a matter of fact, people started talking about adultery. I never saw it as adultery. I saw it as fornication. Adultery is when you lay down with somebody else's wife, like Lemuel. David's son, Lemuel, so that he could lay with Bathsheba, who was Lemuel's wife, or something like that. That's adultery. All right. So then what did Malcolm then say to you? AAR, oh, I didn't argue with him. I just listened. I didn't take my position on it. I just listened to him. He said about corruption in the nation and a whole bunch of other stuff, and my position was very simple. I said, they talking about killing you. I said, look, brother minister. You were seen in favor by Mr. Muhammad. And I hope you will return to his favor. And he said something about going back in the nation. And I said, no, you're not going back in the nation, brother. I hope you do, but that's not going to happen. People are talking about killing. So he started musing, and I said, listen. I don't know what your plans are. But I will help you for a year. I said, I have one favor to ask of you. Don't chump me off. Don't lie to me. Don't tell me something that's not true, or tell me something that is true that's not. I said, that's all I ask of you. I'm not asking what you're going to do, how you're going to do it, just don't lie to me. Tell me the truth. I said, I'll help you for 1 year. I gave 3 years to the United States Army. They treated me like dog droppings. So. I'll do this for a year. AAR, for 1 year. Whose idea was MMI? AAR, Malcolm's, not mine. All right. So he laid out to you his idea of MMI. AAR, that's right. Was the effort of MMI to be a place where Muslims from the mosque number 7, could, if they were leaving the mosque, could find a spiritual home? Was that the idea? AAR, that's a complicated question. Help me out here. AAR, you will notice that on March 8, he encouraged those who were in the Nation of Islam to remain in the Nation Islam. Yes. And he said repeatedly in March that the best program for the Negro, for African American people, was that provided by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. AAR, so true. All right. So I'm clear about all that. So what I want to understand is, who was MMI formed for? And who joined it? AAR, okay. That's a very delicate question that requires a delicate answer. When you say, who was in the Nation of Islam, who are you speaking of? No, who was in MMI? Who was MMI created for? AAR, I'm answering that question. You say, who was in the Nation of Islam? When you ask the minister of a Christian church how many parishioners do you have here, what does he go by? The number of people who come to church on Easter and Christmas? He can't do that, because most of them don't ever come back. No, but people who tithe, people who. AAR, okay. You take people who tithe. If you take the people who come Christmas and the people who come Easter. No. Those aren't members. AAR, and the people who tithe, there's a big difference, right? Well, you had, according to the FBI files, someone gave them 291 double-sided typed pages, giving the name and address of everyone who went into the Nation of Islam, to Mosque number 7, from 1954 to 1964. Now how many do you think were there in the end? A whole lot had come in and gone, right? Why did they go? A whole lot did not like the fact that they couldn't smoke cigarettes. A whole lot didn't like the fact that he couldn't lay down with whatever sweet little lady. Or you couldn't dance, or enjoy jazz music. AAR, right. You couldn't go to movies. You couldn't eat a Hershey bar with almonds in it. You couldn't eat sweet potatoes. You couldn't eat black-eyed. So a lot of people who thought of this as a good idea said, yeah, but I can't make these moral adjustments in my life. A lot of people were living, as we say down south, common law. And they were supposed to get married. Or a guy had 2 or 3 women. Everything was confused. So there was a very small number of people who could accept the restrictions of the Nation of Islam and remain there. Okay. All right, let's try to get to MMI. AAR, okay. Well, now, a lot of these people came, and then there were brothers who wanted to go and set things right with, about Ronald Stokes. So they had lost their verve, based on Captain Joseph's throwing cold water on their aspirations, you see. So these people came into Muslim mosque, but although they had exes, they were not participants in the Nation of Islam anymore. They weren't going to Chicago, they weren't putting up Savior's Day, they weren't putting money in for the charity slip. So there were people who had joined the NOI but who were no longer active because they had felt disillusioned because of the failure to respond to Stokes' murders, as well as other kinds of issues. The fact that the NOI was on the sidelines. Say like with Birmingham. And here they are bombing black churches and fire-hosing little kids, and the NOI is doing nothing. AAR, nothing. Absolutely nothing. and there were criticisms by people. There were criticisms. Herman Ferguson. Herman Ferguson, like many Malcolm X loyalists who left the Nation of Islam with the minister in 1964, believed in the NOI's message of self-determination, cultural pride, and economic independence but did not care for its religious aspect. Ferguson was born in Fayetteville, North Carolina, on New Year's Eve in 1920. His parents both taught, and his family was so tied to education that an elementary school in his hometown shared the family name. After graduating from Wilberforce University and earning a master's degree from New York University, Ferguson became a public school assistant principal, the position he held when first introduced to the Nation of Islam. Although the NOI could not technically participate in the local demonstrations Ferguson was organizing, NOI members cooperated by passing out flyers for the protests while selling copies of Muhammad Speaks. Ferguson and other activists attended services at Mosque No. 7 and were impressed enough with Malcolm X to invite him to speak at a Rochdale Movement demonstration in South Jamaica, Queens, on Thanksgiving Day 1963. The movement was a community effort to halt construction of a housing development on the grounds of the old Jamaica racetrack because it excluded blacks from construction employment and from its roughly 5,000 planned apartments. Although members such as James 67X Shabazz were willing to convert to the NOI's particularist brand of Islam, Ferguson was hopeful that he could participate in its political aspects alone. However, after asking Mosque No. 7 Assistant Minister Larry 4X Prescott about the possibility of joining the group without becoming Muslim and receiving no reply, Ferguson remembered, "I had made up my mind if Malcolm left the Nation of Islam and I always assumed that he would continue his political work and expand on it, that I would join up with anything that he did too." Shortly after Malcolm's speech at the demonstration in Queens, Ferguson would get his chance, first joining MMI and later becoming chair of the OAAU's Educational Committee. Ferguson was present at the rally on February 21, 1965, when Malcolm was assassinated and became convinced that the federal government was responsible. He then joined the militant Revolutionary Action Movement and eventually became a political exile in Guyana, after an all-white jury found him guilty of plotting to kill moderate black leaders Roy Wilkins and Whitney Young. Ferguson finally returned to the United States in 1989, after 18 years in exile during which he lived under the alias Paul Adams. He now lives in North Carolina and published his memoir, An Unlikely Warrior, Evolution of a Black Nationalist Revolutionary, in 2011. Transcript, Herman Ferguson interview, June 24, 2004, Malcolm X Project. Transcript, Herman Ferguson oral history interview, June 24, 2004, by Dr. Manning Marable and Russell Rickford. Q. You know, he walked down to the front, and before he spoke he said, "You know, this person is going with that white woman over here." Ferguson, right. Right. Q. And you said, "Well, how did you know?" And because he was so observant, he was just like picking up cues. Ferguson, right. All the time. I can remember the scene clearly. He was. Q. Talk about that. Ferguson, he had a yellow legal pad, type pad, like the pad you have there, lawyers use that sort of thing, and I had leaned over and peeked to see what he was writing, and he was just jotting down, I suppose, things that he wanted to touch on in his speech. That amazed me, that Malcolm always spoke, and I just thought that, you know, he must have some notes or something to speak to somebody. He was just like writing headings, you know, and things that he wanted to speak about. Those headings would keep him on track. So between making jottings occasionally on the pad, he was looking around in the audience, and then he said to me, "That fellow there is going with that white girl there." Now, there was quite a difference, a lot of space in between them. I think the girl was sitting in the front row or somewhere, and then the guy he was talking about was about maybe a dozen rows or so behind her. There was no indication, nobody would have known or suspected that there was anything between them. Only those of us in the inner circle knew what was going on, that there was anything going on. And when Malcolm said that, that blew my mind that he just picked up on that, and I knew there was no way that he could have known those two people. Could not have known anything about them, but he just picked up on it. I asked him, if I recall correctly, as I recall, how do you know that? And he just passed it off in some way that, well, he said something or other, and to that, well, you can't just, no. And so there was nothing that I could say, because he was right on target. I found that oftentimes Malcolm would make little observations, because he observed things. He observed people and things that were going on around him, and from time to time he would make little comments to let you know that he had picked up on something that was happening around him or something that was going. But that was the one instance that always stuck with me. It was like he was reading people's minds, although I know that you can't do that. But something had just clicked. Something caused him to pick up on the fact that there was something between those two people. Q. Do you recall if the substance of what Malcolm talked about in that talk, and I think it's important because he was still a member of NOI Nation of Islam at that time, what was the occasion that prompted you to invite him to speak? Ferguson. Well, we had, our organization, the Rochdale Movement, had been picketing and demonstrating down on Jamaica Avenue, a commercial area there in Queens, that area, and the target was the Jamaica Savings Bank, because they had an offensive mural on the wall. We called it the Banjo Billy mural, because it showed the history of the development of Long Island and Queens, and this big mural depicted key happenings in the development of Long Island and Queens. They had the big factories and all of the other things that were characteristic of that area. And then as a bone, they threw a bone to the black people. They had a picture of a slave, obviously a slave. He was standing in front of a big plantation building, big white house, that was the master's house, and in the background you could see the slave quarters. He had one leg up on a stump of a tree and he was playing a banjo, and there was some white children around him. He was in rags, and the children were well dressed, and obviously, the family of the plantation owner, and it was called Banjo Billy. Nobody had said anything about it, was accepted by everyone. Our so-called leaders, the politicians, the influential people, and so on, they all just had accepted it. When we looked at it, we said, well, let's focus on this and let's bring that down. At the time there was a small newspaper, little neighborhood newspaper in South Jamaica, the editor of it was Ella Ferguson. We're not related. But she was an activist in the real sense of the word. She got out in the community, found things that were wrong and used her newspaper to talk about it, to take positions against and so on. So largely through her interest in removal of Banjo Billy and that kind of space that we got from her paper, that unclear. At the same time we were in touch with the Nation of Islam, the fruit, what do they call it? Q. The fruit of Islam? Ferguson. The fruit of Islam, yes. And the brother who was in charge of that area of Queens, Brother Larry, who is now known as Akbar Muhammad, I think, and he's the representative in Ghana, or in Africa, for Louis Farrakhan. He was just Brother Larry then. Good brother, loyal, committed to Elijah Muhammad, and very close to Malcolm. It was through him that we met Malcolm, and he introduced Malcolm and brought us over to the mosque, and we asked him to ask Malcolm to come out and see what we were doing. Q. Do you remember where the mosque in Queens was? Ferguson. No. Q. Okay. But you met at Larry's mosque, as opposed. Ferguson. No, they had no mosque. Q. They didn't have one? Ferguson. No, because Larry was like, when I say he was the leader, he was, I don't know what the title he had or anything, but he was. Q. He was in unclear. Ferguson. He was a leader in terms of those brothers on the street. Q. The FOI fruit of Islam? Ferguson. The FOI. And they seemed to follow Larry's lead. Quite influential. So he had told Malcolm what we were doing, and they were helping us out, and Malcolm had given us his blessing and encouraging us to keep on doing what we were doing. It was Larry who brought Malcolm out to look at what we were doing. Well, you have all of this anyway. Q, and this led to the invitation from Malcolm to speak. Ferguson, yes, right. Okay. We had started going to the mosque on 116th Street on Sundays, and after the ceremony and the things, the program would be over. Malcolm customarily stood on the stage and people came up on the stage and talked with him. And we would always come up and speak with him, let him know we were there, say things to him. It was largely through Brother Larry that we reached out to Malcolm and asked him if he would be willing to come out to Queens, because we felt that Queens needed a shot of black nationalism from Malcolm, and he said yes. He looked through his schedule and the only time that he could give us was Thanksgiving. So of course we took it. This was Malcolm. Laughs, we didn't care what day it was, Christmas. These are European holidays anyway. So anyway, we set it up, and Larry was the liaison person between Malcolm and us. All the arrangements, the pulling of the FOI into the event, and they did a lot of work themselves, advertising, helping us get flyers and posters together and all that sort of thing. On the day we had quite a crowd. Quite a crowd. We had a heavy detachment of police officers. It was like half the police force in Queens was assigned to that place that day. Interestingly enough, a lot of people, and as I said, we had a good crowd. It even surprised us. We didn't realize the drawing power of Malcolm, but, again, a traditional holiday when people stay at home and their family is there for the meal and whatnot. Q, so this was on Thanksgiving? Ferguson, as I recall, it was Thanksgiving Day. Because we said to feed folks instead of, I'm trying to think of the slogan we used. It was something like, I can't get all of the exact wording, but it was something to this effect: instead of a traditional Thanksgiving dinner, come out and spend Thanksgiving with Malcolm, something like that. Q. Now, John F. Kennedy's assassination had just taken place about 2 days before. Ferguson, yes. Q. Was there any discussion about this, any discussion about calling it off because of the assassination? Ferguson, no. No, and in terms of trying to recall the specifics of the speech that he gave, I really can't do that. All I know is that it was a traditional Malcolm-type speech, laying out the problems that we have, our inability, our unwillingness to recognize the problem that we have, to accept the fact that the white man is our enemy and deal with that, and, of course, dealing with the Uncle Tom element. I mean, he was in his element there, because he knew Queens and he knew that this was a middle-class bourgeois-type audience that he was speaking to, and so he had a lot of good things for them. He was well received, no question about that. We really were proud of what we had done. We'd brought Malcolm and had given Malcolm to the middle-class Negroes of Queens. Q. Now, a week later, on December 1st, Malcolm gives a talk. Elijah Muhammad is supposed to arrive and speak in New York City, and because of ill health he's not able to do it. There's a discussion inside of the NOI, do we cancel, do we not? We put a deposit on the facility, let's go ahead and do it. Malcolm is authorized to give an address, and it's not in the address, but after the talk he makes the comment about the so-called Ferguson, in response to a question that someone asked him. Q. You were there? Ferguson, yes. Q. Talk about that a bit more. Ferguson, okay. I don't remember which day of the week it was, but we knew that Malcolm was going to speak instead of Elijah Muhammad, and what I don't understand was the way it developed that way, but they couldn't their money back. The deposit they had put down on the place, the owners refused to give that deposit back to them. So then Malcolm was told to speak in place of Elijah Muhammad, and Malcolm spoke and then he called for questions. As I recall it, some male, I don't know where he came from, but anyway, stood up and said, Malcolm, President Kennedy has just been assassinated. What do you have to say about that? And I do remember Malcolm saying, well, we have been instructed by Elijah Muhammad to not make any comments on that. He said, so I can't make any comments. And then he paused and then he said, but I will say that it was just the chickens coming home to roost, and me being an old country boy, chickens coming home to roost never bothered me. It was an innocuous comment, we all thought, and nobody paid any particular attention to it. The audience didn't go gasps. There wasn't any kind of outburst or any coming from the audience. It was taken in stride. Then we found out later that someone had called Chicago and reported this to John Alley. John Alley was in attendance. Ferguson, yes, I understand that he was there. And that it was then that, when this was put to Elijah, that he had to take some action, and that's when the suspension took place. Go back in your mind. When did you first hear about the suspension and what did you think about it? Were you surprised, not surprised? Did you think, given what you'd heard of Malcolm up to that point, that he might ultimately break from the NOI? Ferguson, I had always felt, long before I'd met Malcolm, that he needed to break with the Nation of Islam, because I felt the Nation of Islam held him back, his development. I thought that he was the type of leader that we needed. His message needed to be heard. Unclear that the straitjacket that the Nation of Islam put him in was holding back his development as a leader with a particular point of view that needed to be heard, the voice that was offering another alternative to integration. Those of us who weren't particularly interested in integration and certainly not interested in what Martin Luther King Jr. was offering. I always felt that for his own development, he needed to get away from the Nation of Islam. I didn't know what would happen when he left, but I had made up my mind if he left the Nation of Islam, and I always assumed that he would continue his political work and expand on it, that I would join up with anything that Malcolm did, because I had come to the conclusion by that time that his particular message and his philosophy were certainly in keeping with what I thought was the correct road that he should travel. So when the break took place, I don't remember how or when we were told that it happened, but I took it in stride. I thought it was too long in coming, you know. Where have you been all this time? We've been waiting for you, brother. Now you're here. And as soon as I learned that he had started Muslim Mosque Incorporated, I joined. I know we talked about it. That's right. Ferguson, in the discussion we were, I don't know how it came up, that should my membership be advertised publicly. Malcolm was interested in the fact that I had a high position, because I was an assistant principal at that time in an elementary school in Queens, and he was the one, as far as I was concerned, that was what I was committed to. I didn't make any, there was no problem, and I made no bones about the fact that I was an admirer of Malcolm. I felt that he had the correct solution to our problems as black people here in the United States, and that was my leader. Some of the people in the school I was in, some of the other assistant principals, they were pro Adam Clayton Powell. Why don't you follow Adam Clayton Powell? I said, Malcolm is the man. I mean, that is the man, you know. So I was not hiding my politics, so it didn't really make that much difference to me whether it was announced publicly or whatever, but Malcolm felt that I should keep it quiet. He mentioned at the first speech that there are many different types of people who were in the organization. We even had an assistant principal, and I was a little surprised because he had suggested to me that we not really make that public. Then when he said that, I said, well, we might as well unclear. But that was it. I was not surprised, because I felt Malcolm belonged to the people in a secular sense rather than in a religious sense. Talk about that a little bit more. What do you mean by a secular sense? Ferguson, well, that there were many black people who were not pro-Nation of Islam for many reasons. Many of them were afraid of the Nation of Islam. The emphasis on the fruit of Islam, the apparent military nature of the organization, the searching of people when they came into the meetings, separation of the men and women, and all of those kinds of things that would tend to make black people, many of them, a little leery, a little nervous about that. So I felt that if Malcolm could strip his religion, put it on the side, and present his politics minus the religious side of it, that would remove a lot of the concerns that many black people had about the Nation of Islam. I felt that he had a lot to offer from his own perspective, rather than always paying homage to Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad tells us, and always that sort of thing. It sort of got to be a little, what do I want to say? Like the bell on the ice cream trucks. Icy or salty? Mr. Salty. Why do you have to you? That's your mind, that's you, that's not Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad doesn't have that kind of insight. He may have the insight, but I understand he was a very in terms of a man who had very little education, he had a good mind, a keen mind, he just wasn't a public speaker, because I heard him try to speak, and very unimpressed. Very unimpressed. Because Malcolm was there, Malcolm introduced him and he just didn't cut the mustard. So I felt that Malcolm, once he became his own man, and I saw him in leaving the Nation of Islam, Malcolm became his own man then. So basically what I'm saying is that I wasn't shocked, as I recall, I wasn't taken aback. I didn't feel that this would be a terrible loss. I knew that Malcolm would need to build a base of support. I assumed that he had it, you know. But then I discovered that by working with the Organization of Afro-American Unity, that our people, while they would come out to the rallies when they knew Malcolm was going to be speaking, they didn't sign up and join up in the large numbers that we had anticipated and hoped that would have come forward and then get involved. One of the reasons that we had taken the decision to form these different committees in various areas, that people could join a specific committee, the Education Committee, the Cultural Committee, the Communications. Wherever their interest lay, or their expertise, you know, they could join that particular committee and work in that area. But all of the committees they all had the same problem of the lack of large numbers of people coming forward to join those committees. We would have people come to some of our meetings, which are open meetings, and yet some of these people were not even members. Malcolm was aware of the fact that we were having problems, and from time to time he would, as part of his speaking, would make mention of the fact that the organization was open for membership and what the requirements were, and we always had a table there where people could sign up and get a membership card. As I recall, it was $1 or $2 to join, very, very small amount of money. So that was no object to that. Q. So now as you think back on it, why do you think, well, when Malcolm? Ferguson, could you hold on a minute? I'd like to go to the bathroom. Q. Sure. Tape recorder turned off. Q. James Shabazz, we interviewed James, and he told us that from MMI's Muslim Mosque Incorporated point of view, within MMI there were a lot of criticisms of the OAAU Organization of Afro-American Unity, and it really falls under two kind of things. 1. That the brothers in MMI and the sisters in MMI were basically people in Mosque No. 7 who left with Malcolm. Ferguson, right. Q. They felt they owned him. Ferguson, right. Q. They owned him. Ferguson, right. Q. And you guys were interlopers, Johnny-come-latelys, you were not part of the nation, you didn't have the discipline, you couldn't be trusted, and Shabazz was very frank about this. He also said that a number of the brothers got heavily into the gun club thing, they were carrying rifles through Harlem, and that there were real tensions between the MMI's claim on Malcolm versus the tension with the need to build a broad pluralistic nationalist movement that would largely be secular. You would have middle-class folk, working-class folk, and they didn't really feel that this was. Shabazz never said it's not in Malcolm's interest, but they didn't really trust it. The second thing that he said that surprised us was about the women issue. Ferguson, I expected you to say that, yes. Q. He said that James 67X Shabazz and Lynn Shiflett banged heads constantly. Ferguson, right. Q. Now, in much of the literature about OAAU nobody talks about this. We would like you to talk about both of these issues from your point of view. Ferguson, yes. What you've said is accurate. James was leveling with you, and there was resentment against the members of the OAAU because they didn't go through the struggle in the Nation of Islam. Those brothers and sisters who left, who were in the Nation of Islam with Malcolm and came out and joined him in the Muslim Mosque, Incorporated, they did that with the knowledge that the Nation of Islam would not be friendly toward them. So they felt, to a great extent, responsible for Malcolm and his safety and protecting him against the Nation of Islam. When you speak of their rifles and so on, their arms, and the gun club, and all of that sort of thing, yes. At the beginning of our rallies that we had in the Audubon Ballroom, Malcolm's security was made up of those brothers who protected him with their weapons in the open. Their rifles, shotguns, were carried openly. Their pistols, they did not carry them openly, but their rifles and shotguns, yes. I remember clearly the first instance when they provided security for Malcolm, and when he finished speaking, everyone had to remain seated while Malcolm left. I can recall clearly, because I'm right here gestures, when Malcolm would come off the stage, they brought him off here, and right here is the little aisle, walkway, behind those booths. The booths, yes. There's a walkway. Ferguson, booths, yes. Okay. Malcolm came that way. And these brothers, he came off and he walked out here, and then he where's the exit? It's right up here. Ferguson, and then came to, yes, right here and out. I must have been over here in the center, but I can see these brothers. Some of them, I don't remember how many, were walking in front of Malcolm leading, and then another group behind him, and Malcolm in the center. You know, I mean, to me that was the way it should have been. I felt very proud that these were black men, you know, escorting our leader out of the building, that he was safe, he had these weapons. And this is, as far as I was concerned, is the way that the movement would have to go anyway. So I appreciated and liked that. But it was shortly after that, that the order came down that weapons would be no longer, the security would no longer carry weapons. And there was a meeting. I've always thought of that meeting as being on a Tuesday night. Yes, when Malcolm got back from Detroit. Ferguson, I don't remember where he. Well, on Sunday you had the firebombing. Monday morning he got up early and flew to Detroit. He gets back. Ferguson, wait a minute. Are you talking? Ferguson, this is long before that. This is long before? Ferguson, yes. Okay. Ferguson, they were ordered to not carry weapons. Ferguson, yes, not to carry weapons. Because all those brothers had left. There was a terrible, didn't Shabazz say about, didn't he talk about that? Tell me what. This was late 64, wasn't it? Ferguson, it would have been shortly after the OAAU began to have the Sunday rallies in the Audubon. This is like June of 64. This is summer of 64. Malcolm is back from the Hajj and he's back for about 7 weeks or so. In fact, in June, Lynn Shiflett made a reservation for the use of the facility. And so there are already tensions between MMI and OAAU about where is this thing going. But that's the question I'm asking you. I mean, I know that Malcolm, in August, writes a letter back on his second trip, really talking, substantively talking about the problems within OAAU and MMI, and about brothers threatening to quit, resign, and leave. That's already been published in By Any Means Necessary. So we're not talking out of school, I mean, we know about that. We're trying to figure out, from your point of view, your perspective, what was occurring during those early months when you were trying to build this thing, and how did people interact with each other when Malcolm wasn't around? Ferguson, I know that during the time that Malcolm was out of the country for the first trip, we knew that there were problems between the MMI and some of the non-religious people, and when I say non-religious, I mean those who had not come through the Nation of Islam. They were not part of the old guard. There was tension and resentment. And it was after the OAAU came into existence that I think that the problems began to arise around the role of the females. Some of the brothers were very concerned about Malcolm's relationship with the females, certain specific females, not in the sense that Malcolm was having any affairs or anything of that sort, but their training and their beliefs were women played a secondary role to the men. The men were out front, the protectors, the warriors, etc. And Malcolm felt that the women had equal position with the men. As a matter of fact, there were women that Malcolm, I believe, felt deserved appointments to higher positions that he would not have put any of the men in. Q. Who in particular? Ferguson, Muriel Gray Phonetic. Lynn Shiflett. A sister named Ethel Minor, she was from Chicago. She was a schoolteacher. And later on a sister named she was a writer. Sarah Mitchell. As a matter of fact, a couple of brothers came to me and said that because the minister had a lot of respect for me, they wanted me to approach him about their concerns about the role of the women and how it was not sitting well with many of the brothers. So I said, well, why don't you all why me? They said, no, he won't listen to us. He'll listen to you, though. Q. Do you remember who came to you? Ferguson, sure. Specifically one brother, Earl Grant. I don't know if he would admit that, and that's why I was asking you if you had talked with him. Anyway, he came to me and was speaking on behalf of some of the brothers who had observed that Malcolm was placing too much confidence and responsibility in the women, and they felt that it was harming the organization. But I knew the position of the Nation of Islam and those people who were from it. You know, I didn't find that particularly alarming or disturbing. But I did say to him, well, why don't you all go and tell him? They knew Malcolm would eat their heads off. He didn't take any nonsense from those guys. So I guess they figured that Malcolm might listen to me because Malcolm might think that, but anyway, whatever. But I didn't do it. I didn't have any problem with that. I felt it was what should be done, and as a matter of fact, the women that Malcolm seemed to place a lot of confidence in, they were responsible, they were well educated, and I felt that his respect for them and his responsibility that he placed in them was the correct thing to do. But it was there. So after a time, the Muslim Mosque, Incorporated and the OAAU sort of like drifted apart. Some people came in and were not part of the MMI, and all of the MMI people were not part of OAAU. So there was that gap there. And I think that Malcolm, he saw the MMI as, what should I say, his mosque. Maybe I should say it that way. This is where the religious part of the program and his activities would be centered there. But the OAAU would be a more secular type organization. It was not based on religion and it was based on politics and economics and so on. As a matter of fact, at one of our meetings, I remember him speaking very forcefully and directly to this whole concept of religion, of the separation of religion from politics, and the example he used, as he stood there in front of us, was, if you have your politics in your hands and your religion, you have them there in your hand now. When you're dealing with things that are religious in nature and you put the politics in your pocket, and he closed his hand and put his hand in his jacket pocket, like this, and he said, when you're dealing with things that are religious, you put the politics in your pocket and you deal with your religion. In other words, he was making the point there should be a separation and you should be able to separate the two, and that religion, you did your prayers, you spoke with your God in the closet or somewhere else, but you separated the two. You didn't try to mix them. I think the point he was trying to make was he was trying to resolve that problem that he knew we were having between those two forces. Q. How effective do you think he was in putting that philosophy into practice in his administration of the OAAU and MMI? I guess this is a question that gets back to Malcolm's demeanor and Malcolm's manner. Was he, in your mind, with OAAU, exclusively a political leader, a political figure, or were there times when the roles overlapped and he did do the kind of ministering, almost pastoring, that one would expect of a religious figure? Ferguson, I saw Malcolm as a political figure who had a deep-seated belief in Allah, his God, and his religion, totally committed, but had the ability to separate one out from the other. He could be political without being like a Baptist preacher, let's say, you know. And I could appreciate that in him, because I had no particular commitment to any kind of religion. I felt that religion was, even the Muslim religion, operated as a kind of break from the things that we as black people knew to liberate ourselves. And I felt that Malcolm had this uncanny ability to remove from his political activities his religion, you know, and that he could accept people if they were of the Muslim faith, if they were Baptists or Methodists. He was serious and sincere when he talked about those things, about we were not punished or treated the way we were treated in America because we are Muslim, because we are Baptists or Methodists or Catholic, or whatever. We're treated that way because we are black and we're in America. And that's why I respected the man so, because he was sincere. I never ever observed him say or do anything that caused me to question his beliefs. I felt that here was a man who was ready to go to the end of the line, to walk that last mile in support of the things that he believed in. There would be nothing that would cause him to change his thinking. And this is where I have had my problems with those people who have tried to rewrite or change history in terms of his thinking about who our enemy was. Malcolm didn't change his ideas one iota, not one bit, about who the enemy was. He knew it was the white man. He knew the white man had all the power and he was using it against us, so it was only natural. So he didn't equivocate that, well, there are a handful of whites that are unclear. Malcolm used to say, when you'd mention to him that some white person or some white dude had done something on the behalf of black people, he would say, well, it's just a case of the devil doing some good. He said, sometimes the devil does good. That's what he used to say to us. All right. Now, let me raise this question, because this always comes up on Malcolm and especially in part because of Alex Haley. Malcolm is meeting with Haley all throughout 63. Nobody hardly knows about this. Haley rarely shows up at the mosque, only occasionally. Then he moves to Rome, New York, in November-October, actually, of 1963, and he's up there writing and he stays in telephone contact, occasionally meets with Malcolm at Idlewild, then name change JFK Airport Hotel. He's writing his book. Haley would lead us to believe that when Malcolm went to Mecca in April of 64 and came back, that he had seen this vision of multiracial humankind, that with power of Allah and through faith, white people would overcome their racism. And so if you could bring that kind of power of faith to the US, it was possible for white people to be transformed. Part of what Haley implies is that Haley doesn't say Malcolm became an integrationist. I'm not putting words in Haley's mouth, but others who had read Haley, they argue exactly that. And in fact, when they had the postage stamp of Malcolm back in '98, the description of Malcolm that was released by the US Postal Service says exactly that. It says he moved after Mecca into an integrationist frame of mind. What's your view about this, since you knew the man when he came back from the Hajj? Now, there's another thing to think about. When Malcolm sent these letters back from Mecca, from Saudi Arabia, James Shabazz put the letter in his pocket for a couple of days. He was very upset about it, he didn't want people to see it, he didn't know what to do, and it was only after several days that he released it. So clearly Shabazz, James is saying to us that what Malcolm is saying seems a departure to him, otherwise, why did he hold the letter? So we're looking to you to help us straighten this out. What was your unclear? Ferguson, okay. As I recall, when Malcolm came back, he told us his experiences in great detail. When I say we, I'm talking about the members of the OAAU. And after he described his experience with meeting a Muslim who was also a revolutionary, and the man saying to him, I'm white, so therefore you don't include me in your struggle, and then Malcolm had to think about that sort of thing. He realized he accepted that, yes, he had been excluding some people based on the fact that he had said that all white people are the devil. He said also that maybe if the white man in America could embrace Islam, that he could change his feelings and actions toward black people, and this is where I think that Alex Haley stops, at that point. But Malcolm went on and said to us, but we know the white man cannot accept Islam or any religion that will cause him to see us in a favorable light. He said, that's impossible. Because if I had for a moment even suspected that Malcolm was changing his thinking, I would have walked away. And he never, other than for the fact that he liked to examine ideas, he was a true intellectual and he liked to think aloud and work through problems, intellectual problems, and then come up with his conclusion. So sometimes he might be doing that and people might think that he is going through a period of uncertainties, the fact that he's verbalizing a kind of a contradictory thought that he may be having, and he's trying to take a position on it. But finally, when Malcolm had resolved the matter and come up with his own interpretation and his thinking on the matter, that was it. After he went through that intellectual process and weighed the pros against the cons and finally decided this is way we want, this is the solution to the problem, and I've seen him do that on many occasions when he would think through, well, we can do it this way or we could do it that way, but then if we do it this way, we're run into this problem down the road, and that thinking. He works his way through the problem and comes up with what he thinks is the right solution. So he, in my opinion, had offered to white people the possibility of Islam correcting their sense of values and their opinions and their actions towards white people, but he was of the opinion that they could never accept the teachings of Islam. The white man, the European, could never accept those teachings. Q. So you don't think it was a political stretch? Ferguson, no. Q. You don't think Malcolm was trying to signal, for instance, to a larger black audience that he had made a clear intellectual break from the dogma of the nation, it wasn't a bid to Q. Right. Or say a break from Jacob, that literally the white man is literally a devil, that perhaps one argument that people make is that if one reads and in fact, the Socialist Workers' Party, they make this argument. They argued that if you look at the text, the context of what Malcolm's speeches were in November and December of '64, and then in the first months of 1965, he actually stops using the words, the phrase black nationalist, or black nationalism, and that he says at one point that he was searching for another word, a phrase, some of us would say Pan-Africanism, some of us would say something else, but he was trying to figure out a terminology that more closely or accurately spoke to the kind of revolutions that were occurring in the black world and a kind of way of speaking about that in a way that was a new kind of category, and that black nationalism didn't quite fit that category. And you yourself said, how do you then deal with the Algerian Revolution, or, say, the Vietnamese Revolution, people of color fighting against French and then US imperialism? And we know Malcolm was dead set against Vietnam. It comes out through all those speeches. So how does the black nationalist actually speak to those kinds of things? Ferguson, well, I can only speak for myself, that my feeling was that Malcolm, in searching for a position that would replace the term black nationalism, revolutionary black nationalism, Pan-Africanism, my feeling was that he would have eventually wound up embracing socialism. Because of the kind of mind that he had, the way he worked out these contradictions in his own mind, I believe that he would have been led to that particular position, embracing socialism as an economic vehicle for black nationalism. I think he recognized, there's no question about it, he recognized the shortcomings of the term black nationalism, which really, so many I found to be nationalists don't have a clear understanding of what that means. Some of them are quite happy to be absorbed into the capitalist system, and there are some that are not even that are not that way out, some who are, consider them totally black, they wanted to have black businesses and blacks run the schools and whatever. But if you're a nationalist, you have to be committed to and a patron of some land mass that you control. And that's why I am a citizen of the Republic of New Africa, and I don't consider myself an American. I don't consider myself an Afro-American, or an African American. I am a New African, even the limitations that implies. I still think that Malcolm would have embraced some version of, well, scientific socialism. I think he would have gone there. I think that's where he would have gone. I wanted to return real briefly, maybe, to a few questions about OAAU, MMI, and a few of the conflicts that you broached. Well, maybe I should back up even before that and talk a little bit about the numbers of OAAU and numbers of MMI, because we've had a tough time actually nailing down numbers. Only one person has given us hard numbers. Right. So I guess to the extent that you can. Ferguson, I imagine that was James Shabazz. No. I mean, you mentioned that there was this ongoing recruiting problem and that the OAAU was just not drawing the numbers that you all had expected and that Malcolm wanted. So I guess my first question would be, what were the numbers? And then what I asked you in the second question is to speculate some more as to what was the problem, why weren't people joining up? Ferguson, well, in terms of the numbers, I'm trying to think of who would have that information, other than Malcolm himself. And then if Malcolm had those numbers, who would he have depended on to pass that information on to them? I don't know. All I know is that all of the committees that were active had very low membership. Malcolm wrote to some of us that the only committee that was really functioning in a lot of the countries was the Education Committee. He was satisfied with where we were functioning. That was Jim Campbell and me working together, and we had the Liberation School, and Malcolm was impressed by that. As a matter of fact, when we had our first graduation, he signed off on the certificates that we gave out. I think it was for like 10 of the first class. Yuri Kochiyama was a member of that graduating class. We had started a second class that never graduated, because Malcolm was assassinated and the whole thing fell apart. So if you take that as an indicator, the Education Committee, I can tell you that the Education Committee, I don't think we ever had at any one time more than a dozen people, if that many. The people who did most of the work was Jim Campbell and myself, although at the Liberation School we would sign up a class of people. You know, we might have 10, 12, 14 people, but they were not actually all members. Wasn't there an executive committee, especially during that 17-week period when Malcolm was out of the country in the second half of '64? That you have different committees doing work, your committee functioned best, the other committees less so, according to Malcolm. Ferguson, and some of them were inactive. Okay. So that. Begin tape 1, side B. Maybe instead of an executive, thinking about not executive, but a nucleus. The nucleus is really about, what, about 20 people, maybe 15? I mean, a real nucleus of the people who actually were there, dependable, Peter Bailey, the newsletter, people who actually did stuff. Ferguson, right. I think that nucleus would have been the chairs of the various committees, and particularly those committees that were active. You mentioned Peter Bailey, Muriel. Sarah Mitchell. Ferguson, Sarah Mitchell came on towards the end. Later. Ferguson, much later. Lynn Shiflett. Ferguson, Lynn, of course, is the secretary, general secretary role. So of course, she would have been part of that group. But she also would have had the numbers. Ferguson, yes, she would have the numbers. So Muriel Gray was the cultural committee. So that was active, correct? Ferguson, yes. So education was active. Ferguson, the communication, I don't remember whether Peter's committee was the communication committee, but anyway, his committee was responsible for getting out the newsletter, the newspaper. Right. And it got out. Ferguson, yes. Right. Right. But a lot of it was basically because of the hustle and the hard work that Peter himself put into it. In terms of a group of people around him, I don't know about that. Q. Were there people that were kind of coming in and out of the organization that were not consistent or not really dependable, but that were on the fringes? Ferguson. Yes. Q. So to some extent there was maybe, to some degree, a fluctuation in terms of the size of the membership. What you're describing, really, is a very small concentrated core of basically the committee heads that were doing the work. Q. Dedicated people. Ferguson. That's right. Q. What was the problem with recruiting? Why weren't more people coming? Ferguson. That's a good question. It has many facets to it. We have to look at the time that all of this was going on. There was a lot of turmoil and uncertainty and suspicion. The counterintelligence program, which we, at that time, although we were victims of it and targets of it, because they hadn't begun yet to really to victimize anybody, we didn't understand this. We were very naive about that. So their work was going on. We had infiltrators whose job was to create dissension, to start rumors, so there were a lot of rumors going on, a lot of rumor monitoring going on. Q. What kinds of rumors? Ferguson. This person is an agent, or that person doesn't like the minister, certain people are having affairs with each other. All of these things were going on, and that was one thing. I don't think there was even an organized outreach approach to the general population to bring in members. We talked about it. We tended to rely mainly on Malcolm's popularity and the fact that people knew Malcolm and respected him. We sort of hoped he would be like the magnet that would draw the people in. It didn't really work. As I said, people would come out in large numbers to the rallies that we had, but when it came to the actual joining of the organization, that was a commitment that you had to think about, because immediately when you became a known member of Malcolm's organization, I mean, you stood out like a sore thumb. You could be a Panther, you know. It was easier to be a Black Panther than to be a Malcolmite. Q. So in your mind it was the fear of being associated with the militancy of Malcolm, less so perhaps the aura of, for instance, the fear of the Nation of Islam and the concern over the animosity between Malcolm's people and the Nation of Islam. It would be like that was secondary to the outright fear? Ferguson. I think that's all part of the mix. I was going to come to that, because Malcolm addressed that when he said that early on there would be no searching of people. He said that was too much of a reminder of what it was like in the Nation of Islam. So we were copying from the Nation of Islam, and he didn't want, and it showed that we didn't feel safe around the general public. We wanted the public to feel that this is a different type of organization. It's not a carbon copy of the Nation of Islam, so, no searching. Then when he ruled that there would be no weapons displayed at the meetings, because that was also playing into the hands of the media and those people who stamped him as being a militant, weapons and guns and violence, you know, and he felt that that might ease our problem in terms of bringing other people, ordinary people, in to join the organization. So I think that was all part of the things that we had against us, you know, and try as we might, you know, we did not resolve that problem. Now, had Malcolm lived long enough, there were a lot of problems that Malcolm would have eventually resolved, he would have worked out of that, around that, but he didn't get the chance to do it. So when I say that there are a mix of things, but if you look at the environment at that time, and plus there were many of the Negro organizations that were still opposed to Malcolm and what he stood for, you know, NAACP, the Urban League, SLCLC, or whatever that is, and King and his organization, they're always, like, saying, you better deal with us or you got that guy over there. You know, they were saying, not only to black people, they were saying it to white people as well, particularly to the white power structure, deal with us. Send us the money. We know what to do it and we'll keep everybody quiet. That guy, you know, you can't trust him. So I think it was all a part of the forces that were in resistance to what we were trying to do at that time, and to give black people power to take a decision, to do what they wanted to do, which we hoped would be to form our own nation. Khalil Islam, Thomas 15X Johnson. Khalil Islam, formerly known as Thomas 15X Johnson, is widely recognized as one of the three men convicted in 1966 for the assassination of Malcolm X. However, prior to the infamous trial, Johnson was close to Malcolm as a member of his security detail. Johnson joined the Nation of Islam in early 1960. Like other new members of the mosque, he had converted to Islam while incarcerated. After 1 year, Johnson received a quick promotion to Lieutenant of Mosque No. 7, under the auspices of Captain Joseph. In this capacity, he came to know Malcolm X, buying groceries for Betty Shabazz at the NOI supermarket in Brooklyn and ensuring that the minister had a parking space before speaking on Sundays. Johnson, who had been working as a house painter, was laid up with rheumatic arthritis for much of 1964. That same year, he was charged in the killing of Benjamin Brown, who defected from the NOI and opened an independent mosque in the Bronx. With a fellow suspect in the Brown shooting, Norman 3X Butler, already charged in the Malcolm X murder, Johnson was brought to the Bronx County Courthouse as the third and final suspect on March 3, 1965. Johnson was paroled in 1987, and his interview 5 years before his death in August 2009 looks at his relationship to Malcolm prior to his conviction. His proximity to the Shabazz family lends credence to his claim that he was not in attendance at the Audubon Ballroom on February 21, 1965. As many of Malcolm's close associates later noted, Johnson and Butler would both have been easily recognized as hostile loyalists to Elijah Muhammad. In the following excerpt from his interviews, Johnson describes his duties as a lieutenant and the hierarchy of command that existed within the NOI system of enforcement. He is frank about the culture of violence that existed and the way discipline was enacted. As a minister, Malcolm was insulated from specific crimes, and any disciplining of a minister had to come through Chicago's Supreme Captain, Raymond Sharif. Finally, Johnson claims that Malcolm had an illegitimate child while married to Betty Shabazz, a fact he claims was concealed within the mosque from all but a few in leadership. The following is one of Johnson's final interviews on Malcolm X and offers a compelling case for his exoneration as well as a detailed account of the violence that plagued the Nation of Islam during the 1960s. Transcript, Khalil Islam interview, September 29, 2004, Malcolm X Project. Transcript, Khalil Islam oral history interview, September 29, 2004, by Dr. Manning Marable. Manning Marable, there were about 5 lieutenants. This was around 1961, 62. Khalil Islam, yeah. 61, 62. Okay. Now, there was a brother who provided security for Malcolm, who we believe was in the Nation in 62, named Reuben Francis. Yeah, and Reuben Francis was just another lieutenant. Matter of fact, Reuben Francis, that's who was missing. Yeah, Reuben Francis. He was also a lieutenant. He was a lieutenant, too, but but wasn't he also providing security for Malcolm? No. We were providing the security for Malcolm. He was just a lieutenant. He had nothing to do with Malcolm. He got involved later on, when he shot Thomas Hagen. We have photos of him selling copies of Muhammad Speaks in late 60, so he was already affiliated with the NOI by then. We all were. We were unclear. So you did know him back then? Yeah. I knew him. I know him very well. I'd have to know him, because he was a lieutenant. Yeah, I'd have to know him. So what was your response? When you became a lieutenant, you were charged by Joseph to provide security for brother Malcolm. Right. I was assigned to him. You were assigned to him. Yeah, and that means any minister that comes in to visit, we would pick him up and bring him in, make sure he's comfortable and that he has something to eat, you know. A regular ambassador thing. When you said we, it was you and who else? Which other lieutenants? Key, well, at that time it was me and a brother named Richard, Richard unclear. We were in charge at that time. There wasn't a whole lot of lieutenants around, there was only 2 of us. Like I said, the other 2 prior to myself, when they left, we took over. There was always just 2, unless the first lieutenant decided to ride with us that day. Sometimes Malcolm would say he was frustrated and he didn't want to go home. I think Malcolm was very disturbed by the fact that he couldn't have a male child. He couldn't produce a male child, and it seemed to me. Did he ever talk about that? Key, yeah, he used to say, man, he says, if I go there, all them women, no telling what I might unclear, how I'm going to respond. And he's say, let's go down to Foley Square. So we would get in the car and go down to Foley Square. He would avoid going home. Key, yeah, if he could. That time, man, he was like I said, I see now that it was a big problem with him, because although he had his daughters, he definitely wanted to have a male, his image, you know. So that's something I never heard him talk about. So let's get back to us 2 being with him. Anytime we went up, we'd say, all right, Malcolm X is coming to teach this Sunday, and we'd have to be out there and make sure he's got a parking space. We would supply his family with enough food to last for a month from this Shabazz supermarket in Brooklyn. So you would shop for the family. Key, well, what happened is, she always made a list for what they need, and we'd go to the supermarket. Sister Betty would. Key, yes. And we would go down the list, whatever. It would be enough to last for a month or better. Everything was very well taken care of. So that was my function also. From there, things just escalated. Before we get that far, can you tell me a little bit about the chain of command in Temple 7? You have the minister and you have the captain and you have the secretary, and the lieutenants answer to the captain, correct? Key, right. Are all the lieutenants on the same level? Key, no. You had a first lieutenant. He was in charge of all the other lieutenants, and anytime the captain would want something or convey something to them, he would call the first lieutenant in and give it to him, and he would bring it to us. So we had a first lieutenant, then we had the other 4 lieutenants under him. That's how that was. But the lieutenants are all above the rank and file brothers in the FOI. Key, right. The lieutenants are responsible to teach the martial arts to the foot soldier, where everybody on that chain was subordinate to the lieutenants, and to answer to the first and then to the captain, and that was that chain. Could you tell us one of the things that we're trying to understand is how, and all this is all before the silencing of Malcolm, what life was like inside Mosque 7 in the early 60s when Minister Malcolm and Captain Joseph were there. We already know that back in the mid-50s, even though Brother Joseph and Brother Malcolm had had their common experience from Detroit and had been very close friends, that there had been tension and there had been real tenseness in their relationship. We know all of this. We know about some of the conflicts over a woman before Malcolm was married to Sister Betty. Key, and while he was married to Sister Betty. Why don't you tell us about this? Key, there's something there, too, you see, and I was always in opposition to this, because there was this family. The father was Commissioner of Sanitation. His name was Brother Hubert, and he had a very distinguished family. He had a lot of daughters, very beautiful, tall, nice-looking girls. I was bidding for one, and I know another brother, he was bidding for one, and I'm going to tell you why I'm saying this, because we found out that Malcolm charged Elijah with having these illegitimate children. What outside people don't know is Malcolm had an illegitimate child, also, when he was married to Betty. He said that this sister was unclear. This was his second theory. He didn't need no second theory. We didn't have that kind of thing there. So, the relationship there was a child. I don't know if it was a male or a female. Only the real in crowd knew about this. I mean, the only ones that know about this was lieutenants, maybe Secretary Masio, maybe. How did you find out? Key, by my affiliation, the position that I was in. See, we were unclear. I was looking for a wife at that time, and I wanted to marry one of those sisters. So my involvement in that respect brought this information to me. If I wasn't a lieutenant, I would have never known about that. Since you provided security for Malcolm, you had an opportunity to study the man, to observe his actions. To your knowledge, did he have relationships outside of marriage, sexual relationships with other women outside the relationship? Key, not women, I know this took place. Because, like I said, if I wasn't a lieutenant, I would have never been in a position to know that. Plus, like I said, I was involved. I wanted to get involved with one of the sisters, also. What kind of man was Malcolm? And again, I want you to think about how you felt about it at the time, not today, but then, when you were a member of the NOI working as a loyal lieutenant in the NOI. What was your perception of his behavior? How did you get along after you began to really provide security? Key, I got along very well with him. Like I said, he was very unclear. I couldn't see anything above him. I mean, he was very qualified, there's no doubt about it, at that particular time. So you believed at that time that he was a loyal follower of Elijah Muhammad? Key, oh yeah. Sure. He always was. You see, jealousy played a big part in what we're trying to discuss here. I suffered from it, and I was just a little nobody. He suffered because the other ministers couldn't speak as good as he spoke, and Malcolm was getting so much attention, you see, everywhere he went. People would stand on their head to listen to him. The other ministers was jealous, so what they did was they told Elijah that this man is trying to take over, take your position. And that's when it started, see. That jealousy played a major part all throughout the history that I was involved in, because I suffered from the same thing, and that's why, if I can skip a little bit, that's why I became a scapegoat. They set me up because of that, because of the jealousy. We're definitely going to get there. But you touched Malcolm's family life, so because you were in a very intimate position in terms of working so closely with Malcolm, well, first of all, how many hours of the day on a given day would you spend in Malcolm's presence or near and / or around Malcolm? Key, only when he was in New York. Only on the days that we functioned normally, which is on a Monday and a Wednesday and at that time on Sunday. How much exposure did you have to Malcolm's family life, his personal life, his relationship with Sister Betty, his relationship with his children? Key, oh, like I said, we delivered their food. We provided anything they needed. Like I said, I don't care if it was raining or whatever, we had to stand out there and make sure he had a parking space in front of that temple. So anything to accommodate him and the family, we would provide that. As far as you could see, what was his relationship with his wife like? Key, as far as I know, it was good. As far as I know, they were truly in love. How that transpired between him and that sister, I can't say. But you didn't see any evidence at that time? Key, no. You had just heard this because you were inside of the leadership? Key, yeah, well, like I said, it was a pretty big event, because the father got they didn't bring him up on charges, but there were interviews with the father about this particular incident. They were a very prominent family, they were like a showcase. Now, let me get this straight. The leadership of Temple 7 was interviewing the father of the woman that. Key, no. In other words, it was like a scandal. It was a hush-hush. This daughter had become pregnant. Malcolm had impregnated her. Key, right. And who was it? Captain Joseph initiated an interview. We're trying to understand what you're saying. Key, yeah. Well, it would have to be Captain Joseph, because he's the only one next in line. All I can remember is that this was a big discussion, because, like I say, it was a scandal. We didn't believe in fornication or adultery. This is prior to Malcolm being silenced. Key, yes. Do you remember what year this was? Was it 62, 63? Key, well, let me see. I had to be 62. 62 going into 63, because 64, I was hospitalized. That's why I'm putting the unclear portion. I'm hospitalized with rheumatic arthritis, and when I was well enough to leave the hospital, that's at the time of the assassination. I was incarcerated in 65. Maybe it was in 63. Malcolm had a very well-known moral reputation, had a reputations for being very strict morally. So, I guess, 2 questions. How did you learn about this alleged outside child or outside relationship, and, 2, how many people knew about it? How did this come to be contained? Key, not many, and really, it was contained. Again, if I wasn't a lieutenant, I would have never known about this. I'm trying to get down to the lowest common denominator on this. I don't remember exactly who brought it to me, but it happened. It took place, and like I said, my closeness is what gave me the information. What came out of interviews with the father of the Key, oh, I wouldn't know that. We didn't take part in that. That was above the lieutenants. So that's, again, Captain Joseph. Key, that was Captain Joseph. What kind of man was Joseph? Could you talk about Joseph? Key, yeah. Well, Joseph and Malcolm, in my eyesight, was the greatest things moving at that time. I didn't see anything about them that would give me a negative reaction. We're not trying to fish, we're just trying to get a sense of what he was like. What was his personality like? How was he similar to Malcolm? How is he different from Malcolm? Just talk about him as a person. Key, he was different only in the sense of position. The minister was the boss. The minister was the man. The captain was under him. The captain was under the minister. In a way, no, because as you recall, just before you joined, Malcolm tried to remove Joseph as captain. In fact, he removed him, and Elijah Muhammad overruled him and reinstated Joseph to that position. This was in 1959. So inside of all the temples, all the mosques, there's inherent tension between the captain and the minister, because the two functions were very different. Key, I can tell you now. Say something would take place. I remember an incident. Malcolm gave us a certain order, instruction. There was so much going down. I'm trying to remember exactly what was it he was instructing us to do. Maybe it will come to me. Anyway, Captain Joseph called us in the back. He said, listen, don't pay it no mind. I'm the one. Do what I tell you to do. Don't worry about Minister Malcolm. See, that part I remember. See, so there was a difference. Yes, they had different roles, but they were also different people. We're trying to get a sense of what kind of man he was. Key, well, one is spiritual, and one is military. All right. Talk about that. What does that mean to be military? Key, paramilitary procedures, that's what we was using at that time, which was a very poor structure. Paramilitary procedure gives the DA the opportunity to pinpoint anything he wants to pinpoint, because at that time no soldier would make a move without an instruction from a lieutenant. Let me give you an example. Give us an example. Key, a brother got killed in the Bronx, okay. He was worthy of death. I mean, there was no question about that, but he got killed. The DA knows we use chain of command, and that works against you, because they know, like I said, nobody would make a move if I was a lieutenant in the Bronx, and somebody got killed. It was automatic. The DA thought I pushed the button. It wouldn't happen. It never would happen. I don't know if that's easy for you to understand or not. Yes, we understand. Key, nobody would even think about making a move if there wasn't a direct order from a lieutenant which comes down from the top. So that was a very bad procedure, very bad. It worked against us, see, because they know. So there's a lot of things that was going on at that time that wasn't too healthy for us, but that's what we was using, paramilitary procedure. Tell me about the role of the enforcer. This is a term that's been used to describe members of the Fruit of Islam, whether they be lieutenants or whether they be foot soldiers. Who would do the dirty work that had to be done? Who would do the disciplining, either within the ranks or perhaps outside? Tell me a little bit about that process. How did that happen? How would the order come down, and how would it get carried out? Key, well, it would have to come from Captain Joseph. The lieutenants is the ones who would carry it out, they would execute it. What would that mean? Tell me about the different means of disciplining. Key, whatever. If a brother was he was so extreme, I look back on it now and I say, my God, I had a part in that. Say a brother got caught smoking a cigarette. They would throw him down a flight of stairs. What do you mean? Who is they? Key, the lieutenants. Or they don't even have to be the lieutenants, it could be any foot soldier. If I'm disturbed about something, I have to tell the people under me what to do. Let's say somebody who was a member of 7 violates tenets of the faith, and Captain Joseph decides that the person should be punished. We're trying to understand the exact procedure of how that person ends up being thrown down a flight of steps. Joseph would call in the first lieutenant or perhaps the group lieutenants and give a direct order. Is that what you're saying? Key, Captain Joseph never talked to us directly. He would talk to the first lieutenant. Then anybody brought up on charges, when we have our big meeting, they would have that mother and they would march him up in front of the whole body, everybody in the temple. All the unclear? Key, everybody in the temple. Including women? Key, everybody in the temple. Then we read off the charges. If it was fornication or adultery, he was put in Class F. Class F means defier. Anything outside the temple was deifier, because it was the chaos of this society. He was excommunicated. Key, yes, exiled. He couldn't come to the mosque. He couldn't come to none of the businesses. We couldn't affiliate ourselves with him. Wasn't this silence, in effect, being silenced? Key, what do you mean? In the sense that he could not what, he was exiled. He was sent out. Key, he was persona non grata, and the membership couldn't with him. You couldn't talk to the person. You couldn't write. Key, if you was caught in any kind of way affiliating yourself with this particular person, you might get some time out, and nobody wanted to get time out of the temple. That's the worst thing that could happen to you, see, so that's how it was done. Bring them up on charges, whatever it was. These incidents I'm telling you about, sometimes when a brother may have wound up flying down a flight of stairs, you know, that was I don't know if you know the staircase in Unclear Temple. It's still there. I don't know if you know how long that thing, it's pretty long, about 2 flights of stairs, marble, you know, and brothers that sometimes they got sassy out of their mouth or they disrespected the captain, on their way out he would have an accident, and he would just fall down the stairs. So it wasn't nothing direct from up top. So what you're saying is Captain Joseph wouldn't necessarily have to give a specific order. Key, no. But if he felt that some member needed to be disciplined, if he didn't give a direct order to the first lieutenant or to one of the lieutenants, how would that message get communicated? Key, just by my understanding, my love for the religion. This guy is in violation, and I don't like that. That's what Captain would say, this man is in violation? Key, no. No, he wouldn't have said that. I'm saying that. See, like I say, it don't have to always come from an order from the top. I see. So you had some autonomy. You had some autonomy to discipline the membership. Key, yeah, see, because anybody that was really loyal and dedicated, anybody that violated in any sense was so hey, something's got to happen to this guy. Did Malcolm ever give a specific order for a brother or sister to be disciplined? Key, no. That was the captain's role? Key, yeah. But Malcolm was aware of it. Key, he was aware of it, yeah. Did Malcolm ever witness people being disciplined? Key, not that I know of. Not that I know of. No, nothing ever happened. He would never be on the scene when something like that would take place. We made sure of that, see, because it's just like in one sense, it may sound a lot like an ambiguous statement, because I remember one time I did something and the brother reported me to the captain, and the captain was infuriated. He called me in, and he berated me something terrible, you know, in front of these particular people. After they left, he said, "Keep up the good work, now. Unclear next time." You see, so you know. It was just for show. Key, yeah. But you knew the real deal, which was that violators were to be punished harshly. Key, well, it depends on. I'll give you another incident. He was a minister. This was unheard of at that time. He had a suite, what we used to call it a kitchenette. Now they call them studio apartments. He had one, and he was smoking a lot of reefer, and he had sisters there. They were fornicating and whatever, you know. So when it was reported, I wasn't on this particular event, but when it was reported, the rest of the lieutenants, from what I found, they went up there, and they damn near kicked his spleen out. They hurt him bad. They kicked him out, because, like I say, that's unheard of, man, violating like that. We didn't even believe in smoking a cigarette. You know what happened to a guy who committed fornication? This was an assistant minister. Key, no, this was a minister. Was this in Washington, D.C.? Key, no, this was here. Minister Adam. Minister. Key, Minister Adam. Adam. Key, that's right. So he was put out for good. Key, I think he felt blessed at not having any more time with us, see, so he just disappeared. So, in a sense, then, any member, if they violate, no member is above the captain, because the captain can call for the disciplining of anybody, and the lieutenants carry it out. So even though a minister technically is higher than a lieutenant, if that minister is in transgression, and the captain okays it, then the lieutenant could discipline that minister. Key, no, a lieutenant cannot discipline a minister. The only one can do that is the captain, and that had to be done through the supreme captain in Chicago. They would have a big council, and that's how that came down. They would call in all the captains from all over the United States. Right. Raymond Sharif. Key, right. Raymond Sharif, and he would decide, because the lieutenant cannot reach that high. Did Malcolm ever object to the violence that was going on? Key, not that I know of, because it wasn't his position. In other words, whatever took place, we had a policy, don't let the minister know. Don't involve him in this. Don't even let him hear about it, see, because that puts him in a bad position. See, so be particular. Let me show you another instance. A guy made a statement one day. He says, one day Captain Joseph is going to turn around looking down the barrel of a muzzle. That's a threat. Didn't nobody have to tell me to retaliate for that? Out of respect for Joseph, I kept my cool. I said, who's this guy? He's unclear. Come on, unclear. You can't make a statement about my captain like that. The captain didn't tell me to do that. See, and that's how I became unclear, because he took his business. They used to call me Dirty Red, because anytime they see me coming, they know there's going to be some action. Part 3. Articles. Since Martin's death in Memphis and that tremendous day in Atlanta, something has altered in me, something has gone away. Perhaps even more than the death itself, the manner of his death has forced me into a judgment concerning human life and human beings which I have always been reluctant to make. Indeed, I can see that a great deal of what the knowledgeable would call my lifestyle is dictated by this reluctance. Incontestably, alas, most people are not, in action, worth very much, and yet every human being is an unprecedented miracle. One tries to treat them as the miracles they are, while trying to protect oneself against the disasters they've become. This is not very different from the act of faith demanded by all those marches and petitions while Martin was still alive. One could scarcely be deluded by Americans anymore, one scarcely dared expect anything from the great, vast, blank generality, and yet one was compelled to demand of Americans and for their sakes, after all, a generosity, a clarity, and a nobility which they did not dream of demanding of themselves. Part of the error was irreducible, in that the marchers and petitioners were forced to suppose the existence of an entity which, when the chips were down, could not be located, i.e., there are no American people yet. Perhaps, however, the moral of the story, and the hope of the world, lies in what one demands, not of others, but of oneself. However that may be, the failure and the betrayal are in the record book forever, and sum up and condemn, forever, those descendants of a barbarous Europe who arbitrarily and arrogantly reserve the right to call themselves Americans. The mind is a strange and terrible vehicle, moving according to rigorous rules of its own, and my own mind, after I had left Atlanta, began to move backward in time, to places, people, and events I thought I had forgotten. Sorrow drove it there, I think, sorrow, and a certain kind of bewilderment, triggered, perhaps, by something which happened to me in connection with Martin's funeral. When Martin was murdered, I was based in Hollywood, working, in fact, on the screen version of the autobiography of Malcolm X. This was a difficult assignment, since I had known Malcolm, after all, crossed swords with him, worked with him, and held him in that great esteem which is not easily distinguishable, if it is distinguishable at all, from love. The Hollywood gig did not work out because I did not wish to be a party to a second assassination, but we will return to Hollywood, presently. Very shortly before his death, I had to appear with Martin at Carnegie Hall, in New York. Having been on the coast for so long, I had nothing suitable to wear for my Carnegie Hall gig, and so I rushed out, got a dark suit, got it fitted, and made my appearance. Something like 2 weeks later, I wore this same suit to Martin's funeral, returned to Hollywood, presently, had to come east again, on business. I ran into Leonard Lyons one night, and I told him that I would never be able to wear that suit again. Leonard put this in his column. I went back to Hollywood. Weeks later, either because of a civil rights obligation, or because of Columbia Pictures, I was back in New York. On my desk in New York were various messages, and it must be said that my sister, Gloria, who worked for me then, is extremely selective, not to say brutal, about the messages she leaves on my desk. I don't see, simply, most of the messages I get. I couldn't conceivably live with them. No one could, as Gloria knows. However, My best friend, Black, when I had been in junior high school, when I was 12 or 13, had been calling and calling and calling. The guilt of the survivor is a real guilt, as I was now to discover. In a way that I may never be able to make real for my countrymen, or myself, the fact that I had made it, that is, had been seen on television, and at Sardi's, could, presumably, sign a check anywhere in the world, could, in short, for the length of an entrance, a dinner, or a drink, intimidate headwaiters by the use of a name which had not been mine when I was born and which love had compelled me to make my own, meant that I had betrayed the people who had produced me. Nothing could be more unutterably paradoxical, to have thrown in your lap what you never dreamed of getting, and, in sober, bitter truth, could never have dreamed of having, and that at the price of an assumed betrayal of your brothers and your sisters. One is always disproving the accusation in action, as futile as it is inevitable. I had not seen this friend who could scarcely, any longer, be called a friend in many years. I was brighter, or more driven than he, not my fault, and, though neither of us knew it then, our friendship really ended during my ministry and was deader than my hope of heaven by the time I left the pulpit, the church, and home. Hindsight indicates, obviously, that this particular rupture, which was, of necessity, exceedingly brutal and which involved, after all, the deliberate repudiation of everything and everyone that had given me an identity until that moment, must have left some scars. The current of my life meant that I did not see this person very often, but I was always terribly guilty when I did. I was guilty because I had nothing to say to him, and at one time I had told him everything, or nearly everything. I was guilty because he was just another post office worker, and we had dreamed such tremendous futures for ourselves. I was guilty because he and his family had been very nice to me during an awful time in my life, and now none of that meant anything to me. I was guilty because I knew, at the bottom of my heart, that I judged this unremarkable colored man very harshly, far more harshly than I would have done if he were white, and I knew this to be unjust as well as sinister. I was furious because he thought my life was easy and I thought my life was hard, and I yet had to see that by his lights, certainly, and by any ordinary yardstick, my life was enviable compared to his. And if, as I kept saying, it was not my fault, it was not his fault, either. You can certainly see why I tended to avoid my old school chum. But I called him, of course. I thought that he probably needed money, because that was the only thing, by now, that I could possibly hope to give him. But, no. He, or his wife, or a relative, had read the Leonard Lyons column and knew that I had a suit I wasn't wearing, and as he remembered in one way and I in quite another, he was just my size. Now, for me, that suit was drenched in the blood of all the crimes of my country. If I had said to Leonard, somewhat melodramatically, no doubt, that I could never wear it again, I was, just the same, being honest. I simply could not put it on, or look at it, without thinking of Martin, and Martin's end, of what he had meant to me, and to so many. I could not put it on without a bleak, pale, cold wonder about the future. I could not, in short, live with it, it was too heavy a garment. Yet it was only a suit, worn, at most, 3 times. It was not a very expensive suit, but it was still more expensive than any my friend could buy. He could not afford to have suits in his closet which he didn't wear, he couldn't afford to throw suits away, he couldn't, in short, afford my elegant despair. Martin was dead, but he was living, he needed a suit, and I was just his size. He invited me for dinner that evening, and I said that I would bring him the suit. The American situation being what it is, and American taxi drivers being what they mostly are, I have, in effect, been forbidden to expose myself to the quite tremendous hazards of getting a cab to stop for me in New York, and have been forced to hire cars. Naturally, the car which picked me up on that particular guilty evening was a Cadillac limousine about 73 blocks long, and, naturally, the chauffeur was white. Neither did he want to drive a black man through Harlem to the Bronx, But American democracy has always been at the mercy of the dollar. The chauffeur may not have liked the gig, but he certainly wasn't about to lose the bread. Here we were, then, this terrified white man and myself, trapped in this leviathan, eyed bitterly, as it passed, by a totally hostile population. But it was not the chauffeur which the population looked on with such wry contempt. I held the suit over my arm, and was tempted to wave it. I'm only taking a suit to a friend. I knew how they felt about black men in limousines unless they were popular idols, and I couldn't blame them, and I knew that I could never explain. We found the house, and, with the suit over my arm, I mounted the familiar stairs. I was no longer the person my friend and his family had known and loved. I was a stranger now, and keenly aware of it, and trying hard to act, as it were, normally. But nothing can be normal in such a situation. They had known me, and they had loved me, but now they couldn't be blamed for feeling, he thinks he's too good for us now. I certainly didn't feel that, but I had no conceivable relationship to them any more. That shy, popied 13-year-old my friend's mother had scolded and loved was no more. I was not the same, but they were, as though they had been trapped, preserved, in that moment in time. They seemed scarcely to have grown any older, my friend and his mother, and they greeted me as they had greeted me years ago, though I was now well past 40 and felt every hour of it. My friend and I remained alike only in that neither of us had gained any weight. His face was as boyish as ever, and his voice, only a touch of gray in his hair, proved that we were no longer at PS 139. And my life came with me into their small, dark, unspeakably respectable, incredibly hard-won rooms like the roar of champagne and the odor of brimstone. They still believed in the Lord, but I had quarreled with him, and offended him, and walked out of his house. They didn't smoke, but they knew, from seeing me on television, that I did, and they had placed about the room, in deference to me, those hideous little ashtrays which can hold exactly one cigarette butt. And there was a bottle of whiskey, too, and they asked me if I wanted steak or chicken, for, in my travels, I might have learned not to like fried chicken anymore. I said, much relieved to be able to tell the truth, that I preferred chicken. I gave my friend the suit. My friend's stepdaughter is young, considers herself a militant, and we had a brief argument concerning Bill Starin's Nat Turner, which I suggested that she read before condemning. This rather shocked the child, whose militancy, like that of many, tends to be a matter of indigestible fury and slogans and quotations. It rather checked the company, which had not imagined that I and a black militant could possibly disagree about anything. But what was most striking about our brief exchange was that it obliquely revealed how little the girl respected her stepfather. She appeared not to respect him at all. This was not revealed by anything she said to him, but by the fact that she said nothing to him. She barely looked at him. He didn't count. I always think that this is a terrible thing to happen to a man, especially in his own house, and I am always terribly humiliated for the man to whom it happens. Then, of course, you get angry at the man for allowing it to happen. And how had it happened? He had never been the brightest boy in the world, nobody is, but he had been energetic, active, funny, wrestling, playing handball, cheerfully submitting to being tyrannized by me, even to the extent of kneeling before the altar and having his soul saved. My insistence had accomplished that. I looked at him and remembered his sweating and beautiful face that night as he wrestled on the church floor and we prayed him through. I remembered his older brother, who had died in Sicily, in battle for the free world. He had barely had time to see Sicily before he died and had assuredly never seen the free world. I remembered the day he came to see me to tell me that his sister, who had been very ill, had died. We sat on the steps of the tenement. He was looking down as he told me, one finger making a circle on the step, and his tears splashed on the wood. We were children then, his sister had not been much older, and he was the youngest and now the only boy. But this was not how it had happened, although I thought I could see, watching his widowed mother's still very handsome face watching him, how her human need might have held and trapped and frozen him. She had been sewing in the garment center all the years I knew them, rushing home to get supper on the table before her husband got home from his job, at night, and on Sundays, he was a deacon, and God knows, or should, where his energy came from. When I began working for the garment center, I used to see her, from time to time, rushing to catch the bus, in a crowd of black and Puerto Rican ladies. And, yes, we had all loved each other then, and I had had great respect for my friend, who was handsomer than I, and more athletic, and more popular, and who beat me in every game I was foolish enough to play with him. I had gone my way and life had accomplished its inexorable mathematic, and what in the world was I by now but an aging, lonely, sexually dubious, politically outrageous, unspeakably erratic freak? His old friend. And what was he now? He worked for the post office and was building a house next door to his mother, in, I think, Long Island. They too, then, had made it? But what I could not understand was how nothing seemed to have touched this man. We are living through what our church described as these last and evil days, through wars and rumors of wars, to say the least. He could, for example, have known something about the anti-poverty program if only because his wife was more or less involved in it. He should have known something about the then raging school battle, if only because his stepdaughter was a student, and she, whether or not she had thought her position through, was certainly involved. She may have hoped, at one time anyway, for his clarity and his help. But, no. He seemed as little touched by the cataclysm in his house and all around him as he was by the mail he handled every day. I found this unbelievable, and, given my temperament and our old connection, maddening. We got into a battle about the war in Vietnam. I probably really should not have allowed this to happen, but it was partly the stepdaughter's prodding. And I was astounded that my friend would defend this particular racist folly. What for? For his job at the post office? And the answer came back at once, alas yes. For his job at the post office. I told him that Americans had no business at all in Vietnam, and that black people certainly had no business there, aiding the slave master to enslave yet more millions of dark people, and also identifying themselves with the white American crimes. We, the blacks, are going to need our allies, for the Americans, odd as it may sound at the moment, will presently have none. It wasn't, I said, hard to understand why a black boy, standing, futureless, on the corner, would decide to join the army, nor was it hard to decipher the slave master's reasons for hoping that he wouldn't live to come home, with a gun, but it wasn't necessary, after all, to defend, that is, one's murder and one's murderers. Wait a minute, he said, let me stand up and tell you what I think we're trying to do there. We? I cried. What motherfing we? You stand up, mother VR, and I'll kick you in the ass. He looked at me. His mother conveyed, but the good Lord knows I had heard her, that she didn't want that language in her house, and that I had never talked that way before. And I love the lady. I had meant no disrespect. I stared at my friend, my old friend, and felt millions of people staring at us both. I tried to make a kind of joke out of it all. But it was too late. The way they looked at me proved that I had tipped my hand. And this hurt me. They should have known me better, or at least enough to have known that I meant what I said. But the general reaction to famous people who hold difficult opinions is that they can't really mean it. It's considered, generally, to be merely an astute way of attracting public attention, a way of making oneself interesting. One marches in Montgomery, for example, merely, in my own case, to sell one's books. Well, there is nothing, then, to be said. There went the friendly fried chicken dinner. There went the loving past. I watched the mother watching me, wondering what had happened to her beloved Jimmy, and giving me up, her sourest suspicions confirmed. In great weariness I poured myself yet another stiff drink, by now definitively condemned, and lit another cigarette, they watching me all the while for symptoms of cancer, and with a precipice at my feet. For that bloody suit was their suit, after all, it had been bought for them, it had even been bought by them, they had created Martin, he had not created them, and the blood in which the fabric of that suit was stiffening was theirs. The distance between us, and I had never thought of this before, was that they didn't know this, and I now dared to realize that I loved them more than they loved me. And I do not mean that my love was greater. Who dares judge the inexpressible expense another pays for his life? Who knows how much one is loved, by whom, or what that love may be called on to do? No, the way the cards had fallen meant that I had to face more about them than they could know about me, knew their rent, whereas they did not know mine, and was condemned to make them uncomfortable. For, on the other hand, they certainly wanted that freedom which they thought was mine, that frightening limousine, for example, or the power to give away a suit, or my increasingly terrifying transatlantic journeys. How can one say that freedom is taken, not given, and that no one is free until all are free? And that the price is high? My friend tried on the suit, a perfect fit, and they all admired him in it, and I went home. Alex Haley edited the autobiography of Malcolm X months before the foregoing. In New York, he and Elia Kazan and I had agreed to do it as a play, and I still wish we had. We were vaguely aware that Hollywood was nibbling for the book, but, as Hollywood is always nibbling, it occurred to no one, certainly not to me, to take these nibbles seriously. It simply was not a subject which Hollywood could manage, and I didn't see any point in talking to them about it. But the book was sold to an independent producer, who would produce it for Columbia Pictures. By this time, I was in London, and I was also on the spot. For, while I didn't believe Hollywood could do it, I didn't quite see, since they declared themselves sincerely and seriously willing to attempt it, how I could duck the challenge. What it came to, in fact, was an enormous question: to what extent was I prepared again to gamble on the good faith of my countrymen? In that time, now so incredibly far behind us, when the black Muslims meant to the American people exactly what the Black Panthers mean today, and when they were described in exactly the same terms by that high priest, J. Edgar Hoover, and when many of us believed or made ourselves believe that the American state still contained within itself the power of self-confrontation, the power to change itself in the direction of honor and knowledge and freedom, or, as Malcolm put it, to atone, I first met Malcolm X. Perhaps it says a great deal about the Black American experience, both negatively and positively, that so many should have believed so hard, so long, and paid such a price for believing. But what this betrayed belief says about white Americans is very accurately and abjectly summed up by the present, so-called Nixon administration. I had heard a great deal about Malcolm, as had everyone else, and I was a little afraid of him, as was everyone else, and I was further handicapped by having been out of the country for so long. When I returned to America, I went south, and thus, imperceptibly, found myself mainly on the road. I saw Malcolm before I met him. I had just returned from some place like Savannah. I was giving a lecture somewhere in New York, and Malcolm was sitting in the first or second row of the hall, bending forward at such an angle that his long arms nearly caressed the ankles of his long legs, staring up at me. I very nearly panicked. I knew Malcolm only by legend, and this legend, since I was a Harlem street boy, I was sufficiently astute to distrust. I distrusted the legend because we, in Harlem, have been betrayed so often. Malcolm might be the torch white people claimed he was, though, in general, white America's evaluations of these matters would be laughable and even pathetic did not these evaluations have such wicked results, or he might be the hustler I remembered from my pavements. On the other hand, Malcolm had no reason to trust me, either, and so I stumbled through my lecture, with Malcolm never taking his eyes from my face. It must be remembered that in those great days I was considered to be an integrationist. This was never quite my own idea of myself, and Malcolm was considered to be a racist in reverse. This formulation, in terms of power, and power is the arena in which racism is acted out, means absolutely nothing. It may even be described as a cowardly formulation. The powerless, by definition, can never be racists, for they can never make the world pay for what they feel or fear except by the suicidal endeavor which makes of them fanatics or revolutionaries, or both, whereas, those in power can be urbane and charming and invite you to those houses which they know you will never own. The powerless must do their own dirty work. The powerful have it done for them. Anyway, somewhat later, I was the host, or moderator, for a radio program starring Malcolm X and a sit-in student from the Deep South. I was the moderator because both the radio station and I were afraid that Malcolm would simply eat the boy alive. I didn't want to be there, but there was no way out of it. I had come prepared to throw various camp stools under the child, should he seem wobbly, to throw out the lifeline whenever Malcolm should seem to be carrying the child beyond his depth. Never has a moderator been less needed. Malcolm understood that child, and talked to him as though he were talking to a younger brother, and with that same watchful attention. What most struck me was that he was not at all trying to proselytize the child, he was trying to make him think. He was trying to do for the child what he supposed, for too long a time, that the Honorable Elijah had done for him. But I did not think of that until much later. I will never forget Malcolm and that child facing each other, and Malcolm's extraordinary gentleness. And that's the truth about Malcolm, he was one of the gentlest people I have ever met. And I am sure that the child remembers him that way. That boy, by the way, battling so valiantly for civil rights, might have been, for all I can swear to, Stokely Carmichael or Huey Newton or Bobby Seale or Rap Brown or one of my nephews. That's how long or how short, pioneers, the apprehension of betrayal takes. If you are an American citizen, Malcolm asked the boy, why have you got to fight for your rights as a citizen? To be a citizen means that you have the rights of a citizen. If you haven't got the rights of a citizen, then you're not a citizen. It's not as simple as that, the boy said. Why not? Asked Malcolm. I was in some way in those years, without entirely realizing it, the great black hope of the great white father. I was not a racist, so I thought. Malcolm was a racist, so he thought. In fact, we were simply trapped in the same situation, as poor Martin was later to discover, who, in those days, did not talk to Malcolm and was a little nervous with me. As the GBH of the GWF, anyway, I appeared on a television program, along with Malcolm and several other hopes, including Mr. George S. Schuyler. It was pretty awful. If I had ever hoped to become a racist, Mr. Schuyler dashed my hopes forever, then and there. I can scarcely discuss this program except to say that Malcolm and I very quickly dismissed Mr. Schuyler and virtually everyone else and, as old street rats and the heirs of Baptist ministers, played the program off each other. Nothing could have been more familiar to me than Malcolm's style in debate. I had heard it all my life. It was vehemently non-stop and Malcolm was young and looked younger. This caused his opponents to suppose that Malcolm was reckless. Nothing could have been less reckless, more calculated, even to those loopholes he so often left dangling. These were not loopholes at all, but hangman's knots, as whoever rushed for the loophole immediately discovered. Whenever this happened, the strangling interlocutor invariably looked to me, as being the more reasonable, to say something which would loosen the knot. Mr. Schuyler often did say something, but it was always the wrong thing, giving Malcolm yet another opportunity. All I could do was elaborate on some of Malcolm's points, or modify, or emphasize, or seem to try to clarify, but there was no way I could disagree with him. The others were discussing the past or the future, or a country which may once have existed, or one which may yet be brought into existence. Malcolm was speaking of the bitter and unanswerable present. And it was too important that this be heard for anyone to attempt to soften it. It was important, of course, for white people to hear it, if they were still able to hear, but it was of the utmost importance for black people to hear it, for the sake of their morale. It was important for them to know that there was someone like them in public life, telling the truth about their condition. Malcolm considered himself to be the spiritual property of the people who produced him. He did not consider himself to be their savior, He was far too modest for that, and gave that role to another, but he considered himself to be their servant and, in order not to betray that trust, he was willing to die, and died. Malcolm was not a racist, not even when he thought he was. His intelligence was more complex than that. Furthermore, if he had been a racist, not many in this racist country would have considered him dangerous. He would have sounded familiar and even comforting, his familiar rage confirming the reality of white power, and sensuously inflaming a bizarre species of guilty eroticism without which, I am beginning to believe, most white Americans of the more or less liberal persuasion cannot draw a single breath. What made him unfamiliar and dangerous was not his hatred for white people but his love for blacks, his apprehension of the horror of the black condition and the reasons for it, and his determination so to work on their hearts and minds that they would be enabled to see their condition and change it themselves. For this, after all, not only were no white people needed, they posed, en bloc, the very greatest obstacle to black self-knowledge and had to be considered a menace. But white people have played so dominant a role in the world's history for so long that such an attitude toward them constitutes the most disagreeable of novelties, and it may be added that, though they have never learned how to live with the darker brother, they do not look forward to having to learn how to live without him. Malcolm, finally, was a genuine revolutionary, a virile impulse long since fled from the American way of life in himself. Indeed, he was a kind of revolution, both in the sense of a return to a former principle and in the sense of an upheaval. It is pointless to speculate on his probable fate had he been legally white. Given the white man's options, it is probably just as well for all of us that he was legally black. In some church someday, so far unimagined and unimaginable, he will be hailed as a saint. Of course this day waits on the workings of the temporal power which Malcolm understood, at last, so well. Rome, for example, has desanctified some saints and invented, if one dares to use so utilitarian a word in relation to so divine an activity, others, and the Pope has been to Africa, driven there no doubt, however belatedly, by his concern for the souls of black folk. Who dares imagine the future of such a litany as black like me? Malcolm, anyway, had this much in common with all real saints and prophets: he had the power, if not to drive the money changers from the temple, to tell the world what they were doing there. For reasons I will never understand, on the day I realized that a play based on the autobiography was not going to be done, that sooner or later I would have to say yes or no to the idea of doing a movie, I flew to Geneva. I will never know why I flew to Geneva, which is far from being my favorite town. I will never know how it is that I arrived there with no toilet articles whatever, no toothbrush, no toothpaste, no razor, no hairbrush, no comb, and virtually no clothes. Furthermore, I have a brother-in-law and a sister-in-law living in Geneva of whom I'm very fond, and it didn't even occur to me that they were there. All that I seem to have brought with me is the autobiography. And I sat in the hotel bedroom all the weekend long, with the blinds drawn, reading and rereading, or, rather, endlessly traversing the great jungle of Malcolm's book. The problems involved in a cinematic translation were clearly going to be formidable, and wisdom very strongly urged that I have nothing to do with it. It could not possibly bring me anything but grief. I still would have much preferred to have done it as a play, but that possibility was gone. I had grave doubts and fears about Hollywood. I had been there before, and I had not liked it. The idea of Hollywood doing a truthful job on Malcolm could not but seem preposterous. And yet I didn't want to spend the rest of my life thinking, it could have been done if you hadn't been chicken. I felt that Malcolm would never have forgiven me for that. He had trusted me in life, and I believed he trusted me in death, and that trust, as far as I was concerned, was my obligation. From Geneva I eventually went to London, to join my brother and sister. It was from London that I wired Kazan to say that the play was off, and I was doing the movie. This was only to take Kay off the hook, for I wired no one else, had made no agreement to do the movie, and was very troubled and uncertain in my own mind. Every new environment, particularly if one knows that one must make the effort to accustom oneself to working in it, risks being more than a little traumatic. One finds oneself nervously examining one's new surroundings, searching for the terms of the adjustment. Therefore, in the beginning, I made a somewhat too conscious effort to be pleased by Hollywood. There was the sky, after all, which New Yorkers seldom see, and there was space, which New Yorkers have forgotten. There was the mighty and dramatic Pacific, there were the hills. Some very valuable and attractive people had lived and functioned here for years, I reminded myself, and there was really no reason why I could not, so I insisted to myself. I had a few friends and acquaintances here already, scattered from Watts to Baldwin Hills to Mulholland Drive, and I was sure they'd be happy if I decided to stay. If I were going to be in Hollywood for months, there was no point in raising the odds against me by hating it, or despising it. Besides, such an attitude seemed too obvious a defense against my fear of it. As hotels go, the Beverly Hills is more congenial than most, and certainly everyone there was very nice to me. And so I tried too hard to look about me with wonder, and be pleased. But I was already in trouble, and the odds against the venture were very long odds indeed. I was actually in the Beverly Hills until more permanent lodging could be found. This was not easy, since it involved finding someone to take care of me, to keep house, cook, and drive. I was no help, since I was still, at the beginning of 1968, committed to various fundraising functions in the East. Part of the irreducible conflict which was to drive both Columbia Pictures and myself up the wall was already implicit during those early days at the Beverly Hills Hotel. The conflict was simply between my life as a writer and my life as not spokesman exactly, but public witness to the situation of black people. I had to play both roles. There was nothing anyone, including myself, could do about it. This was an unprecedented situation for Columbia, which, after all, had me under exclusive contract and didn't really like my dashing off, making public appearances. It was an unprecedented situation for me, too, since I had never before been under exclusive contract, and I had always juggled my conflicting schedules as best I could. I had lived with my two roles for a long time, and had even, insofar as this is ever true, begun to get used to them. I accepted, anyway, that the dichotomy wasn't likely to end soon. But it didn't make the Hollywood scene any easier. It wasn't a matter of wiping the slate clean of existing commitments and then vanishing behind the typewriter, nor was it even a matter of keeping outside commitments to a minimum, though I tried. Events were moving much faster than that, creating perpetual crises and making ever new demands. Columbia couldn't but be concerned about the time and energy I expended on matters remote from the scenario. On the other hand, I couldn't really regret it, since it seemed to me that in this perpetual and bitter ferment I was learning something which kept me in touch with reality and would deepen the truth of the scenario. But I anticipate. People have their environments. The Beverly Hills Hotel was not mine. For no reason that I could easily name, its space, its opulence, its shapelessness depressed and frightened me. The people in the bar, the lounge, the halls, the walks, the swimming pool, the shops, seemed as rootless as I, seemed unreal. In spite, perhaps because of all my efforts to feel relaxed and free and at home, for America is my home, I began to feel unreal, almost as though I were playing an unworthy part in a cheap, unworthy drama. I, who have spent half my life in hotels, sometimes woke up in the middle of the night, terrified, wondering where I was. But, though I scarcely realized it and might even have been ashamed to admit it to myself, I think that this had partly to do with the fact that I was the only dark person in the hotel. I must stress that in no way whatever did anyone in the hotel ever make me feel this, nor, indeed, did I ever consciously feel it. It's only now, in looking back, that I suspect that it had to be partly that. My presence in the hotel was absolutely unquestioned, even by people who did not know who I was, or who thought I was Sammy Davis. It was simply taken for granted that I would not have been in the hotel if I had not belonged there. This, irrationally enough, got to me: did I belong there? In any case, Thousands of black people, miles away, did not belong there, though some of them sometimes came to visit me there. People had to come and get me or come to visit me, because I do not drive. The drive from Beverly Hills to Watts and back again is a long and loaded drive. I sometimes felt as though my body were being stretched across those miles. I don't think I felt anything so trivial as guilt at what appeared to be my comparative good fortune. I knew more about comparative fortunes than that, but I felt a stunning helplessness. These two worlds would never meet, and that fact prefigured disaster for my countrymen and me. It caused me to look about me with an intensity of wonder which had no pleasure in it. It began to be very clear that I was never really going to get any work done in the Beverly Hills. My suite was one of the busiest in that busy hotel, and so the producer found a cook chauffeur, and bundled me south to Palm Springs. There, in that millionaire's graveyard, I actually began to work. Truman Capote was there one weekend, thank heaven, and we had a few drinks together, but he then, very sensibly, left. I took it as long as I could, the sunshine as bland as milk and honey, the eerie streets paved with gold, the thunderous silence of wealth, and then I went north again, to a house in Benedict Canyon. There is a day in Palm Springs, shortly before I left there, that I will remember forever, a bright day. Billy D. Williams had come to town, and he was staying at the house, and a lot of the day had been spent with a very bright, young lady reporter, who was interviewing me about the film version of Malcolm. I felt very confident that day. I was never to feel so confident again, and I talked very freely to the reporter. Too freely, the producer was to tell me later. I had decided to lay my cards on the table and to state, as clearly as I could, what I felt the movie was about, and how I intended to handle it. I thought that this might make things simpler later on, but I was wrong about that. The studio and I were at loggerheads, really, from the moment I stepped off the plane. Anyway, I had opted for candor, or a reasonable facsimile of same, and sounded as though I were in charge of the film, as, indeed, by my lights, for that moment, certainly, I had to be. I was really in a difficult position because both by temperament and experience I tend to work alone, and I dread making announcements concerning my work. But I was in a very public position, and I thought that I had better make my own announcements, rather than have them made for me. The studio, on the other hand, did not want me making announcements of any kind at all. So there we were, and this particular tension, since it got to the bloody heart of the matter, the question of by whose vision, precisely, this film was to be controlled, was not to be resolved until I finally threw up my hands and walked away. I very much wanted Billy D. for Malcolm, and since no one else had any other ideas, I didn't see why this couldn't work out. In brutal Hollywood terms, Poitier is the only really big, black, box office star, and this fact gave me, as I considered it, a free hand. To tell the bitter truth, from the very first days we discussed it, I had never had any intention of allowing the Columbia brass to cast this part. I was determined to take my name off the production if I were overruled. Call this boneheaded stupidity, or insufferable arrogance, or what you will. I had made my decision, and once I had made it, nothing could make me waver, and nothing could make me alter it. If there were errors in my concept of the film, and if I made errors on the way to and in the execution, well, then, I would have to pay for my errors. But one can learn from one's errors. What one cannot survive is allowing other people to make your errors for you, discarding your own vision, in which at least you believe, for someone else's vision, in which you do not believe. Anyway, all that shit had yet to hit the fan. This day, the girl, and Billy and I had a few drinks by the swimming pool. The man, Walter, was about to begin preparing supper. The girl got up to leave and we walked her to her car and came back to the swimming pool, jubilant. The phone had been brought out to the pool, and now it rang. Billy was on the other side of the pool, doing what I took to be African improvisations to the sound of Aretha Franklin. And I picked up the phone. It was David Moses. It took a while before the sound of his voice, I don't mean the sound of his voice, something in his voice got through to me. He said, "Jimmy, Martin's just been shot," and I don't think I said anything, or felt anything. I'm not sure I knew who Martin was. Yet, though I know or I think the record player was still playing, silence fell. David said, "He's not dead yet." Then I knew who Martin was, but it's a head wound, so I don't remember what I said. Obviously I must have said something. Billy and Walter were watching me. I told them what David had said. I hardly remember the rest of that evening at all. It's retired into some deep cavern in my mind. We must have turned on the television set if we had one, I don't remember. But we must have had one. I remember weeping, briefly, more in helpless rage than in sorrow, and Billy trying to comfort me. But I really don't remember that evening at all. Later, Walter told me that a car had prowled around the house all night. I went to Atlanta alone, I do not remember why. I wore the suit I had bought for my Carnegie Hall appearance with Martin. I seem to have had the foresight to have reserved a hotel room, for I vaguely remember stopping in the hotel and talking to 2 or 3 preacher-type looking men, and we started off in the direction of the church. We had not got far before it became very clear that we would never get anywhere near it. We went in this direction and then in that direction, but the press of people choked us off. I began to wish that I had not come incognito and alone, for now that I was in Atlanta I wanted to get inside the church. I lost my companions, and sort of squeezed my way, inch by inch, closer to the church. But directly between me and the church there was an impassable wall of people. Squeezing my way up to this point, I had considered myself lucky to be small, but now my size worked against me, for, though there were people on the church steps who knew me, whom I knew, they could not possibly see me, and I could not shout. I squeezed a few more inches, and asked a very big man ahead of me please to let me through. He moved and said, "Yeah. Let me see you get through this big Cadillac." It was true, there it was, smack in front of me, big as a house. I saw Jim Brown in the distance, but he didn't see me. I leaned up on the car, making frantic signals, and finally someone on the church steps did see me and came to the car and sort of lifted me over. I talked to Jim Brown for a minute, and then somebody led me into the church and I sat down. The church was packed, of course, incredibly so. Far in the front, I saw Harry Belafonte sitting next to Coretta King. Ralph David Abernathy sat in the pulpit. I remembered him from years ago, sitting in his shirt sleeves in the house in Montgomery, big, black, and cheerful, pouring some cool, soft drink, and, later, getting me settled in a nearby hotel. In the pew directly before me sat Marlon Brando, Sammy Davis, Eartha Kitt covered in black, looking like a lost 10-year-old girl, and Sidney Poitier, in the same pew, or nearby. Marlon saw me, and nodded. The atmosphere was black, with a tension indescribable, as though something, perhaps the heavens, perhaps the earth, might crack. Everyone sat very still. The actual service sort of washed over me, in waves. It wasn't that it seemed unreal, it was the most real church service I've ever sat through in my life, or ever hoped to sit through, but I have a childhood hangover thing about not weeping in public, and I was concentrating on holding myself together. I did not want to weep for Martin, tears seemed futile. But I may also have been afraid, and I could not have been the only one, that if I began to weep I would not be able to stop. There was more than enough to weep for, if one was to weep so many of us, cut down, so soon. Medgar, Malcolm, Martin, and their widows, and their children. Revered Ralph David Abernathy asked a certain sister to sing a song which Martin had loved once more, said Ralph David, for Martin and for me, and he sat down. The long, dark sister, whose name I do not remember, rose, very beautiful in her robes, and in her covered grief, and began to sing. It was a song I knew, "My Father watches over me." The song rang out as it might have over dark fields. Long ago, she was singing of a covenant a people had made, long ago, with life, and with that larger life which ends in revelation and which moves in love. He guides the eagle through the pathless air. She stood there, and she sang it. How she bore it, I do not know. I think I have never seen a face quite like that face that afternoon. She was singing it for Martin, and for us. And surely he remembers me. My heavenly Father watches over me. At last, we were standing, and filing out, to walk behind Martin home. I found myself between Marlon and Sammy. I had not been aware of the people when I had been pressing past them to get to the church. But, now, as we came out, and I looked up the road, I saw them. They were all along the road, on either side, they were on all the roofs, on either side. Every inch of ground, as far as the eye could see, was black with black people, and they stood in silence. It was the silence that undid me. I started to cry, and I stumbled, and Sammy grabbed my arm. We started to walk. I don't think that any black person can speak of Malcolm and Martin without wishing that they were here. It is not possible for me to speak of them without a sense of grief and rage, and with the sense, furthermore, of having been forced to undergo an unforgivable indignity, both personal and vast. Our children need them, which is, indeed, the reason that they are not here, and now we, the blacks, must make certain that our children never forget them. For the American Republic has always done everything in its power to destroy our children's heroes, with the clear, and sometimes clearly stated, intention of destroying our children's hope. This endeavor has doomed the American nation, mark my words. Malcolm and Martin, beginning at what seemed to be very different points for brevity's sake, we can say north and south, though, for Malcolm, south was south of the Canadian border, and espousing, or representing, very different philosophies, found that their common situation, south of the border, so thoroughly devastated what had seemed to be mutually exclusive points of view that, by the time each met his death, there was practically no difference between them. Before either had had time to think their new positions through, or, indeed, to do more than articulate them, they were murdered. Of the two, Malcolm moved swiftest, and was dead soonest, but the fates of both men were radically altered, I would say, frankly, sealed, the moment they attempted to release the Black American struggle from the domestic context and relate it to the struggles of the poor and the non-white all over the world. To hold this view, it is not necessary to see CIA infiltrators in, or under, every black or dissenting bed. One need merely consider what the successful promulgation of this point of view would mean for American authority in the world. Slaveholders do not allow their slaves to compare notes. American slavery, until this hour, prevents any meaningful dialogue between the poor white and the black, in order to prevent the poor white from recognizing that he, too, is a slave. The contempt with which American leaders treat American blacks is very obvious. What is not so obvious is that they treat the bulk of the American people with the very same contempt. But it will be sub-zero whether in a very distant August when the American people find the guts to recognize this fact. They will recognize it only when they have exhausted every conceivable means of avoiding it. In the meantime, in brutal fact, all of the institutions of this nation, from the schools to the courts to the unions to the prisons, and not forgetting the police, are in the hands of that white majority which has been promising for generations to ameliorate the black condition. And many white Americans would like to change the black condition, if they could see their way clear to do so, through the unutterable accumulation of neglect, sorrow, rage, despair, and continuing, overriding, totally unjustifiable death. The smoke over Attica recalls the bombs of Birmingham, and the liberal Mr. Rockefeller reveals himself as being even more despicable than his openly illiberal conf further down. But it is not important, however irresistible, to accuse Mr. Rockefeller of anything. He is just another good American, one of the best. It is unlikely that any Western people, and certainly not the Americans, have the moral resources needed to accomplish the deep and mighty transformation which is all that can save them. Such a transformation involves unimaginable damage to the American ego, would reduce all the American religious ceremonies, including the 4th of July and Thanksgiving, to the hypocritically bloody observances many of us have always known them to be, and would shed too unsparing a light on the actual dimensions and objectives of the American character. White Americans do not want to know what many non-whites know too well, example that foreign aid in the underdeveloped countries and anti-poverty programs in the ghetto are simply a slightly more sophisticated version of the British policy of divide and rule, are, in short, simply another means of keeping a people in subjection. Since the American people cannot, even if they wished to, bring about black liberation, and since black people want their children to live, it is very clear that we must take our children out of the hands of this so-called majority and find some way to expose this majority as the minority which it actually is in the world. For this we will need, and we will get, the help of the suffering world, which is prevented only by the labyrinthine stratagems of power from adding its testimony to ours. No one pretends that this will be easy, and I myself do not expect to live to see this day accomplished. What both Martin and Malcolm began to see was that the nature of the American hoax had to be revealed not only to save black people but in order to change the world in which everyone, after all, has a right to live. One may say that the articulation of this necessity was the word's first necessary step on its journey toward being made flesh. And no doubt my proposition, at this hour, sounds exactly that mystical. If I were a white American, I would bear in mind that mysteries are called mysteries because we recognize in them a truth which we can barely face, or articulate. I would bear in mind that an army is no match for a ferment, and that power, however great that power may consider itself to be, gives way, and has always been forced to give way, before the onslaught of human necessity being the fuel of history. If my proposition sounds mystical, white people have only to consider the black people, my ancestors, whose strength and love have brought black people to this present, crucial place. If I still thought, as I did when Martin and Malcolm were still alive, that the generality of white Americans were able to hear and to learn and begin to change, I would counsel them, as vividly as I could, to attempt, now, to minimize the bill which is absolutely certain to be presented to their children. I would say, if those blacks, your slaves, my ancestors, could bring us out of nothing, from such a long way off, then, if I were you, I would pause a long while before deciding to use what you think of as your power. For we, the blacks, have not found possible what you found necessary, we have not denied our ancestors who trust us, now, to redeem their pain. Well, baby, that's it. I could say, and they would both understand me, don't you think Bessie is proud of Aretha? Or, do you think that Americans can translate this sentence both out of and into the original? My soul is a witness for my Lord. Eldridge Cleaver, Initial Reactions on the Assassination of Malcolm X, Soul on Ice, New York, McGraw-Hill, 1968, 50-61. Folsom Prison. June 19, 1965. Sunday is movie day at Folsom Prison and I was sitting in the darkened hulk of Mess Hall No. I which convicts call the Folsom Theater watching Victor Buono in a movie called The Strangler, when a convict known as Silly Willie came over to where I was sitting and whispered into my ear. Brother Jay sent me in to tell you it just came over the TV that Malcolm X was shot as he addressed a rally in New York. For a moment the earth seemed to reel in orbit. The skin all over my body tightened up. How bad? I asked. The TV didn't say, answered Silly Willie. The distress was obvious in his voice. We was around back in Pipe Alley checking TV when a special bulletin came on. All they said was Malcolm X was shot and they were rushing him to the hospital. Thanks, I said to Silly Willie. I felt his reassuring hand on my shoulder as he faded away in the darkness. For a moment I pondered whether to go outside and get more information, but something made me hang back. I remember distinctly thinking that I would know soon enough. On the screen before me, Victor Buono had a woman by the throat and was frantically choking the last gasping twitches of life out of her slumping body. I was thinking that if Malcolm's wounds were not too serious, that if he recovered, the shooting might prove to be a blessing in disguise. It would focus more intensified attention on him and create a windfall of sympathy and support for him throughout America's black ghettos, and so put more power into his hands. The possibility that the wounds may have been fatal, that as I sat there Malcolm was lying already dead, was excluded from my mind. After the movie ended, as I filed outside in the long line of convicts and saw the shocked, wild expression on Brother Jay's face, I still could not believe that Malcolm X was dead. We mingled in the crowd of convicts milling around in the yard and were immediately surrounded by a group of Muslims, all of whom, like myself, were firm supporters of Malcolm X. "He's dead," their faces said, although not one of them spoke a word. As we stood there in silence, 2 Negro inmates walked by and one of them said to us, "That's a goddamn shame how they killed that man. Of all people, why'd they kill Malcolm? Why they kill some of them Uncle Tomming M.Fs. I wish I could get my hands on whoever did it." And he walked away, talking and cursing to his buddy. What does one say to his comrades at the moment when the leader falls? All comment seems irrelevant. If the source of death is so-called natural causes, or an accident, the reaction is predictable, a feeling of impotence, humbleness, helplessness before the forces of the universe. But when the cause of death is an assassin's bullet, the overpowering desire is for vengeance. One wants to strike out, to kill, crush, destroy, to deliver a telling counterblow, to inflict upon the enemy a reciprocal, equivalent loss. But whom does one strike down at such a time if one happens to be in an anonymous, amorphous crowd of convicts in Folsom Prison and the leader lies dead thousands of miles away across the continent? "I'm going to my cell," I told the tight little knot of Muslims. "Allah is the best knower. Everything will be made manifest in time. Give it a little time. As-salam alaykum." Wa alaykum salam. The brothers returned the salutation and we shook hands all around, the double handshake which is very popular among Muslims in California prisons. It is so popular that one sometimes grows weary of shaking hands. If a Muslim leaves a group for a minute to go get a drink of water, he is not unlikely to shake hands all around before he leaves and again when he returns. But no one complains and the convention is respected as a gesture of unity, brotherly love, and solidarity so meaningful in a situation where Muslims are persecuted and denied recognition and the right to function as a legitimate religion. I headed for my cell. I lived in number 5 building, which is Folsom's honor unit, reserved for those who have maintained a clean record for at least 6 months. Advantages: a larger cell, TV every Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday night, less custodial supervision, easier ingress and egress. If while living in the honor unit you get into a beef which results in action against you by the disciplinary committee, one of the certain penalties is that you are immediately kicked out of number 5 building. As I walked along the first tier toward my cell, I ran into Red, who lived near me on the tier. "I guess you heard about Malcolm." "Yeah," I said. "They say he got wasted." Red, who is white, knew from our many discussions that I was extremely partial to Malcolm, and he himself, being thoroughly alienated from the status quo, recognized the assassination for what it was, a negative blow against a positive force. Red's questions were the obvious ones: who? Why? The questions were advanced tentatively, cautiously, because of the treacherous ground he was on, a red-headed, blue-eyed white man concerned by an event which so many others greeted with smiles and sighs. I went into my cell. Although I heard it blared over the radio constantly and read about it in all the newspapers, days passed during which my mind continued to reject the fact of Malcolm's death. I existed in a dazed state, wandering in a trance around Folsom, drifting through the working hours in the prison bakery, and yet I was keen to observe the effect of the assassination on my fellow inmates. From most of the whites there was a leer and a hint of a smile in the eyes. They seemed anxious to see a war break out between the followers of Elijah and the followers of Malcolm. There are only a few whites in Folsom with whom I would ever discuss the death of Malcolm or anything else besides baseball or the weather. Many of the Mexican Americans were sympathetic, although some of them made a point, when being observed by whites, of letting drop sly remarks indicating they were glad Malcolm was gone. Among the Negroes there was mass mourning for Malcolm X. Nobody talked much for a few days. The only Negroes who were not indignant were a few of the Muslims who remained loyal to Elijah Muhammad. They interpreted Malcolm's assassination as the will of Allah descending upon his head for having gone astray. To them, it was divine chastisement and a warning to those whom Malcolm had tempted. It was not so much Malcolm's death that made them glad, but in their eyes it now seemed possible to heal the schism in the movement and restore the monolithic unity of the Nation of Islam, a unity they looked back on with some nostalgia. Many Negro convicts saw Malcolm's assassination as a historic turning point in Black America. Whereas Negroes often talk heatedly about wiping out all the so-called Negro leaders whom they do not happen to like or agree with, this was the first significant case of Negro leader killing that anyone could remember. What struck me is that the Negro convicts welcomed the new era. If a man as valuable to us as Malcolm could go down, then as far as I was concerned so could any other man, myself included. Coming a week after the alleged expose of the alleged plot to dynamite the Statue of Liberty Washington Monument, and the Liberty Bell, a plot supposedly hatched by discontented blacks, the assassination of Malcolm X had put new ideas in the wind with implications for the future of black struggle in America. I suppose that like many of the brothers and sisters in the Nation of Islam movement, I also had clung to the hope that, somehow, the rift between Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad would be mended. As long as Brother Malcolm was alive, many Muslims could maintain this hope, neatly overlooking the increasing bitterness of their rivalry. But death made the split final and sealed it for history. These events caused a profound personal crisis in my life and beliefs, as it did for other Muslims. During the bitter time of his suspension and prior to his break with Elijah Muhammad, we had watched Malcolm X as he sought frantically to reorient himself and establish a new platform. It was like watching a master do a dance with death on a high-strung tightrope. He pirouetted, twirled, turned somersaults in the air, but he landed firmly on his feet and was off and running. We watched it all, seeking a cause to condemn Malcolm X and cast him out of our hearts. We read all the charges and countercharges. I found Malcolm X blameless. It had been my experience that the quickest way to become hated by the Muslims was to criticize Elijah Muhammad or disagree with something he wrote or said. If Elijah wrote, as he has done, that the swine is a poison creature composed of 1/3 rat, 1/3 cat, and 1/3 dog, and you attempted to cite scientific facts to challenge this, you had sinned against the light. That was all there was to it. How much more unlikely was it, therefore, that Muslims would stand up and denounce Elijah himself, repudiate his authority and his theology, deny his revelation, and take sides against him, the messenger of Almighty God Allah. I never dreamed that someday I would be cast in that hapless role. After Malcolm made his pilgrimage to Mecca, completing a triumphal tour of Africa and the Near East, during which he received the high honors of a visiting dignitary, he returned to the USA and set about building his newly founded Organization of Afro-American Unity. He also established the Muslim Mosque Incorporated, to receive the Muslims he thought would pull away from Elijah. The Muslim mosque would teach Orthodox Islam, under the direction of Sheikh Ahmed Hassan from the holy city of Mecca. Grand Sheikh Muhammad Sarur al-Sabin, Secretary General of the Muslim World League, had offered the services of Sheikh Ahmed, according to the Los Angeles Herald-Dispatch, to help Malcolm X in his efforts to correct the distorted image that the religion of Islam has been given by hate groups in this country. I began defending Malcolm X. At a secret meeting of the Muslims in Folsom, I announced that I was no longer a follower of Elijah Muhammad, that I was throwing my support behind Brother Malcolm. I urged everyone there to think the matter over and make a choice, because it was no longer possible to ride two horses at the same time. On the wall of my cell I had a large, framed picture of Elijah Muhammad which I had had for years. I took it down, destroyed it, and in its place put up, in the same frame, a beautiful picture of Malcolm X kneeling down in the Muhammad Ali Mosque in Cairo, which I clipped from the Saturday Evening Post. At first the other Muslims in Folsom denounced me, some I'd known intimately for years stopped speaking to me or even looking at me. When we met, they averted their eyes. To them the choice was simple: Elijah Muhammad is the hand-picked messenger of Allah, the instrument of Allah's will. All who oppose him are aiding Allah's enemies, the white devils. Whom do you choose, God or the devil? Malcolm X, in the eyes of Elijah's followers, had committed the unforgivable heresy when, changing his views and abandoning the racist position, he admitted the possibility of brotherhood between blacks and whites. In a letter sent back to the U.S. from the Holy Land, Malcolm X had stated, "You may be shocked by these words coming from me, but I have always been a man who tries to face facts and to accept the reality of life as new experiences and knowledge unfold it. The experiences of this pilgrimage have taught me much, and each hour in the Holy Land opens my eyes even more. I have eaten from the same plate with people whose eyes were the bluest of blue, whose hair was the blondest of blonde, and whose skin was the whitest of white, and I felt the sincerity in the words and deeds of these white Muslims that I felt among the African Muslims of Nigeria, Sudan, and Ghana." Many of us were shocked and outraged by these words from Malcolm X, who had been a major influence upon us all and the main factor in many of our conversions to the black Muslims. But there were those of us who were glad to be liberated from a doctrine of hate and racial supremacy. The onus of teaching racial supremacy and hate, which is the white man's burden, is pretty hard to bear. Asked if he would accept whites as members of his Organization of Afro-American Unity, Malcolm said he would accept John Brown if he were around today, which certainly is setting the standard high. At the moment I declared myself for Malcolm X, I had some prestige among the Muslims in the prisons of California, because of my active role in proselytizing new converts and campaigning for religious freedom for Muslim convicts. We sent a barrage of letters and petitions to the courts, governmental officials, even the United Nations. After the death of Brother Booker T.X., who was shot dead by a San Quentin prison guard, and who at the time had been my cell partner and the inmate minister of the Muslims of San Quentin, my leadership of the Muslims of San Quentin had been publicly endorsed by Elijah Muhammad's West Coast representative, Minister John Shabazz of Muhammad's Los Angeles Mosque. This was done because of the explosive conditions in San Quentin at the time. Muslim officials wanted to avert any Muslim-initiated violence, which had become a distinct possibility in the aftermath of Brother Booker's death. I was instructed to impose an iron discipline upon the San Quentin Mosque, which had continued to exist despite unending efforts of prison authorities to stamp it out. Most of the Muslims who were in prison during those days have since been released. I was one of the few remaining, and I was therefore looked upon by the other Muslims as one who had sacrificed and invested much in the struggle to advance the teachings of Elijah Muhammad. For that reason, my defection to Malcolm X caused a great deal of consternation among the Muslims of Folsom. But slowly, Malcolm was getting his machine together, and it was obvious to me that his influence was growing. Negro inmates who had reservations about Malcolm while he was under Elijah's authority now embraced him, and it was clear that they accepted Malcolm's leadership. Negroes whom we had tried in vain for years to convert to Elijah's fold now lined up with enthusiasm behind Malcolm. I ran a regular public relations campaign for Malcolm in Folsom. I saw to it that copies of his speeches were made and circulated among Negro inmates. I never missed a chance to speak favorably about Malcolm, to quote him, to explain and justify what he was trying to do. Soon I had the ear of the Muslims, and it was not long before Malcolm had other ardent defenders in Folsom. In a very short time Malcolm became the hero of the vast majority of Negro inmates. Elijah Muhammad was quickly becoming irrelevant, passé. Malcolm X had a special meaning for black convicts. A former prisoner himself, he had risen from the lowest depths to great heights. For this reason he was a symbol of hope, a model for thousands of black convicts who found themselves trapped in the vicious PPP cycle, prison parole prison. One thing that the judges, policemen, and administrators of prisons seem never to have understood, and for which they certainly do not make any allowances, is that Negro convicts, basically, rather than see themselves as criminals and perpetrators of misdeeds, look upon themselves as prisoners of war, the victims of a vicious, dog-eat-dog social system that is so heinous as to cancel out their own male factions. In the jungle there is no right or wrong. Rather than owing and paying a debt to society, Negro prisoners feel that they are being abused, that their imprisonment is simply another form of the oppression which they have known all their lives. Negro inmates feel that they are being robbed, that it is society that owes them, that should be paying them a debt. America's penology does not take this into account. Malcolm X did, and black convicts know that the ascension to power of Malcolm X or a man like him would eventually have revolutionized penology in America. Malcolm delivered a merciless and damning indictment of prevailing penology. It is only a matter of time until the question of the prisoner's debt to society versus society's debt to the prisoner is injected forcefully into national and state politics, into the civil and human rights struggle, and into the consciousness of the body politic. It is an explosive issue which goes to the very root of America's system of justice, the structure of criminal law, the prevailing beliefs and attitudes toward the convicted felon. While it is easier to make out a case for black convicts, the same principles apply to white and Mexican American convicts as well. They too are victimized, albeit a little more subtly, by society. When black convicts start demanding a new dispensation and definition of justice, naturally the white and Mexican American convicts will demand equality of treatment. Malcolm X was a focus for these aspirations. The black Muslim movement was destroyed the moment Elijah cracked the whip over Malcolm's head, because it was not the black Muslim movement itself that was so irresistibly appealing to the true believers. It was the awakening into self-consciousness of 20 million Negroes which was so compelling. Malcolm X articulated their aspirations better than any other man of our time. When he spoke under the banner of Elijah Muhammad he was irresistible. When he spoke under his own banner he was still irresistible. If he had become a Quaker, a Catholic, or a Seventh-day Adventist, or a Sammy Davis-style Jew, and if he had continued to give voice to the mute ambitions in the black man's soul, his message would still have been triumphant, because what was great was not Malcolm X but the truth he uttered. The truth which Malcolm uttered had vanquished the whole passel of so-called Negro leaders and spokesmen who trifle and compromise with the truth in order to curry favor with the white power structure. He was stopped in the only way such a man can be stopped, in the same way that the enemies of the Congolese people had to stop Lumumba, by the same method that exploiters, tyrants, and parasitical oppressors have always crushed the legitimate strivings of people for freedom, justice, and equality by murder, assassination, and mad dog butchery. What provoked the assassins to murder? Did it bother them that Malcolm was elevating our struggle into the international arena through his campaign to carry it before the United Nations? Well, by murdering him they only hastened the process, because we certainly are going to take our cause before a sympathetic world. Did it bother the assassins that Malcolm denounced the racist straitjacket demonology of Elijah Muhammad? Well, we certainly do denounce it and will continue to do so. Did it bother the assassins that Malcolm taught us to defend ourselves? We shall not remain a defenseless prey to the murderer, to the sniper and the bomber. Insofar as Malcolm spoke the truth will triumph and prevail and his name shall live, and insofar as those who oppose him lied, to that extent will their names become curses. Because truth crushed to earth shall rise again. So now Malcolm is no more. The bootlickers, Uncle Toms, lackeys, and stooges of the white power structure have done their best to denigrate Malcolm, to root him out of his people's heart, to tarnish his memory. But their million-worded lies fall on deaf ears. As Ossie Davis so eloquently expressed it in his immortal eulogy of Malcolm. If you knew him you would know why we must honor him. Malcolm was our manhood, our living, black manhood. This was his meaning to his people. And, in honoring him, we honor the best in ourselves. However much we may have differed with him or with each other about him and his value as a man, let his going from us serve only to bring us together, now. Consigning these mortal remains to earth, the common mother of all, secure in the knowledge that what we place in the ground is no more now a man but a seed which, after the winter of our discontent will come forth again to meet us. And we will know him then for what he was and is, a prince, our own black shining prince, who didn't hesitate to die, because he loved us so. We shall have our manhood. We shall have it, or the earth will be leveled by our attempts to gain it. Recently uncovered articles from 1926 and 1927 issues of Marcus Garvey's Negro World newspaper provide documented evidence of the political activity of the parents of Malcolm X. Malcolm states in his autobiography that his father, the Reverend Earl Little, was a Baptist minister, and a dedicated organizer for Marcus Aurelius Garvey's UNIA, Universal Negro Improvement Association. The Negro World articles show that Malcolm's mother, Louise Little, also worked in the movement, a factor not noted in the autobiography. Point 1. The articles found in the Negro World provide some specifics on Little's organizing activities and allow us to view him as a committed revolutionary, not just the powerful mythic hero and literary figure depicted in Malcolm's autobiography. Malcolm tells how his father took him to meetings of Garvey followers who lived in the area near the Littles' home in Lansing, Michigan. I remember how the meeting always closed with my father saying, several times, and the people chanting after him, "Up, you mighty race, you can accomplish what you will too." Activities provoke racism. The autobiography of Malcolm X notes that the political activities of Earl Little were dangerous. His family believed that his mysterious death in 1931 was a murder perpetrated by racists in the Lansing area who had been harassing the Littles since their arrival in the late 1920s. 2 white men burned the Littles' home in 1929.3. The Littles also had trouble with white racists when they lived in Omaha, Nebraska, where they lived before moving to Michigan. Malcolm begins his autobiography with a description of the night in 1925 when Ku Klux Klan riders came to the family home in Omaha looking for Malcolm's father. The Klansmen came to demand that Little get out of town, declaring, as Malcolm relates it, "The good Christian white people were not going to stand for my father's spreading trouble among the good Negroes of Omaha with the Back to Africa preachings of Marcus Garvey." Louise Little was pregnant at the time with Malcolm. She came to the door and explained that her husband was not home. She convinced the Klan to leave, but not before they had broken the windows of the house. Point 4. The Littles appear to have come to Omaha from Philadelphia sometime between 1922 and 1923, using the cities of birth of Malcolm's older siblings as a guide. Point 5. Just when Little became president of the Omaha branch of the UNIA is still unknown. However, by May 1925, when Malcolm X was born, Revelation and Mrs. Little's work in the black community had become effective enough to attract the attention of the KKK. From the Negro World we learn that Little led a far larger group of the UNIA in Omaha than he later did in rural Michigan. It was more than Garvey talk that led the Omaha Ku Klux Klan to think that Rev. Little was spreading trouble. Malcolm's father was president of the Omaha UNIA branch. Wherever Garvey branches were located, there was a great effort to raise money for the local group to have its own meeting hall. Under Little's leadership, the Omaha branch became strong enough to obtain its own Liberty Hall. The organization was often denied hall rental or the permits that were readily given to white and acceptable black groups. Point 6. Malcolm's mother as reporter. Louise Little assisted her husband with his UNIA work in Omaha. Malcolm's mother served as the branch reporter, sending in accounts to the Negro World of Omaha UNIA meetings. During 1926, the internationally distributed newspaper published 4 articles about Omaha UNIA activities on the News of Divisions page. During the mid-1920s, the newspaper published weekly reports from a dozen or more of the nearly 2,000 UNIA branches spread throughout the world. It was something of an achievement for a branch in a town like Omaha to make the News of Divisions page, which was more likely to carry reports from the major metropolitan centers, such as Chicago, Detroit, Los Angeles, Havana, London, Cape Town, Kingston, Jamaica, and Panama City, Panama. Undaunted by the Klan confrontation at their home, the Littles not only continued their work, but signed their names to articles in the Negro World, as can be noted in 3 of the 4 1926 reports about the local branch. The second report, published May 22, 1926, read as follows. Omaha, Nebraska. Omaha Division held its regular mass meeting on Sunday, May 8. Mr. E. Little delivered the principal address. This division is small but much alive to its part in carrying on the great work. It was common for reports from UNIA branches in areas of KKK activity to use phrases like carrying on the great work rather than put anything more radical in print. Mass meetings make news. A month later, June 19, 1926, Omaha again made the coveted News of Divisions page, this time adding a mention of who sent in the report. The Omaha Division held its regular mass meeting on Sunday, May 23, at 3:30 p.m. A short program was rendered as follows. Opening services conducted by the President, Mr. Little, assisted by the Secretary, M.L. Holden. A splendid address was delivered by Reverend Mosley Louise Little, reporter. The July 3, 1926, News of Divisions page again included Omaha. The Omaha Division met on Sunday, June 13, in Liberty Hall, 2528 Lake Street. The President, Mr. E. Little, presiding. Opening song from Greenland's Icy Mountains. Prayer and preamble by the President. Musical selection. Professor A. Vance was introduced and held his hearers' attention about matters of the organization. A membership drive was launched for the coming week, in which Mr. Vance will participate. Louise Little, reporter. Malcolm X relates in his autobiography that after Omaha, the family resided briefly in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where their next child was born. They appear to have moved to Milwaukee sometime around the end of 1926. Without the Littles, the Omaha UNIA went until mid-1928 before receiving another mention in Garvey's Weekly. .7. Little received mentions in Negro World for his UNIA work in Milwaukee. As reported in the January 29, 1927, issue of the newspaper, the January 2, 1927, mass meeting of the Milwaukee branch included an address by the ex-president of the Omaha, Nebraska, division, Mr. Little. Little's speech must have been inspiring, since he was followed to the podium by the president of the Milwaukee branch, who took the occasion to ask for the wholehearted support of each and every member to help put this program over, for there is work for all to do. The president went on to mention some projects of the Milwaukee UNIA, concluding, "We are also holding our religious services every Sunday morning at Liberty Hall. Elder E. Little is our spiritual advisor." The next issue of the Negro World, February 5, 1927, carried a report from Milwaukee noting that, "Sunday mornings are making wonderful progress under the leadership of Elder E. Little and are quite an asset to the division." 2 weeks later, February 19, 1927, a News of Divisions listing for Milwaukee began. Mr. E. Little, ex-president of the Omaha Division, was the honored guest and principal speaker at the mass meeting of the Milwaukee Division on Sunday, January 23. There were no further mentions in the Negro World of the Littles in Milwaukee. Suspicious death of Earl Little. According to the autobiography of Malcolm X, the Littles' next residence was Lansing, Michigan. 8 However, an article in the Negro World indicates that the family may have lived for a brief period in Indiana Harbor, East Chicago, Indiana, before moving to Lansing. The May 27, 1927, edition of the Negro World reported on a meeting of the Gary, Indiana, UNIA that was attended by the president of the Indiana Harbor Division, Mr. Little. 6 months earlier, the Indiana Harbor Division had another person as president. However, Little could have arrived from Milwaukee and assumed leadership. By the end of 1927, the Indiana Harbor Division had another leader. Earl Little's activity in the small black community around Lansing was not mentioned in any of the available Negro World issues through 1931, the year of his suspicious death involving a streetcar that he either fell from or was thrown in front of by the racists who had been threatening him. Malcolm X was about 6 years old when his father died and was not able to give details about his father's UNIA work in Omaha or Milwaukee. However, Malcolm did explain that his father believed strongly in the anti-imperialist Africa for the Africans message of Marcus Garvey. Negro World reports give added strength to Malcolm's statement that it was with the help of such disciples as my father that Garvey was raising the banner of black race purity and exhorting the Negro masses to return to their ancestral African homeland, a cause which had made Garvey the most controversial black man on earth. 9. Understandably, Alex Haley, who compiled the autobiography of Malcolm X, wanted to emphasize the tensions caused by working for a controversial figure like Garvey. However, in writing about Malcolm's account of the KKK raid on the Little home in Omaha, Haley may not have been entirely accurate. He gives the impression that the family left Omaha in late spring 1925, more than a year before their actual departure. 10 Consequently, historians who have been eager to document the Littles' activities would not have looked for reports from Omaha in mid-1926 or Milwaukee in early 1927. The actual dates for the reports. Klan raid. As described in the autobiography, the raid on the Little home in Omaha climaxed with Little's return to the house after the Klan had left. Allegedly, he declared that the family would leave town as soon as the baby was born. Malcolm was born May 19, 1925. We know from the Negro World that the Littles remained in Omaha another year and a half, until near the end of 1926. As for Little's alleged decision to move as soon as Malcolm was born, Malcolm states, "I am not sure why he made this decision, for he was not a frightened Negro, as most then were, and many still are today." 11 Perhaps Little never seriously thought of leaving Omaha after Malcolm's birth. As suggested later in the autobiography, it appears that Little may have decided to stay in Omaha long enough so that the KKK could not think it had driven him out of town. 12. Garvey leaders throughout the country were driven from their towns. Trying to decide if and when it was time to leave was something many UNIA officials had to deal with. In 1921 there were 2 incidents in Florida where UNIA presidents felt the situation was so dangerous that they left by boat rather than risk trips north by land. One UNIA leader went to Cuba, and the other went to the Bahamas. 13. The June 3, 1922, issue of the Negro World reported a shocking incident near Dallas, Texas, in which the UNIA commissioner for the state, R.B. Mosley, was horsewhipped and in other ways humiliated by a group of white racists. Mosley appears to have toughed it out until late 1925, when the Negro World reported he had taken up residence in Chicago. He may have been the Rev. Mosley who addressed the Omaha UNIA in 1926, as noted in one of the reports sent in by Louise Little. 14. Malcolm X's family in context. The Negro World articles show Malcolm X's family in the context of the many hundreds of hard-pressed local leaders in the Garvey movement at the time. The arguments between Malcolm's father and mother, for example, are described in the autobiography mostly in terms of domestic problems and personal differences. 15 Largely overlooked are the tremendous outside pressures of impinging upon the domestic tranquility of the families of activists of that time. The omission from the autobiography of Malcolm X of Louise Little's role in the Garvey movement has left us with an image of a rather frail, partially educated woman with a husband whose flamboyance overshadowed her. Given this picture, her mental breakdown in 1934 suggests general weakness, rather than what Malcolm tried to explain, that her breakdown was principally brought on by the dehumanizing treatment of the Michigan Welfare Department. Malcolm supported his explanation by stating that his mother had a strong sense of personal pride in earlier years. 16 Pride nurtured and expressed through her contributions to the Negro world. There are 2 types of Negroes in this country. There's the bourgeois type who blinds himself to the condition of his people, and who is satisfied with token solutions. He's in the minority. He's a handful. He's usually the hand-picked Negro who benefits from token integration. But the masses of black people who really suffer the brunt of brutality and the conditions that exist in this country are represented by the leadership of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Malcolm X. 20 million black people in a political, economic, and mental prison, 1963, 1. I gotta represent the real nigga. The field niggas. Black Moon, I got cha open, Enta. De Stage, Rec Records, 1993. The hip-hop generation and their most revered icon have at least one thing in common besides their distrust of white people: they don't have much love for the black bourgeoisie. Most identify with field niggas, and the current generation of self-styled nationalists and teen gangstas draw much of their anti-bourgeois rhetoric from Malcolm himself. Point 2. Indeed, if we could resurrect Malcolm X, circa 1963, let us say, and have him listen to Black Moon's lyrics quoted in the epigraph above, he would probably give us one of those flashing wide grins, perhaps even a giggle, and second their emotion that the field niggas are indeed the real niggas. But that wouldn't be the end of it. Without losing a beat or his smile, the minister would also give the members of Black Moon a gentle tongue lashing. My young brothers, he might begin, if you all want to be real revolutionaries rather than just real niggas, if you want to live up to your name Black Moon, which I understand to mean the power unleashed during a solar eclipse, the power to block the sun and turn the day into night, you all need to clean up your act. Change your clothes, clean up your language, show some respect to the sisters. How that is defined is another essay. Stop glorifying drugs and liquor. The devil sleeps well at night knowing we're caricatures of ourselves. If we want our freedom, we need to be ready to take it. We need to be united. We need our minds and bodies clean and prepared to fight. We're 22 million. Excuse me, brother Malcolm, make that 30 million. Well, brother, I been dead a long time. Laughter. Knowing these Brooklyn-raised rappers are just kids in bad need of direction, his good-natured rebuke would cease as quickly as it began. He most likely would see their potential and hope they could receive the proper spiritual, cultural, and political guidance in order to realize it. As often as Malcolm invoked the house slave/field slave dichotomy in numerous speeches and debates, his relationship to the black middle class was a complicated matter. He hated and emulated them, he ridiculed and admired them. He was part of a movement that tried to turn the most lumpen Negroes into respectable, by bourgeois standards, at least, well-mannered, civilized black men and women. And through it all, Malcolm's critique of the black bourgeoisie floated somewhere between an intuitive hatred born of his past to an insightful analysis of the race/class matrix. Point 3. However imperfect and contradictory, he did offer a critique of the black bourgeoisie at a time when such a critique was unpopular. His rants against Uncle Toms and house slaves coincided with the rise of a fairly successful, and by some measures militant, civil rights movement led by middle-class blacks. But he was not entirely off the mark, for he struck a deep chord among his working-class and lumpen followers who were sick and tired of being shut out and looked down upon by the better-class Negroes. In some respects, his criticisms found a voice in the urban uprisings and the militant rhetoric of black power soon after his death. The die is cast. Unlike most black leaders prior to the early 1960s, including black working-class heroes such as A. Philip Randolph or Paul Robeson, Malcolm consistently identified with ordinary black working people and those displaced by the economy. He spoke their language and told their jokes. His was not simply another Horatio Alger story of how he rose out of poverty to become a hero. And despite dozens of opportunities, he never sought wealth, leaving his family virtually penniless. Rather, he invoked his experiences as an urban kid, former criminal, man of the streets, to show his audience that he knows where they are coming from and never forgot where he came from. In fact, he so depended on this identification with poor black folk, particularly the young, that he exaggerated his criminal exploits, his poverty, and his urban upbringing. Point 4. At the same time, Malcolm always had a love/hate relationship with the black bourgeoisie, though like most unconsummated relationships, hate eventually became the dominant emotion. Even as a child in Lansing, Michigan, the sons and daughters of the black elite turned their noses up at the skinny redhead from that awful little family. He was not only poor, but he was practically an orphan. His father was dead, and his mother had been committed to a mental institution. But he soon learned that these Negroes were nothing. He got his first real taste of black bourgeois pretentiousness when he moved to Boston with his half-sister Ella Little in 1941. In the crazy mixed-up world of interracial class relations, World War II marked a critical moment. Of course, class conflict within African American communities was hardly new. For some middle-class blacks, for example, the black poor had long been regarded as lazy, self-destructive, and prone to criminal behavior. On the other side of the class spectrum, as black sociologist Allison Davis found in his study of a small Mississippi town during the 1930s, lower-class blacks often accused upper-class persons, the big shots, the big Negroes, of snobbishness, color preference, extreme selfishness, disloyalty in caste leadership, selling out to white folks, and economic exploitation of their patients and customers. But during the 1940s, massive southern black migration to northern cities exacerbated cultural tensions between longtime urban residents and the newly arrived rural folk. African Americans born and raised in the North, particularly those who owned property and maintained a steady income, looked down on these newcomers and blamed them for neighborhood deterioration. 7. Ella owned a house on the Hill, an elite section of the predominantly black Boston neighborhood of Roxbury. Her neighbors consisted of middle-brow black folks with highbrow pretensions, the most prominent of whom belonged to the so-called 400. Massachusetts born and raised, the Hill Society Negroes fashioned themselves as colored equivalents of Boston Brahmins. They ridiculed Southern migrants and looked down on most working-class blacks despite the fact that some members of the 400 were themselves service workers. Those who qualified for membership in the elite represented a wide range of occupations, from teachers, preachers, and nurses to Pullman porters, dining car waiters, and postal workers. From what Malcolm remembers, none were truly bourgeois in the classical sense. They did not own estates, factories, multi-million-dollar firms, or exercise real power. What little power they enjoyed, as well as their self-proclaimed status, was dependent on white people. Malcolm often heard neighbors announcing, "He's in banking," or "He's in securities." It sounded as though they were discussing a Rockefeller or a Mellon and not some gray-headed, dignity-posturing bank janitor, or bond house messenger. 8. Malcolm's peers were no better. When he first settled into Roxbury, they made fun of his clothes, which were a tad too small for him and obviously of bargain basement quality. To the teenage female sophisticates of the Hill, writes biographer Bruce Perry, he looked as if he had just come from some farm. If that wasn't bad enough, Ella secured a job for him as a soda jerk at a neighborhood drugstore where his main clientele were the Hill kids. Serving them, he discovered, was even worse than dealing with them in various social settings. Although his employers were Jewish, in reality his immediate bosses were the black bourgeois patrons who came in by the droves and made incessant demands on him. It was steady work, but with it came all the ridicule and snobbery one could imagine. He vividly remembers having to endure these penny ante squares who came in there putting on their millionaire's airs. 9. As he grew less and less tolerant of the Hill crowd, Malcolm began hanging out in the poorer sections of Roxbury where he felt more relaxed among Negroes who were being their natural selves and not putting on airs. 10. His newfound friend, Shorty, introduced him to the cool world of the zoot suit, the conch, straightened, hairstyle, and the Lindy Hoppers who spent their weekend nights at Boston's Roseland State Ballroom. When Malcolm donned his very first zoot suit, he realized immediately that the wild sky blue outfit, the baggy Punjab pants tapered to the ankles, the matching hat, gold watch chain, and monogrammed belt was more than a suit of clothes. It was a ticket into the in crowd, a new identity that symbolized an increasingly militant and ultra-masculine black street culture. The language and culture of the zoot suiters enabled Malcolm to reject white racism and patriotism, the rural folkways, for many, the parent culture, that still survived in most black urban households, and the petit bourgeois attitudes of his snooty middle-class neighbors on the Hill. He found in the Roseland State Ballroom, and later in Harlem Savoy, spaces of leisure and pleasure free of the bourgeois pretensions of better-class Negroes. For young Malcolm, his new world embodied the true black experience. "I couldn't wait for 8 o'clock to get home to eat out of those soul food pots of Ella's," then get dressed in my suit and head for some of my friends' places in town, to Lindy Hop and get high, or something, for relief from those hill clowns. 11. Malcolm and his partners did not seem very political at the time, but they dodged the draft so as not to lose their lives over a white man's war, and they avoided wage work whenever possible. His search for leisure and pleasure took him to Harlem, where petty hustling, drug dealing, pimping, gambling, and exploiting women became his primary source of income. In 1946 his luck ran out. He was arrested for burglary and sentenced to 10 years in prison. His downward descent took a U-turn in prison when he began studying the teachings of the Lost Found Nation of Islam, NOI, the black Muslim group founded by Wallace Fard and led by Elijah Muhammad, Elijah Poole. While he was no Horatio Alger, as I pointed out above, his rise from petty criminal to the NOI's leading spokesman contains all the classic elements of Horatio's story. He worked very hard, transformed himself, cleaned himself up, educated himself, began conducting himself in a respectable and dignified manner. Submitting to the discipline and guidance of the NOI, he became a voracious reader of the Quran and the Bible, and immersed himself in works of literature and history at the prison library. Behind prison walls he quickly emerged as a powerful orator and brilliant rhetorician. Upon his release in 1952, he was renamed Malcolm X, symbolically repudiating the white man's name. 12. As a devoted follower of Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm X rose quickly within the NOI ranks, serving as minister of Harlem's Temple No. 7 in 1954, and building up temples in Detroit and Philadelphia. Through national speaking engagements, television appearances, and by establishing Muhammad Speaks, the NOI's first nationally distributed newspaper, Malcolm X put the Nation of Islam on the map. But what impressed Malcolm more than high-profile speaking engagements was grassroots organizing. He enjoyed fishing for converts in the bars and pool rooms where poor and displaced working-class men spent too much of their time. 13. Given Malcolm's experiences thus far, there could not have been a more appropriate movement than the Nation of Islam. Its leaders deliberately reached out to wayward youth and the down and out, and they sustained a fairly antagonistic stance toward the rising black middle class. Indeed, as historian C. Eric Lincoln points out, most of NOI recruits do not typically identify with the strivers of the black middle class. They tend to live comfortably, but frugally. The movement continues to emphasize its affiliation with the working class. Although many converts discovered the nation as prisoners, ex-hustlers, or jobless wanderers, the NOI's highly structured and disciplined environment instilled a strong work ethic into its congregation. Muhammad's followers worked, and worked very hard, but the majority lived in the ghettos of North America and made barely enough to tithe. 14. Similarly, another scholarly observer of the NOI, E.U. Essienutum, suggested that the nation came into being when class distinctions within the black community were sharper than they had ever been. He even suggested that the future struggles in the black community may shift from one between whites and Negroes to a class struggle within the caste, i.e., between a semi-satisfied Negro middle class and the Negro masses. Of course, this has not yet happened, but some of his experiences with the NOI gave him good cause for believing it. In one instance, after the NOI in Chicago purchased land in the Chatham-Avalon community, a recently integrated upper-middle-class neighborhood, whites and middle-class blacks formed a united front to block the nation's plans to build an Islamic center. Ironically, the same black middle-class residents faced opposition from whites when they moved in a few years earlier. According to Essienutum, who attended the meetings, the Negroes in this community opposed the Muslims' project strictly along class lines. They did not want those elements lower-class persons in their community. 15. Varieties of house Negroes. When it came to attacking and ridiculing the black bourgeoisie, Malcolm was perhaps the least charitable of the NOI leadership. He called them house slaves, Uncle Toms, nincompoops with PhDs, quislings, sellouts, and, of course, bourgeois Negroes. And all of these terms did not necessarily mean the same thing. Malcolm essentially spoke of the black middle class in several different contexts and placed them in different categories. First, there was the elite he knew as a teenager, working-class black folk with upper-class pretensions. By trying to adopt the mannerisms of the authentic bourgeoisie, these nouveaux riches, without the wealth, carved out for themselves a whole black elite culture. Second, there were the truly wealthy blacks whose social and cultural lives were inseparable from that of the white elite. He excoriated this class for having little interest or tolerance for the masses of black people. And, finally, there were the self-proclaimed black leaders, the handkerchief heads who ran integrationist organizations and begged for civil rights. In Malcolm's view, all three categories of the black bourgeoisie shared a common disdain for the culture of the black masses. Indeed, Malcolm usually identified the black bourgeoisie by its culture rather than its income or occupation. His experience with the Hill Negroes demonstrated that wealth wasn't the main factor distinguishing the black bourgeoisie from the rest, it was their attitude, their adoration of European culture, and their distance from anything identified with ghetto blacks that rendered them elites. They prided themselves on being incomparably more cultured, cultivated, dignified, and better off than their black brethren down in the ghetto, which was no further away than you could throw a rock. Under the pitiful misapprehension that it would make them better, these Hill Negroes were breaking their backs trying to imitate white people. 16 In a speech before a predominantly white college audience, he characterized the black bourgeoisie by its dress and mannerisms. Uncle Tom wears a top hat. He's sharp. He dresses just like you do. He speaks the same phraseology, the same language. He tries to speak better than you do. More than anything, the black bourgeoisie are ashamed of black, and don't want to be identified with black or as being black. Integration and intermarrying enables them to escape their black identity, which is why well-off black men are so anxious to marry white women and move into white neighborhoods. 17. Worse yet, the black bourgeoisie would not or could not express their true African selves. Malcolm was convinced that being black meant being uninhibited. The real bourgeois black Americans never want to show any sign of emotion. He won't even tap his feet. You can have some of that real soul music, and he'll sit there, you know, like it doesn't move him. And it doesn't move them because they can't feel it, they've got no soul. Integration was the culprit. He even blamed his experiences at a predominantly white school in Mason, Michigan, for his inability to dance, i.e., the natural way Negroes dance when he first arrived in Boston. But once he was pulled onto the dance floor, his ancient heritage took over. It was as though somebody had clicked on a light. My long-suppressed African instincts broke through, and loose. 18 The racist implications of such claims apparently never occurred to Malcolm, which is surprising given his criticisms of Tarzan movies for their portrayal of Africans as uncontrollable savages. But letting loose was hardly what the nation preached. On the contrary, the ascetic lifestyle NOI members had to live by differed little from the bourgeois values promoted by the very black middle-class uplift organizations Malcolm and his colleagues attacked. Alcohol, drugs, tobacco, gambling, dancing, adultery, premarital sex, profanity, or taking in movies with sex or coarse speech was simply not allowed. Even the music was monitored. One of Malcolm's colleagues, Benjamin Karim, recalls that the jukebox in the Temple restaurant played only African or Middle Eastern music, and some jazz, but no blues and no rock and roll with its uninspiring music and often downright dirty lyrics. The Nation even impressed black conservative George Schuyler, New York editor of the Pittsburgh Courier, who praised them for their values and moral vision. Mr. Muhammad may be a rogue and a charlatan, wrote Schuyler in 1959, but when anybody can get tens of thousands of Negroes to practice economic solidarity, respect their women, alter their atrocious diet, give up liquor, stop crime, juvenile delinquency, and adultery, he is doing more for the Negro's welfare than any current Negro leader I know. 19. Malcolm delivered regular speeches emphasizing cleanliness and morality, not so much to condemn wayward sinners but to demand self-transformation. And he remained a staunch devotee of the nation's strict moral codes and gender conventions. Men must lead, women must follow, the man's domain is the world, the woman's is the home. 20 Personally, Malcolm was the epitome of bourgeois respectability when he wasn't standing before a lectern or podium. Always exquisitely dressed, polite, and well-mannered, he could have written a book on etiquette. He never sucked on chicken bones or licked his fingers at the table, and no matter how much of a hurry he was in, he never spoke with his mouth full. The man had style, grace, recalls Ben Karim. Amy Vanderbilt would have had to sweat to match him. 21. It would seem, then, that the nation shared more in common culturally with the black bourgeoisie than their leaders realized. But we have to be careful before making such a judgment. Historically, notions of respectability, morality, and community responsibility did not originate solely with the black middle class. On the contrary, working class and mixed class institutions, such as the Christian Church, played a crucial role in determining and instilling modes of behavior, beliefs, expectations, and moral vision. When we begin to look at, say, black churches as places where cultural values were enacted, taught, and policed, we discover that the so-called lower class was not always on the receiving end. 22 Working class women demonstrated as much vigilance as their middle class counterparts in enforcing the general principle that cleanliness is next to godliness. Baptist women of all classes distributed small pamphlets published by the National Baptist Convention bearing titles such as How to Dress, Anti-Hanging Out Committee, and Take a Bath First. 23. And yet, despite the close similarity between the nation's teachings and Christian tenets of morality, Malcolm's attacks on Christianity struck a powerful chord among his congregations. He constantly argued that Christianity was a white man's religion imposed on black people during slavery. And he pointed to numerous instances in which self-proclaimed Christians like white Southerners defending segregation and terrorizing black communities did not practice what they preached. What is perhaps even more striking about the nation was its willingness to embrace jazz, an aspect of black culture that the African American church had historically opposed. 24 According to Louis Lomax, it wasn't unusual to hear live jazz combos opening up at Muslim temples before lectures. And what these musicians played was undeniably modern. I have been in temple meetings where a group of brothers set the stage for the service by playing a protracted jazz riff. The music was as complex and as far out as anything you would hear at New York's Five Spot Cafe or any other den of progressive jazz. 25. This fact reveals even more about the nation's ambivalence toward black middle-class culture when we consider the period we are talking about. Unlike the 1920s and 1930s, when jazz was associated with wild dancing and seedy dance halls, after World War II jazz carved out a niche for itself in the haughty world of American high culture. Although black jazz musicians insisted on incorporating black vernacular traditions and continued to be underpaid, overworked, and victims of blatant racist discrimination, more and more white critics view jazz as art, America's classical music. With the opening up of Carnegie Hall and Lincoln Center, the music became bourgeoisified. As Karim put it, the Muslims refused to play uninspiring music and downright dirty lyrics to the Sistern and Brethren. It was black culture, no doubt, but it was no longer identified with the uncouth masses. 26. Depending on when you caught him, Malcolm characterized middle-class African Americans as either ignorant of their true selves and thus potentially transformable, or ineluctably exploitative and hopeless. Although self-transformation was crucial to Malcolm's life and ideology, he frequently implied that the black bourgeoisie was incapable of siding with the masses and giving up their class interests, what African revolutionary Amilcar Cabral described as committing class suicide. 27 After his English teacher, the infamous Mr. Ostrowski, told Malcolm that his aspiration to become a lawyer was no realistic goal for a nigger, he pondered what his future might have been like if he had been encouraged to pursue a career in law. He was convinced that if he had joined the black elite he would have been destined to become a turncoat. I would today probably be among some city's professional black bourgeoisie, sipping cocktails and palming myself off as a community spokesman for and leader of the suffering black masses, while my primary concern would be to grab a few more crumbs from the groaning board of the two-faced whites with whom they're begging to integrate 28 by making this statement. However, Malcolm was not only arguing that the bourgeoisie was hopelessly bankrupt, he was making a case for the primacy of experience. All praise due to Allah that I went to Boston when I did. If I hadn't, I'd probably still be a brainwashed black Christian. While his gratitude to Allah offers a hint of fatalism, he is nonetheless suggesting that his experience with ordinary Negroes shaped his outlook and direction. He took a trip to hell, no doubt, and even looked the devil in the face. But if he hadn't taken that horrible trip, he implies, he might have ended up with a fate worse than death. Malcolm Little, ESQ. I seriously doubt Malcolm believed that a formal education and a career in law would have corrupted him, however. On the contrary, he probably spent most of his adult life regretful for not pursuing his educational goals. Every time he looked into the eyes of his own attorney, black radical Conrad Lynn, perhaps he saw himself. He fashioned himself as an intellectual and spent many mornings at a Harlem coffee shop called 22 West on 135th St. engaged in lively debates with the same Uncle Toms he talked about so badly on stage and in the press. In speech after speech, despite his ravings against nincompoops with PhDs, he strongly suggested that as black folks became more educated, they would inevitably undermine the status quo. In a speech delivered at Harvard Law School in 1960, he argued, once the slave has his master's education, the slave wants to be like his master, wants to share his master's property, and even wants to exercise the same privileges as his master even while he is yet in his master's house. He warned Harvard's faculty and administration that the same Negro students you are turning out today will soon be demanding the same things you now hear being demanded by Mr. Muhammad and the black Muslims. Thus education, even in the white Ivy League institutions, was seen as potentially emancipatory, that is, as long as it is not limited to the sons and daughters of the elite. Real freedom depends on the poor, downtrodden masses gaining access to the master's knowledge. Point 29. It was an incredible speech, for it reveals Malcolm's own envy and appreciation for formal education. Indeed, Malcolm not only showed an enormous amount of respect and admiration for institutions of higher learning, but he suggested that black intellectuals, if properly united, have the capacity to lead African Americans out of this maze of misery and want. They possess the academic know-how, he asserted, great amounts of technical skills, but they can't use it for the benefit of their own kind simply because they themselves are also disunited. If these intellectuals and professional so-called Negroes would unite, not only Harlem would benefit, but it will benefit our people all over the world. 30. Thus Malcolm offered the black elite a ray of hope, a road to redemption if they made the right choices. What choice did he have? As a black nationalist with hopes of building a black nation, all African Americans had to share a common historical bond. What kind of nationalist would argue that the black bourgeoisie could never be allies of the black masses because their political and economic interests are diametrically opposed? And what kind of self-respecting nationalist promoting black enterprise as an emancipatory strategy could completely shut out successful black business people? Most importantly, how did Malcolm explain these modern class divisions in light of the historical experiences of Africans in the U.S.? Simple: the devil made us do it. The black bourgeoisie in America was a creation of the white man and thus has always been dependent on whites for their very existence. He demonstrates this by evoking a romantic image of pre-colonial Africa in which communalism and collectivism were the natural state of being for black people. Before the white man came, our societies were free of oppression and domination. We lived in the land of milk and honey where there were no slaves and everyone was treated with dignity and respect. Interestingly, Malcolm's ancient Africa was not a classless society. On the contrary, by implication the upper class were the cream of the crop whereas the lower class were less desirable. You and I were produced by kings and queens from the African continent, scientists, the best. They took the best of the African society and sold them as slaves. We brought the highest price. We didn't come here as chumps, We were the cream of the crop on the African continent. On the other hand, the European slave traders and invaders of the so-called New World were the dregs of Society 31. In all fairness, by constructing African Americans as the descendants of elites and white Americans as descendants of crooks and vagabonds, Malcolm was consciously creating a counter-myth in order to instill ordinary black folks with a sense of pride while enhancing his condemnation of white people. He is essentially saying that the difference between today's black bourgeoisie and the African elite of ancient times was that the latter did not have to depend on white people. They were proud and wealthy, not because they exploited their subordinates but because they had knowledge of self and community. Sure, Malcolm's narrative wrote indigenous slavery out of African history and obscured the kind of class exploitation that made pyramids and cities and higher learning possible, but imagine how it made black people feel, people who spent their lives as second-class citizens, as the butt of racist jokes, as the presumed descendants of savages. We need to also keep in mind that in the early 1960s, the nationalist school of historiography had emerged as the dominant trend in Africanist scholarship. With the coming of independence, African historians challenged colonialist interpretations and rewrote their pasts in very celebratory and romantic terms. 32 More significantly, African American historians, particularly those oriented toward black nationalism, had been writing this sort of history for some time. Thus Malcolm's oppression-free Africa was not of his own invention but the product of an insurgent scholarship that emphasized cultural unity, resistance, and the recovery of a glorious pre-colonial past. Ironically, these historians, which included people such as Senegalese historian Cheikh Anta Diop and African American scholars J.A. Rogers, William Ferris, Willis N. Huggins, and John Jackson, were still constrained by Western bourgeois notions of civilization and progress. Like Malcolm, they relied on the dominant notions of civilization, progress, even technology, to prove the antiquity and superiority of Africa. 33. So it is not wealth, per se, that renders the black bourgeoisie useless. It is their station in the big house and their unwillingness to walk out. Unlike their ancestors, they have failed to live up to their responsibility to assist the downtrodden, to, as one middle-class black women's organization put it, lift as they climb. The wealthy, educated black bourgeoisie, Malcolm told a University of California audience in 1963, those uppity Negroes who do escape, never reach back and pull the rest of our people out with them. The black masses remain trapped in the slums. 34. In fact, one of the less talked about reasons why Malcolm left the nation has to do with the fact that NOI leaders began to look more and more like the greedy, wealthy Negroes he criticized. With disdain and sadness, he watched efforts at self-reliance and economic self-help through the establishment of businesses tragically turn into a private empire for the messenger and his cronies. By the eve of Malcolm's break, the NOI had become a cross between a black mafia and a legitimate bourgeois enterprise. At one point, the NOI boasted of one of the most successful black-run financial empires in the country, with assets reportedly reaching $45 million. With Elijah and his family riding around in chauffeur-driven Cadillacs and living in mansions, the messenger began to resemble the very black bourgeoisie whom Malcolm hated. And Malcolm was well aware of the unscrupulous ways the NOI took its members' money, which included the outright misappropriation of funds. Benjamin Kareem remembers one run-in between Malcolm and John Ali over $30,000 or $40,000 New York's Temple No. 7 had raised to build a new mosque. When Malcolm asked about the money, Ali couldn't exactly account for it. He derisively said it had been invested in some other venture but couldn't say which one. Kareem, who had never seen Malcolm so angry, heard him grumble something like, "They probably needed some loose change to dress Ethel Elijah's daughter who was married to Supreme Captain Raymond Sharif up in diamonds and mink for a fancy night on the town." 35. Ironically, the house niggas for whom Malcolm reserved most of his venom turned out to be some of the same people with whom he sought to build an alliance, traditional black political leaders and the civil rights establishment. His relationship to other black leaders, in Harlem and elsewhere, was never cut and dried. On the one hand, the Nation of Islam maintained rules against political participation, a policy Malcolm clearly disagreed with. He not only believed that political mobilization was indispensable but occasionally defied the rule by supporting boycotts and other forms of protest. On the other hand, Elijah Muhammad was always open to alliances with traditional black leaders and maintained cordial relations whenever possible. In July 1958, for example, African American politicians hosted a two-day unity feast for Elijah Muhammad in Harlem, where he was greeted by Manhattan Borough President Hulon Jack, City Councilman Earl Brown, and columnist J.A. Rogers, to name a few. And at a Muslim-sponsored leadership conference in Harlem less than 2 years later, several prominent black leaders showed up, including Adam Clayton Powell, Jr. Malcolm even offered his guests bittersweet praise when he thanked black leaders in attendance for at last catching up with the progressive thinking of the enlightened Negro masses. 36. Malcolm, therefore, found himself in the unenviable position of monitoring both his political activities as well as his criticisms of black leaders. Muhammad's posture of trying to keep out of politics while making friends with politicians put an enormous strain on Malcolm, who had gained a reputation in Harlem as one of the most militant, outspoken voices in the community. For example, in the summer and fall of 1959, the NAACP stepped up its denunciations of the Nation of Islam, their tenor and tone equaling Malcolm's most unkind remarks. Roy Wilkins called them a menace who do nothing for black people but preach hatred, and Thurgood Marshall dismissed the NOI as an organization run by a bunch of thugs organized from prisons and jails, and financed, I am sure, by Nasser or some Arab group. Malcolm shot back immediately, calling Marshall a 20th-century Uncle Tom. It seemed like war had been declared between the NAACP and the NOI, but the nation's top leaders, those over Malcolm, were not interested in participating. A few months later, Wallace D. Muhammad, Elijah's son and minister of the Philadelphia Temple, announced a fundraising drive on behalf of Daisy Bates, the NAACP regional executive who had led the school integration struggle in Little Rock, Arkansas. He praised Bates for her courage and stated that the nation is striving for the same goal as the NAACP in their fight for our people's rights in this country. 37. Malcolm, who was probably caught off guard by the gesture of unity, was less charitable than Wallace D. While unwilling to make amends, he did show signs of respect for certain local NAACP leaders. After New York branch President L. Joseph Overton was booed at a reception for Guinean President Sékou Touré, allegedly by Muslims in attendance, Malcolm apologized for the incident and praised Overton, though he took the opportunity to fire a few shots at the NAACP's national leader. Overton is out there in the street with the rest of us. He's got some idea of what the black man wants, what he's thinking. It's not so with the others. Every time I've seen Roy Wilkins, he's been at the Waldorf, or in the vicinity of the Waldorf. I have never seen him with black people unless they were looking for white people. 38. In August of 1960, Malcolm held a unity rally in Harlem, without the approval of Elijah Muhammad, to debate the key issues affecting black people and invited, among others, Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., Jackie Robinson, Adam Clayton Powell, Jr., Thurgood Marshall, and Roy Wilkins. To Malcolm's disappointment, only Hulon Jack showed up. He delivered a scathing attack on black leaders for shunning the event, calling them every name in the book. Yet, despite his invective, it seemed as if Malcolm's real intention was to throw down the gauntlet and see if these leaders accepted the challenge. He told the audience that they did not show up because they were afraid of irking their white bosses or embarrassing their white liberal friends. At the same time, he called on black leaders to follow the lead of the non-aligned nations, who had decided to overlook their differences and come together at an historic unity conference in Bandung, Indonesia, 5 years earlier. Because black people in the U.S. share a common history of oppression irrespective of political outlook, religious affiliation, or class differences, we had to find a way to unite. As he put it, the hour is too short today for black people to afford the luxury of differences. 39. How much of this was Malcolm and how much was Elijah Muhammad, or Wallace D. Muhammad, is hard to say. After all, Malcolm's strategy for unity was still based on the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's ideas of a separate state for black people. Nevertheless, Malcolm continued to cite the Bandung Conference as a model for building unity among different constituents until the eve of the assassination, and eventually the separate state argument gave way to a more nuanced, situational approach to black liberation after he broke with the nation. And yet, the greater his independence from the NOI and the closer he moved toward backing the civil rights movement, the harsher his denunciations of mainstream black leadership. During a stormy debate with NAACP Youth Secretary Herbert Wright sponsored by Yale University Law School in 1962, Malcolm dismissed the entire civil rights establishment as a bunch of sellouts and Uncle Toms. He went even further, suggesting that the next president bypass traditional black leaders and talk directly to ordinary folks, or to the Nation of Islam. The black masses, he argued, are tired of following these hand-picked Negro leaders who sound like professional beggars, as they cry year after year for white America to accept us as first-class citizens. 40. Likewise, in his speech before the Northern Negro Grassroots Leadership Conference in Detroit in 1963, he insisted that the masses had no authentic spokespersons among the legitimate black leaders. These men were handpicked by white men in power and thus did not represent the wants and needs of ordinary black people. Self-proclaimed Negro leaders were not just misled, their job was to mislead, to keep black folks in check. They were the direct descendants of the house slave. The slave master took Tom and dressed him well, fed him and even gave him a little education, gave him a long coat and a top hat and made all the other slaves look up to him. Then he used Tom to control them. The same strategy that was used in those days is used today, by the same white man. He takes a Negro, a so-called Negro, and makes him prominent, builds him up, publicizes him, makes him a celebrity. And then he becomes a spokesman for Negroes and a Negro leader. These civil rights leaders, he said, were leading a non-violent Negro revolution when what was needed was a black revolution. Whereas the former wants to desegregate, the latter demands land, power, and freedom. Whereas the former adopts a Christian philosophy of love thy enemy, the latter has no love or respect for the oppressor. Malcolm still advocated unity and pointed to Bandung as the grand example, but the only unity he was interested in was under a revolutionary black nationalist banner. 41. Left turn? Malcolm's critique of the black bourgeoisie and traditional black leaders, and his strong identification with the poorest of black folks, propelled him to left-wing organizations. The attraction was mutual. Just as the Communist Party had been drawn to Garveyism in the 1920s because they saw so many black working people in the movement and believed it could be transformed into a revolutionary organization. 42 Trotskyists and other leftists noticed the large numbers of black proletarians flocking to the NOI. As early as 1961, Malcolm established working relationships with several left-wing organizations, and in 1962 spoke at an 1199 rally and shared the podium with A. Philip Randolph and several Puerto Rican labor activists. He eventually gained a small following of radical Marxists, mostly Trotskyists in the Socialist Workers' Party. Malcolm convinced some SWP members of the revolutionary potential or ordinary black slum dwellers, and he began to speak more critically of capitalism. 43. He also began developing an independent third world political perspective, although he showed signs of such a perspective at least a decade earlier, when anti-colonial wars and decolonization were pressing public issues. As early as 1954, Malcolm gave a speech comparing the situation in Vietnam with that of the Mau Mau rebellion in colonial Kenya, framing both of these movements as uprisings of the darker races, creating a tidal wave against US and European imperialism. Indeed, Africa remained his primary political interest outside of Black America. 44. Yet, despite his internationalism and flirtation with Marxism, his critique of the black bourgeoisie remained ambivalent, at best. At the very same moment, black intellectuals such as Frantz Fanon, C.L.R. James, and Amilcar Cabral were grappling with the role of the national bourgeoisie in African independence struggles, Malcolm's pronouncements on the subject were analytically dull by comparison. And yet, in the States he was way ahead of the game, for unlike his detractors in the Negro Revolution, he at least recognized the importance of class differences among African Americans. In some respects, Malcolm's dilemma was and still is inescapable. To escape it requires a remarkable analytical leap that would undermine the fragile basis upon which his conception of black nationalism was built. Like today's young nationalists weighed down by X-caps and red, black, and green medallions, Malcolm saw the black bourgeoisie as both enemies and misguided souls, sellouts, and brainwashed Negroes who simply need a wake-up call from the motherland. Few are willing to say, in no uncertain terms, that the black poor and the bourgeoisie have mutually exclusive interests. 45 For to do so would be to call into question the whole basis of nationalism, particularly a nationalism based on racial and cultural affinity. Even more damaging, however, is that it would close off any possibility of achieving individual success. After all, what are these young soul rebels striving for anyway? How can anyone expect young people coming up today to completely repudiate the black bourgeoisie, or any bourgeoisie, if contemporary Malcolmites are giving graduation speeches about the importance of getting paid or obtaining that degree by any means necessary? Yet, Malcolm's reputation as a militant is partly built on his denunciation of the house nigga. His current resurrection has a lot to do with growing class tensions between a successful, suburban, and increasingly disinterested black middle class and the so-called underclass left to rot in the slums. The word bourgeois has even become common lingo among hip-hop artists and their fans to refer to black-owned radio stations and, more generally, middle-class African Americans who exhibit disgust or indifference toward young, working-class blacks. For Ice-T, living in the lap of luxury is not what renders the black bourgeoisie bankrupt, but rather their inability to understand the world of the ghetto. In an interview a few years back he explained, "I don't think the negative propaganda about rap comes from the true black community, it comes from the bourgeois black community, which I hate. Those are the blacks who have an attitude that because I wear a hat and a gold chain, I'm a nigger and they're better than me." Similarly, the former rap group WC and the MAAD circle leveled an even more sustained attack on those they call bourgeois Negroes. Proclaiming that the circle's sympathies lie with poor folks in the slums, lead rapper WC derisively wrote off suburban middle-class African Americans as turncoats and cowards. 46. Even if we are unwilling to call this class struggle, there is no denying that these young voices are well aware that not all black folks are equally powerless and oppressed. Now that so many urban African Americans are growing up under black mayors and black police officers, they are slowly coming to the conclusion that black politicians and authority figures are as much to blame for the state of the ghetto as their white counterparts. Unlike the house niggers of Malcolm's generation, today's black political elite don't need to beg or plead, some of them run the big house. And as long as the status of the field niggas remain unchanged, Malcolm's metaphor will continue to articulate the latent class anger that lies muffled beneath a racial blanket. Farah Jasmine Griffin, Ironies of the Saint, Malcolm X, Black Women and the Price of Protection, in Collier Thomas and Franklin, eds, Sisters in the Struggle, African American Women in the Civil Rights, Black Power Movement, New York, New York University Press, 2001, 214 to 229. This essay grows out of two concerns. First, the re-rise of what I want to call a promise of protection as a more progressive counter-discourse to elements of misogyny in black popular culture. Second, my feeling that the emergence of Malcolm X as an icon of younger African Americans requires a serious and sustained examination and engagement of all aspects of his legacy. Malcolm X has not been the subject of a black feminist critique in the way that Richard Wright or Miles Davis have been. When I look to black feminist thinkers who have written on Malcolm, few of them were as critical of his views on women as I had expected. Patricia Hill Collins, Barbara Ransby, and Tracy Matthews are among the few to call attention to Malcolm's gender politics. 1. Black women are reluctant of being critical of Malcolm X. theirs is a reluctance born from the desire not to have such a critique co-opted by those who already hold him in contempt and disdain, and a reluctance grounded in the genuine love, respect, and reverence that many black women have for Malcolm. I must admit that even as I write this essay, I share this reluctance, for there are few black male leaders whom I hold in as much esteem as I do Malcolm. Nonetheless, while I recognize Malcolm to be a man of his times and a man with tremendous capacity for growth, I am disturbed by any tendency to uncritically adopt his political and rhetorical stance, particularly around gender. In this essay I will articulate some of the reasons why so many black women, even black feminists, appreciate and revere Malcolm and his legacy. Then I hope to offer a reading of his position on women, not as a means of discrediting the esteem in which we hold him, but as a means to move us beyond the oppressive gender politics embedded in his rhetoric. Malcolm X offered black women a promise of protection, an acknowledgement of the significance of white racist assaults on black beauty, and an affirmation of black features, particularly hair and color. In the remainder of this essay, I will examine these two important aspects of his legacy. The promise of protection. Her head is more regularly beaten than any woman's, and by her own man. She is the scapegoat for Mr. Charlie. She is forced to stark realism and chided if caught dreaming. Her aspirations for her and hers are, for sanity's sake, stunted. Her physical image has been criminally maligned, assaulted, and negated. She's the first to be called ugly, yet never beautiful, and as a consequence is forced to see her man, brainwashed and wallowing in self-loathing, pick for his own the physical antithesis of her. Then, to add insult to injury, she stands accused as emasculator of the only thing she has ever cared for, her black man. Who will revere the black woman? Who will keep our neighborhood safe for black innocent womanhood? Black womanhood cries for dignity and restitution and salvation. Black womanhood wants and needs protection and keeping and holding. Who will keep her precious and pure? Who will glorify and proclaim her beautiful image? To whom will she cry rape? Abbie Lincoln too. Malcolm X's appeal to a broad range of black women lay first in his courage and commitment to black liberation, and second in his attempt to address the call sent out by Abbie Lincoln and cited above, a call that had been voiced many times prior to Lincoln's articulation of it. Who will revere the black woman? Who will keep her precious and pure? Who will keep our neighborhood safe for innocent black womanhood? Who will glorify and proclaim her beautiful image? The terms precious, pure, innocent, beautiful, and revere were, and in many instances, continue to be, particularly important to African American women. Each of these terms has been equated with white womanhood and thereby with femininity, both privileged spheres in our society, spheres where black women have historically been denied access. Poor and working black women, and dark-skinned black women especially, have been excluded from the discourse of the precious, pure, and protected. However, as appealing as the promise of protection and the guarantee of purity are, they are also intensely problematic. These are the very same terms used by white American men, particularly white Southern men, to repress white women and to systematically brutalize black men, all in the name of protection and race, purity. My term promise of protection is influenced by Jacqueline Dowd Hall's term, rhetoric of protection. Hall uses the phrase to describe the discourses of a pure and protected white womanhood in the American South. According to Hall, the rhetoric of protection was reflective of a power struggle between men. She continues, the right of the Southern lady to protection presupposed her obligation to obey. 3. I have chosen not to use the word rhetoric because I want to avoid the implications of the word that suggest a discourse lacking in conviction or earnest feeling. Malcolm's desire to protect black women grew out of a sincere concern for their emotional, psychic, and physical safety. It was also reflective of the power struggle between black and white men and black men and women. Furthermore, the pure and protected black woman of his vision was also obligated to obey her protector, the black man. The exchange is as follows: the woman gets protection, the man acquires a possession. Nonetheless, many black women were willing to accept the terms of this contract. Barbara Omolot explains, the extremes of American patriarchy, particularly under slavery, pushed black women outside traditional patriarchal protection. Consequently, the promise of patriarchal protection was certainly much better than the methodical abuse suffered by black women throughout much of their history in the New World. As had been the case a century earlier with their recently freed foremothers, the assurance of their safety was a very appealing vision for many black women. It stood in direct opposition to the degrading images that bombarded them on a daily basis and the harsh reality of many of their lives. Omolad notes, most black women accepted traditional notions of patriarchy from black men because they viewed the Afro-Christian tradition of woman as mother and wife as personally desirable and politically necessary for black people's survival. 4. Malcolm X's promise of protection comes from a long tradition in African American writing and organizing. The National Association of Colored Women was formed in 1896 in part to protect the name and image of black women. Leaders like W.E.B. Du Bois and Alexander Crummell both called for the protection of black women from rape, physical abuse, and economic poverty. 5 Large numbers of the urban women to whom Malcolm X spoke were the daughters of or were themselves women who fled the South in an attempt to escape the threat of rape from white males. Black women also found themselves the victims of economic exploitation, unfair employment practices, medical experimentation, and domestic violence. Who was deemed better to play the role of protector than black men? This, of course, is a role that had been denied black men throughout history. Malcolm's promise of protection assumes a stance of victimization on the part of those who need to be protected without allowing much room for their agency in other spheres. It places the woman in the hands of her protector who may protect her, but who also may decide to further victimize her. In either case her well-being is entirely dependent on his will and authority. Note Malcolm's words upon hearing the dynamic Fannie Lou Hamer speak of her experiences in Mississippi. When I listen to Mrs. Hamer, a black woman could be my mother, my sister, my daughter, describe what they have done to her in Mississippi, I ask myself, how in the world can we expect to be respected as men when we will allow something like that to be done to our women, and we do nothing about it? How can you and I be looked upon as men with black women being beaten and nothing being done about it? No, we don't deserve to be recognized and respected as men as long as our women can be brutalized in the manner that this woman described, and nothing being done about it, but we sit around singing "We Shall Overcome." 6. Later, when introducing her at the Audubon, Malcolm would refer to her as the country's #1 freedom-fighting woman. However, the predominant tone of this passage refers to Hamer only as a victim in need of protection, not the protection afforded to citizens by their governments, which the South and the nation at large did not provide, but the protection of a black man. Hamer's victimization makes black men the subject of Malcolm's comment. When read closely, the above statement is not a paragraph about Fannie Lou Hamer but about the questionable masculinity of black men, particularly those black men of the Southern civil rights movement such as Martin Luther King. If black men protected their women, then Ms. Hamer would not be a victim of such abuse. Nor would she be a freedom fighter that would be a position monopolized by black male protectors. According to Malcolm in his autobiography, all women by their nature are fragile and weak, they are attracted to the male in whom they see strength. 7. This assertion of the nature of black women leaves little room for women like Fannie Lou Hamer, Ella Baker, Septima Clark, Harriet Tubman, Mary McLeod Bethune, Ida B. Wells, or Angela Davis. Malcolm's general understanding about the nature of women was acquired in childhood through witnessing the abusive actions of his father as well as from his days on the streets of Boston and New York. While the discourse of protection emerges from the Nation of Islam, it does not challenge Malcolm's earlier notions of women's nature. Instead, the Nation provides him with a framework that still accepts women's nature as fragile and weak, that also sees women as manipulative, but that encourages men to protect and respect instead of abuse them. Malcolm's mentor Elijah Muhammad shared his sense that the protection of the black woman guaranteed black men their manhood. Until we learn to love and protect our woman, we will never be a fit and recognized people on earth. The white people here among you will never recognize you until you protect your woman. 8. In all of the instances cited above, Women are subordinate to men whether as the objects of abuse or protection. In the autobiography, Malcolm notes, Islam has very strict laws and teachings about women, the core of them being that the true nature of man is to be strong, and a woman's true nature is to be weak, and while a man must at all times respect his woman, at the same time he needs to understand that he must control her if he expects to get her respect. 9. Protection is not in and of itself a bad thing. Patriarchal societies such as ours foster misogyny from which all women need protection. A racist patriarchal society is particularly dangerous for black women. However, protection need not be equated with possession. Of course, until the day arrives when we no longer live in a patriarchal society, women need to be protected from misogyny and paternalism. However, instead of fighting simply to protect women from misogyny, we must all engage in the fight to eradicate patriarchy as well as racism. This dedication is nowhere apparent in Malcolm's writing. Finally, it is one thing to protect an individual so that she may actually live with a greater degree of freedom, that is, make our streets safe so that women may walk alone at night. It is another thing entirely to protect someone and in so doing to limit their freedom and mobility. We must be careful to distinguish offers of protection that are made in a context that places limitations on women's freedom. In a brilliant Afrocentric feminist critique of African American nationalism, Africa on My Mind, Gender, Counter-Discourse, and African American Nationalism, E. Francis White argues that black nationalism is an oppositional strategy that both counters racism and constructs utopian and repressive gender relations. 10. Herein lies the paradox of Malcolm's promise of protection. When considered only in contrast to the external discourse of white supremacy, Malcolm's proposal of protection seems to offer a radical stance on black womanhood. However, if we consider what his discourse shares with white sexist discourse, we see something altogether different. Again White warns. In making appeals to conservative notions of appropriate gender behavior, African American nationalists reveal their ideological ties to other nationalist movements, including European and Euro-American bourgeois nationalists over the past 200 years. European and Euro-American nationalists turned to their ideology of respectability to help them impose the bourgeoisie manners and morals that attempted to control sexual behavior and gender relations. 11. Malcolm X's promise of protection falls under the rubric of the ideology of respectability. The protected woman is the respectable woman. The man who protects her is the respected man. The affirmation of black beauty. I knew he loved me for my clear brown skin, it was very smooth. He liked my clear eyes. He liked my gleaming dark hair. I was very thin then and he liked my black beauty, my mind. He just liked me. Betty Shabazz. 12. In addition to the promise of protection, Malcolm X also offered all black people, and black women in particular, an affirmation of black features and physical characteristics. In so doing, he followed the lead of Marcus Garvey and Elijah Muhammad. To many this may seem unimportant or shallow, but when considered in light of constant white supremacist assaults on notions of black beauty, it is of profound significance. From the minstrel caricatures to serious scientific studies, black difference has always been predicated on black bodies. Big black lips, nappy black hair, large black thighs and derrieres, black skin, oversized black genitals. Though African Americans always fought such assaults by establishing and maintaining their own sense of their humanity, dignity, capability, and beauty, perhaps in no realm have our oppressors been more successful than in convincing us of our own ugliness. Throughout our history on this continent, black Americans have accepted and revised white standards of beauty. Yet for large numbers of black women these standards continue to be oppressive, particularly when they are upheld by other African Americans. In 1925, Walter White observed, even among intelligent Negroes there has come into being the fallacious belief that black Negroes are less able to achieve success. 13. The color tension between Marcus Garvey and W.E.B. Du Bois is legendary. Garvey questioned Du Bois' credibility as a leader by accusing him of wanting to be everything but black, and Du Bois referred to Garvey as fat, Black and ugly. 14 Du Bois comment is something of a floating trinity in Black America. Like the floating blues lyric that appears in diverse songs and contexts, so too does the phrase, fat, black and ugly, readily available as an all too familiar taunt. Or, witness Colin Powell's statement in an interview with Henry Louis Gates, "I ain't that black." 15. If black men have used color and features as weapons against each other, the impact of a color hierarchy on black women has been especially devastating. In a heterosexist society, standards of beauty always impact upon women more harshly than upon men. Because black women were always compared to the white woman, the standard bearer in the eyes of mainstream society and in the eyes of far too many black men, they fell short of this ideal. 16. By the time Malcolm X began speaking to black audiences, black women had suffered centuries of humiliating and detested images of themselves imposed by other people. 17 pages of black magazines were filled with advertisements for hair straightening and skin lightening products. Most black sex symbols were Cafe au lait at best, Lena Horne, Dorothy Dandridge, Eartha Kitt. As Malcolm gained notoriety, black audiences would see the emergence of darker beauties like Abby Lincoln, Cicely Tyson, and Nina Simone, but these would still be rare. It is in this context that we must be aware of the appeal of Malcolm's affirmation of black features and color. Also, we must remain cognizant of the class connotations of a color hierarchy in black communities. When Malcolm X spoke out against racist hierarchies of beauty, black women heard an admired and respected leader who finally took seriously an issue that had affected them profoundly, an issue that is often not given serious attention by black leaders and thinkers because it is not considered political and because it calls for a self-critique that few leaders have been willing to endure. This was not the case with Malcolm X. Out in the world, later on, in Boston and New York, I was among the millions of Negroes who were insane enough to feel that it was some kind of status symbol to be light-complexioned, that one was actually fortunate to be born thus. 18. Many black people, particularly women, welcomed Malcolm's willingness to break the silence around the color thing. The issue of colorism, of distinctions based on grade of hair and keenness of features, tears at the very fabric of who we are as a people. In the way that certain feminist critiques of the nuclear family uncovered the sexist aspects of that institution, so too do critiques of white standards of beauty and desirability reveal hidden dimensions in black family life. Malcolm exposed this when he said, "I actually believe that as anti-white as my father was, he was subconsciously so afflicted with the white man's brainwashing of Negroes that he inclined to favor the light ones." Most Negro parents would almost instinctively treat any lighter children better than they did the darker ones. 19. With humor and pathos, Malcolm taught black people to see the way they came to hate their color, their hair, their features. He also connected this understanding with their political awakening. "You know yourself that we have been a people who hated our African characteristics. We hated our heads, we hated the shape of our nose, we wanted one of those long dog-like noses, you know, we hated the color of our skin, hated the blood of Africa that was in our veins. And in hating our features and our skin and our blood, why, we had to end up hating ourselves." 20. While contemporary black critics like Lisa Jones and Kobina Mercer 21 challenge the adequacy of the notion of self-hatred for understanding the personal aesthetics of African Americans, Malcolm still has much to teach us about the way we have often uncritically adopted white supremacist standards. Although the black church has also been a site of affirming black beauty, Malcolm went a step further and suggested that we rid ourselves of all remnants of the white supremacist legacy, including straightened hair. It is quite ironic that other members of the nation would later charge the organization with its own brand of colorism. In a CBS documentary on Malcolm X, one member even claimed that Malcolm's ascendancy to a position of leadership was aided by his fair coloring. 22. In fact, Malcolm X is even somewhat oppositional from the official Nation of Islam stance on issues like hair and color in his celebration of unstraightened black hair. 23. For black women in Malcolm's audience, greetings like "my beautiful black brothers and sisters," with which he opened some of his talks, must have come as rare and welcome salutations. 24. In February 1992, Essence magazine ran a special issue on honoring our heroes. Malcolm was on the cover, and one of the featured articles was an as told to narrative by his widow, Betty Shabazz. Audrey Edwards and Susan Taylor opened the narrative with the following: "He has come to embody the best in black men, strong and uncompromising, clear, committed to securing power by any means necessary." 25 In that quotation, Malcolm's wife Betty Shabazz recalls her own feeling of affirmation in Malcolm's aesthetic appreciation of her blackness. Black women cherished Malcolm's willingness to affirm them as worthy of respect, love, and admiration. All hierarchies of beauty are ultimately oppressive. And yet, in a context where black women have been constructed as ugly just because they are black, it has been necessary to affirm them by acknowledging the beauty of blackness in all of its various guises. Still, our challenge isn't to reverse their hierarchy but to redefine beauty while questioning it as the most important characteristic for a woman to possess. Finally, our goal ought to be to dismantle all such oppressive hierarchies altogether. The appreciation of the variety and diversity of black beauty is nowhere more evident than in black nationalist movements. However, this affirmation of black beauty rarely leads to a progressive gender politics. In fact, nationalist movements of all sorts also have been characterized by their patriarchal ambitions. At best, black women can expect to be called black queens, and we all know that where there are queens there are kings, a pairing that is rarely an equal one, not to mention the class and anti-democratic implications of such titles. During his time, Malcolm's promise of protection and affirmation of black beauty were welcome and needed. However, even then they held evidence of a very problematic gender politics. Our task is to scrutinize this aspect of his legacy with a critical eye. Of course, we must hold on to and value that which sought to affirm black women, but we must rid ourselves of and revise all elements of his philosophy that might be detrimental to them. Womanist Malcolm. Do not speak to me of martyrdom, of men who die to be remembered on some perish day. I don't believe in dying, though I too shall die. And violets like castanets will echo me. From Malcolm by Sonia Sanchez. It is quite significant that in spite of the profound sexism of some of his writing, Malcolm X continues to be a hero for many black women, even many black womanist critics, theorists, and artists, myself included. Most black women who had the opportunity to hear Malcolm never flocked to cover their bodies and hair, walk 2 steps behind their men, and join the Nation of Islam. Nevertheless, many of them appeared to have voiced their admiration and respect for his vision and for his commitment to black women and families. In my classes, it is most often white women who are the first to raise concerns about the sexist moments in the autobiography, while many of my black women students immediately jump to Malcolm's defense, claiming him as a hero. Black women thinkers like Angela Davis, Bell Hooks, and Alice Walker have all acknowledged his impact on their intellectual development and politicization. Davis and Walker have sought to rescue his legacy from the misogyny of those black leaders who followed him. Hooks applauds his affirmation of blackness in the midst of a society that despises all that is black. Patricia Hill Collins is one of the few contemporary black feminist thinkers to provide a sustained critique of Malcolm's gender politics in an effort to make black nationalism more accountable to black women. 26 Perhaps Collins is able to launch such a critique because she shares Malcolm's black nationalist politics. If black women critical thinkers have been reluctant to forward a critique of the sexism inherent in much of Malcolm's legacy, black women creative writers, particularly our poets, have praised him in terms that celebrate the very patriarchy of his masculinity and held that up as his value to us as a people. Sonia Sanchez, Lucille Clifton, Margaret Walker Alexander, Gwendolyn Brooks, and Alice Walker are all among the women who have written poems in honor of Malcolm X. In 1968, Brooks published Malcolm X. Original. Ragged round. Rich robust. He had the hawkman's eyes. We gasped. We saw the maleness. The maleness raking out and making guttural the air. And pushing us to walls. And in a soft and fundamental hour. A sorcery devout and vertical. Beguiled the world. He opened us. Who was a key? Who was a man? Brooks's Malcolm is the one who is loved and revered by many black women, a black man, male, Malcolm who could protect us and open us as he was a key. The us of this poem is a feminized black people who are in need of a very masculinized black leader. Some black women have pinned their hopes on what might have been the direction of Malcolm's thinking on questions of gender had he not been so cruelly assassinated. For some sense of this, we all turn to one statement in particular that has come to represent a kind of beacon light for us. One thing that I became aware of in my traveling recently through Africa and the Middle East: in every country you go to, usually the degree of progress can never be separated from the woman. If you're in a country that is progressive, then woman is progressive. If you're in a country that reflects the consciousness toward the importance of education, it's because the woman is aware of the importance of education. But in every backward country you'll find the women are backward, and in every country where education is not stressed it's because the women don't have education. So one of the things I became thoroughly convinced of in my recent travels is the importance of giving freedom to the woman, giving her education, and giving her the incentive to get out there and put that same spirit and understanding in her children. And frankly, I am proud of the contributions women have made in the struggle for freedom, and I'm one person who's for giving them all the leeway possible because they've made a greater contribution than many of us men. 27. This is the comment that leads some black women to say that Malcolm began to reconsider his stance on women, their nature, and their role in the black freedom struggle. It is seen as part of the overall growth and change he experienced following his travels through Africa and the Middle East. Patricia Hill Collins has pointed out that even here, women are not agents. They are given freedom and education so that they may better act upon their roles as mother. 28. By the end of his life, it appears Malcolm not only changed his opinion about women's position in society, but he also began a much-needed self-critique. In the important essay Black Popular Culture and the Transcendence of Patriarchal Illusions, Barbara Ransby and Tracy Matthews cite the following excerpt from a letter Malcolm wrote to his cousin-in-law in 1965. I taught brothers not only to deal unintelligently with the devil or the white woman, but I also taught many brothers to spit acid at the sisters. They were kept in their places. You probably didn't notice this in action, but it is a fact. I taught these brothers to spit acid at the sisters. If the sisters decided a thing was wrong, they had to suffer it out. If the sister wanted to have her husband home with her in the evening, I taught the brothers that the sisters were standing in their way, in the way of the messenger, in the way of progress, in the way of God himself. I did these things, brother. I must undo them. 29. If Malcolm himself came to be aware of the need to undo the work of his teachings about women, certainly we must recognize this need as well. Beyond wondering how Malcolm's view of women might have changed, we are left with the task of critiquing and revising what he left us. The re-emergence of his popularity with young black people, the use of his discourse by present-day nationalist leaders requires us to provide a systematic critique of those elements of his thought that place limits on black women. Angela Davis suggests we concern ourselves with the continuing influence on both those who see themselves as the political descendants of Malcolm and our historical memory of this man as shaped by social and technological forces that have frozen his memory, transforming it into a backward imprisoning memory rather than a forward-looking impetus for creative political thinking and organizing. 30. Just as there are some who want only to preserve the racial politics of the pre-Mecca Malcolm, so too are there those persons who want to freeze his pre-Mecca statements on women. We must move from Abbey Lincoln's call for a Malcolm-like black man who will revere and protect us in the traditional sense of these words. And we must imagine the possibility that Malcolm's legacy might lead to a celebration of the Malcolm X of Alice Walker's poem, Malcolm. Those who say they knew you offer as proof an image stunted by perfection. Alert for signs of the man. To claim, one must believe. They did not know you at all. Nor can remember the small, less popular ironies of the saint. That you learned to prefer all women free, and enjoyed a joke, and loved to laugh. Alice Walker. 31. Walker's Malcolm is a man who learned to love all women free. A mythical Malcolm, yes, for perhaps the real ironies of the saint are that he loved black women yet could not imagine them as equal partners, and in this way he is no different than most men of his time, but no less mythical than the one who fuels contemporary images of him in popular culture and nationalist discourses. Malcolm's tremendous capacity for self-reflection, growth, and revision can serve as an example for us. A serious and critical engagement with his words and thought leads us to the understanding that we must respect and acknowledge his continuing importance and significance while moving beyond the limitations of his vision. To the majority of older white Americans, the noted African American leaders Malcolm X and Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. seem as different from each other as night versus day. Mainstream culture and many history textbooks still suggest that the moderate Dr. King preached nonviolence and interracial harmony, whereas the militant Malcolm X advocated racial hatred and armed confrontation. Even Malcolm's infamous slogan, "By any means necessary," still evokes among whites disturbing images of Molotov cocktails, armed shootouts, and violent urban insurrection. But to the great majority of black Americans and to millions of whites under 30, these two black figures are now largely perceived as being fully complementary with each other. Both leaders had favored the building of strong black institutions and healthy communities, both had strongly denounced black-on-black violence and drugs within the urban ghetto, both had vigorously opposed America's war in Vietnam and had embraced the global cause of human rights. In a 1989 dialogue between the eldest daughters of these two assassinated black heroes, Yolanda King and Adela Shabazz, both women emphasized the fundamental common ground and great admiration the two men shared for each other. Shabazz complained that playwrights always make Martin so passive and Malcolm so aggressive that those men wouldn't have lasted a minute in the same room. King concurred, noting that in one play my father was this wimp who carried a Bible everywhere he went, including to someone's house for dinner. King argued, that's not the kind of minister Daddy was. All these ridiculous clichés, both agreed that the two giants were united in the pursuit of black freedom and equality. As a child of the radical 60s, I was well ahead of the national learning curve on the King vs. Malcolm dialectic. At age 17, as a high school senior, I had attended Dr. King's massive funeral at Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta, on April 9, 1968. I had walked behind the mule-driven wagon carrying Dr. King's body, along with tens of thousands of other mourners. The chaotic events of 1968, the Vietnamese Tet Offensive in February, President Johnson's surprise decision not to seek re-election, the assassinations of both Dr. King and Bobby Kennedy, the Paris student and worker uprising that summer, the police riot in Chicago at the Democratic National Convention, all were contributing factors in spinning the world upside down. By the end of that turbulent year, for the generation of African American students at overwhelmingly white college campuses, it was Malcolm X, not Dr. King, who overnight became the symbol for the times we were living through. As leader of my campus Black Student Union, I reread the autobiography of Malcolm X during the winter of 1969. The full relevance and revolutionary meaning of the man suddenly became crystal clear to me. In short, the former King man became almost overnight a confirmed, dedicated X-man. Malcolm X was the Black Power generation's greatest prophet, who spoke the uncomfortable truths that no one else had the courage or integrity to broach. Especially for young black males, he personified for us everything we wanted to become, the embodiment of black masculinist authority and power, uncompromising bravery in the face of racial oppression, the ebony standard for what the African American liberation movement should be about. With Talmudic-like authority, we quoted him in our debates, citing chapter and verse, the precise passages from the autobiography, and books like Malcolm X Speaks, By Any Means Necessary, and other edited volumes. These collected works represented almost sacred texts of black identity to us. Saint Malcolm X the Martyr was the ecumenical ebony standard for collective blackness. We even made feeble attempts to imitate Malcolm's speaking style. Everyone quoted him to justify their own narrow political, cultural, and even religious formulations and activities. His birthday, May 19, was widely celebrated as a national black holiday. Any criticisms, no matter how minor or mild, of Malcolm's stated beliefs or evolving political career, were generally perceived as being not merely heretical, but almost treasonous to the entire black race. Working-class black people widely loved Brother Malcolm for what they perceived as his clear and uncomplicated style of language, and his peerless ability in making every complex issue plain. Indeed, one of Malcolm's favorite expressions from the podium was his admonition to other speakers to make it plain, a phrase embodying his unshakable conviction that the black masses themselves, from the grassroots, would ultimately become the makers of their own revolutionary black history. Here again, inside impoverished black urban neighborhoods and especially in the bowels of America's prisons and jails, Malcolm's powerful message had an evocative appeal to young black males. In actor Ossie Davis's memorable words, "Malcolm was our manhood. And, in honoring him, we honor the best in ourselves. And we will know him then for what he was and is, a prince, our own black shining prince, who didn't hesitate to die, because he loved us so." The autobiography of Malcolm X, released into print in November 1965, sold millions of copies within several years. By the late 60s, the autobiography had been adopted in hundreds of college courses across the country. Malcolm X's life story, as outlined by the autobiography, became our quintessential story about the ordeal of being black in America. Nearly every African American at the time was familiar with the story's basic outline. Born in the Midwest, young Malcolm Little became an orphan. His father was brutally murdered by the Ku Klux Klan, and his disturbed mother, overwhelmed by caring for 7 little children, suffered a mental breakdown and had been institutionalized. Malcolm then relocated east to Roxbury and Harlem. He then became an urban outlaw, the notorious Detroit Red, a pimp, hustler, burglar, and drug dealer. Pinched by police, Detroit Red was sentenced to 10 years hard labor in prison, where he then joined the Black Muslims. Once released, given the new name Malcolm X, he rapidly built the Black Muslims from an inconsequential sect to over 100,000 strong. But then Malcolm X grew intellectually and politically well beyond the Muslim. He decided to launch his own black nationalist group, the Organization of Afro-American Unity. He started preaching about human rights and the ballot or the bullet. Malcolm made a pilgrimage to the holy city of Mecca, converted to Orthodox Islam, and became El-Hajj Malik el-Shabazz. He was then acclaimed by Islamic, African, and Arab leaders as a leading voice for racial justice. Then, at the pinnacle of his worldwide influence and power, Malcolm was brutally struck down by assassins' bullets at Harlem's Audubon Ballroom. This was the basic story nearly every activist in my generation knew by heart. A number of Malcolm X's associates and others who had known him personally published articles and books in the late 60s, which firmly established the late leader as the true fountainhead of Black Power. One far more influential, however, for popularizing the Malcolm legend was the Black Arts movement. Poets were particularly fascinated with the magnetic physical figure of Malcolm, as a kind of revolutionary Black Adonis. In life, towering at 6 feet, 3 inches tall and weighing a trim 175 to 180 pounds, broad-shouldered Malcolm X was mesmerizingly handsome, always displaying a broad, boyish smile, and always spotlessly well-groomed. In death, he would remain forever young. In photographs, he seemed both strong and sensitive. Poet Joyce Whit's captured this image of the fearless yet vulnerable model for a new black manhood in For Malcolm. You were the brilliant embodiment of elusive manhood. Those who are less negate your death and fail to acknowledge righteousness felt of your logic. Celebrated African American poet Gwendolyn Brooks echoed similar themes and images in her ode to Malcolm. He had the hawkman's eyes. We gasped. We saw the maleness. The maleness raking out and making guttural the air. And pushing us to walls. One of the most popular and widely read black nationalist poets of the period was Sonia Sanchez, who for several years was a Nation of Islam member. Sanchez's Malcolm was less overtly the paragon of black masculinity, than the tragic symbol of loss for what might have been, an unhealed wound that floods the womb until I drown. Do not speak to me of martyrdom. Of men who die to be remembered. On some perish day. I don't believe in dying. Though I too shall die. And violets like castanets will echo me. Yet this man, this dreamer, thick-lipped with words, will never speak again. And in each winter, when the cold air cracks with frost, I'll breathe his breath and mourn my gun-filled nights. He was the sun that tagged the western sky and melted tiger scholars while they searched for stripes. He said, "Fuck you, white man. We have been curled too long. Nothing is sacred now. Not your white face nor any land that separates. Until some voices squat with spasms. Do not speak to me of living. Life is obscene with crowds of white on black. Death is my pulse. What might have been is not for him or me. But what could have been floods the womb until I drown." Malcolm's powerfully masculinist image was most unambiguously on full display in Amory Baraka's, Leroy Jones' famous and frequently recited A Poem for Black Hearts. Despite its blatantly homophobic final passage, Baraka powerfully projected Malcolm X as the ideal model for the perfect fulfillment of an ideal black masculinity. For Malcolm's eyes, when they broke the face of some dumb white man. For Malcolm's hands raised to bless us, all black and strong in his image of ourselves, for Malcolm's words fire darts, the victor's tireless thrusts, words hung above the world. Change as it may, he said it, and for this he was killed, for saying and feeling, and being / change, all collected hot in his heart, for Malcolm's heart, raising us above our filthy cities. For his stride, and his beat, and his address to the grey monsters of the world, for Malcolm's pleas for your dignity, black men, for your life. Black men, for the filling of your minds with righteousness, for all of him dead and gone and vanished from us, and all of him which clings to our speech, black God of our time. For all of him, and all of yourself, look up. Black man, quit stuttering and shuffling, look up. Black man, quit whining and stooping, for all of him. For great Malcolm, a prince of the earth, let nothing in us rest until we avenge ourselves for his death, stupid animals that killed him, let us never breathe a pure breath of. We fail, and white men call us faggots till the end of the earth. After receding somewhat during much of the late 1970s and early 1980s, Malcolm X's cultural reputation among artists, playwrights, and musicians exploded again with the flowering of the hip-hop generation. Malcolm's cultural renaissance began with the 1983 release of Keith LeBlanc's No Sell Out, a 12-inch dance single featuring a Malcolm X speech set to hip-hop beat. Old-school group Africa Bambaataa and the Soul Sonic Force followed in 1986 with Renegades of Funk, declaring that both King and Malcolm X had been bold and bad renegades of the atomic age. On its classic 1988 hip-hop album, It Takes a Nation of Millions to Hold Us Back, Public Enemy, P.E., generously sampled from Malcolm's speeches. On the song Bring the Noise, P.E. took two different excerpts from a Malcolm X speech, constructing the provocative phrase, "too black, too strong." On Party for Your Right to Fight, Public Enemy told the hip-hop nation that J. Edgar Hoover had King and X set up. P.E.'s massive popularity and its strong identification with Malcolm's image led other hip-hop artists to also incorporate Malcolm X into their own music. In 1989, the Stop the Violence movement's Self-Destruction album featured a Malcolm X lecture, and its companion video included beautiful murals of the black leader as the hip-hop background for rappers. The less commercially popular but enormously talented artist Paris released Break the Grip of Shame in 1990, which prominently featured Malcolm's ringing indictment, "We declare our right on this earth to be a man, to be a human being, to be respected as a human being, to be given the rights of a human being in this society on this earth in this day, which we intend to bring into existence, by any means necessary." As thug life and gangsta rap emerged from the West Coast and soon acquired a national commercial appeal, these artists painted Malcolm X in their own cultural contexts of misogynistic and homophobic violence. Ice Cube's 1992 Predator, for example, sampled a Malcolm address over a beat on one cut. On another, Wicked, Ice Cube rapped, "People wanna know how come I gotta get and I'm looking out the window like Malcolm ready to bring that noise. Kinda trigger happy like the Ghetto Boys." Less provocatively, KRS-One's 1995 Ah Yes spoke of black reincarnation, "They tried to harm me, I used to be Malcolm X. Now I'm on the planet as the one called KRS." Perhaps the greatest individual artist hip-hop culture has yet produced, Tupac Shakur, fiercely identified himself with Malcolm X. On Tupac's classic 1996 Machiavelli album, on the song Blasphemy, he posed a provocative query. "Why you got these kids' minds, thinking that they evil while the preacher being richer? You say honor God's people, should we cry when the Pope die? My request, we should cry if they cried when we buried Malcolm X. Mama tells me am I wrong, is God just another cop waiting to beat my ass if I don't go pop?" The widespread release and commercial success of Spike Lee's 1992 biofilm X, combined with hip-hop's celebration of Malcolm as a homeboy, created the context for what historian Russell Rickford has termed Malcolmology. Hundreds of thousands of African American households owned and displayed portraits of Malcolm X, either in their homes, places of business, or at black schools. Malcolm X by the 1990s had become one of the few historical figures to emerge from the black nationalist tradition to be fully accepted and integrated into the pantheon of civil rights legends, an elite of black forefathers, who included Frederick Douglass, W.E.B. Du Bois, and Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. As with every mythic figure, the icon of Saint Malcolm accommodated a variety of parochial interpretations. To the bulk of the African American middle class, the Malcolm legend was generally presented in terms of his inextricable trajectory of intellectual and political maturation, culminating with his dramatic break from the NOI and embrace of interracial harmony. For much of the hip-hop nation, in sharp contrast, the most attractive characteristics of Saint Malcolm emphasized the incendiary and militant elements of his career. Many hip-hop artists made scant distinctions between Malcolm X and his former protege and later bitter rival, Louis X, Farrakhan. Some even insisted that Malcolm X had never supported any coalitions with whites, despite his numerous 1964 to 1965 public statements to the contrary. The hip-hop Malcolmologists seized Malcolm as the ultimate black cultural rebel, unblemished and uncomplicated by the pragmatic politics of partisan compromise, which was fully reflected in the public careers of other post-Malcolm black leaders, such as Jesse Jackson and Harold Washington. Despite their black cultural nationalist rhetoric, however, hip-hop Malcolmologists also uncritically accepted the main parameters of the black leader's tragic life story, as presented in the autobiography of Malcolm X. They also glorified Malcolm's early gangster career, as the notorious, streetwise Detroit Red, and tended to use selective quotations by the fallen leader that gave justification for their use of weapons in challenging police brutality. The widespread sampling of Malcolm's speeches on hip-hop videos and albums, plus the popular acclaim for Lee's biopic, culminated into Malcolmania in 1992 to 1993. There were X posters, coffee mugs, potato chips, t-shirts and X-caps, which newly elected President Bill Clinton wore occasionally when jogging outside the White House in the morning. CBS News at the time estimated the commercial market for X-related products at $100 million annually. The Malcolmania hype had the effect of transporting the X-Man from being merely a black superhero into the exalted status of mainstream American Idol. This new privileged status for Malcolm X was even confirmed officially by the U.S. government. On January 20, 1999, about 1,500 officials, celebrities, and guests crowded into Harlem's Apollo Theater to mark the issuance by the U.S. Postal Service of the Malcolm X postage stamp. Prominently in attendance were actors Ruby Dee, Ossie Davis, and Harry Belafonte. Also on hand was Harlem millionaire entrepreneur, media mogul, and Malcolm's former attorney, Percy Sutton. The Malcolm X stamp was the Postal Service's latest release in its Black Heritage stamp series. Pennsylvania Congressman Chaka Fattah, the ranking Democrat on the House of Representatives Postal Subcommittee, remarked at the festive occasion, "There is no more appropriate honor than this stamp because Malcolm X sent all of us a message through his life and his life's work." To Congressman Fattah, Malcolm X's thoughts, his ideas, his conviction, and his courage provide an inspiration even now to new generations to come. Few in the audience could ignore the rich irony of this event. One of America's sharpest and most unrelenting critics was now being praised and honored by the same government that had once carried out illegal harassment and surveillance against him. Ossie Davis, who understood the significance of this bittersweet moment better than anyone else, jokingly quipped, "We in this community look upon this commemorative stamp finally as America's stamp of approval." The Malcolm X postage stamp was the 22nd release in the Black Heritage series, which had previously featured other black heroes such as Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Martin Luther King, Jr., Mary McLeod Bethune, and W.E.B. Du Bois. The U.S. Postal Service also released a short biographical statement accompanying the stamp's issuance, noting that the retouched photographic image of Malcolm X had been taken by an Associated Press photographer at a press conference held in New York City on May 21, 1964. The statement explains that soon after this photograph was taken, that Malcolm X later broke away from the organization, referring to the NOI, and disavowed his earlier separatist preaching. The most generous thing one could say about this curious statement was that it was the product of poor scholarship. The photograph actually had been taken during an interview in Cairo, Egypt, on July 14, 1964. Malcolm X had publicly broken from the NOI on March 8, 1964, 2 months earlier than the official statement had suggested. More problematic was the U.S. Postal Service's assertion that Malcolm X had become, before his death, a proponent of a more integrationist solution to racial problems. But none of these errors of fact and slight distortions disturbed most who had gathered to celebrate. The Malcolm X postage stamp was a final and fitting triumph of his legacy. The full Americanization of Malcolm X appeared to be complete. When in 1987 I decided to write what was to have been a modest political biography of Malcolm X, there was already a substantial body of literature about him. By 2002, those published works had grown to roughly 930 books, 360 films and internet educational resources, and 350 sound recordings. As I plowed through dozens, then hundreds of books and articles, I was dismayed to discover that almost none of the scholarly literature or books about him had relied on serious research which would include a complete archival investigation of Malcolm's letters, personal documents, wills, diaries, transcripts of speeches and sermons, his actual criminal record, FBI files, and legal court proceedings. Some informative articles had appeared written by individuals who had either worked closely with Malcolm X or who described a specific event in which they had been brought into direct contact with the black leader. But these reminiscences lacked analytical rigor and critical insight. What staggered the mind, however, was the literal mountain of badly written articles, the turgid prose, and various academic-styled ruminations about Malcolm X's life and thought, nearly all based on the same, limited collection of secondary sources. There was remarkably little Malcolm X literature that employed the traditional tools of historical investigation. Few writers had conducted fresh interviews with Malcolm X's widow, Dr. Betty Shabazz, any of his closest co-workers, or the extended little family. Writers made a few efforts to investigate the actual criminal record of Malcolm X at the time of his 1946 incarceration. Not even the best previous scholarly studies of Malcolm X's small group of books including Peter Goldman's The Death and Life of Malcolm X, 1973, Carl Evans's The Judas Factor, The Plot to Kill Malcolm X, 1992, and Louis DeCaro's On the Side of My People, A Religious Life of Malcolm X, 1996, had amassed a genuine archival or substantive database of documentation in order to form a true picture of Malcolm X the man rather than the pristine icon. 1 problem in this was Malcolm X's inescapable identification as the quintessential model of black masculinity, which served as a kind of gendered barricade to any really objective appraisal of him. Cultural critic Philip Bryan Harper has observed that Malcolm X and the black powerites who later imitated him constructed themselves as virile, potent, and hypermasculinist, giving weight to the false impression that racial integrationists like King were weak and impotent. 3. Nearly everyone writing about Malcolm X largely, with remarkably few exceptions, accepted as fact most if not all of the chronology of events and personal experiences depicted in the autobiography's narrative. Few authors checked the edited, published transcripts of Malcolm X's speeches as presented in Malcolm X Speaks and by any means necessary against the actual tape recordings of those speeches, or the transcribed excerpts of the same talks recorded by the FBI. Every historian worth her or his salt knows that memoirs like the autobiography are inherently biased. They present a representation of the subject that privileges certain facts, while self-censoring others. There are deliberate omissions, the chronological reordering of events, and name changes. Consequently, there existed no comprehensive biography of this man who arguably had come to personify modern, urban black America in the past half-century. There continued to be, for me, so many unanswered basic questions about this dynamic yet ultimately elusive man that neither the autobiography, nor the other 900-plus books written about him had answered satisfactorily. The most obvious queries concerned his murder. Substantial evidence had been compiled both by Goldman and attorney William Kunstler that indicated that two of the men convicted in 1966 for gunning down Malcolm at the Audubon Ballroom, Thomas 15X Johnson and Norman 3X Butler, were completely innocent. In 1977, the only assassin who had been wounded and captured at the crime scene, Talmadge Hayer, had confessed to his prison clergyman that both Johnson and Butler had played absolutely no roles in the murder, confirming that in fact, they had not even been present at the Audubon that afternoon. There had always been whispers for years that Louis Farrakhan had been responsible for the assassination. He had been Malcolm X's closest protege, and then following his vitriolic renunciation of Malcolm, inherited the leadership of Harlem's Mosque No. 7 following the murder. Then I had to explain the inexplicable behavior of the New York Police Department, NYPD, on the day of the assassination. Usually 1 to 2 dozen cops blanketed any event where Malcolm X was speaking. Normally at the Audubon rallies, a police captain or lieutenant was stationed in a command center above the Audubon's main entrance, on the second floor. 15 to 20 uniformed officers, at least, would be milling at the periphery of the crowd, a few always located at a small park directly across the street from the building. On February 21, 1965, however, the cops almost disappeared. There were no uniformed officers in the ballroom, at the main entrance, or even in the park, at the time of the shooting. Only 2 NYPD patrolmen were inside the Audubon, but at the opposite end of the building. When the NYPD investigation team arrived, forensic evidence wasn't properly collected, and significant eyewitnesses still at the scene weren't interviewed for days, and in several instances weeks, later. The crime scene itself was preserved for only a couple of hours. By 6 p.m., only 3 hours after Malcolm X's killing, a housekeeper with detergent and a bucket of water mopped up the floor, eliminating the bloody evidence. A dance was held in the same ballroom at 7 p.m. that night, as originally scheduled. Perhaps I could never answer completely the greatest question about Malcolm X, if he had lived, or somehow had survived the assassination attempt, What could he have become? How would have another 3 or 4 decades of life altered how we imagine him, and the ways we interpret his legacy? The legion of books that he inspired presented widely different, and even diametrically opposing, theories on the subject. Virtually every group, the Orthodox, Sunni Islamic community, black cultural nationalists, Trotskyists, prisoners and former prisoners, mainstream integrationists, and hip-hop artists had manipulated the Black Shining Prince to promote their own agendas, or to justify their causes. The enormous elasticity of Malcolm's visual image could be universally appropriated, stretching from Ice Cube's 1992 apocalyptic Predator to being used as the template for the film character Magneto in the 1999 blockbuster hit, The X-Men, illustrated the great difficulty I now confronted. Malcolm X was being constantly reinvented within American society and popular culture. But the first, most original, and most talented revisionist of Malcolm X was Malcolm X himself. I slowly began to realize that Malcolm X continuously and astutely refashioned his outward image, artfully redesigning his public style and even language, to facilitate overtures to different people in varied contexts. And yet, beneath the multiple layers of reinvention, who was he? Was the powerful impact of his short, 39 years of existence actually grounded in what he had really accomplished, or based on the unfulfilled promise of what he might have become? Malcolm X is memorialized by millions of Americans largely because of the autobiography, which is today a standard text of American literature. But was Malcolm's Hajj to Mecca in April 1964, the dramatic turning point of the autobiography, the glorious epiphany Malcolm claimed it was at the time, and that virtually all other interpreters of him have uncritically accepted? Was this spiritual metamorphosis, the embracing of color blindness, and the public denouncing of Elijah Muhammad's sexual misconduct, all just part of the political price he was now prepared to pay to gain entry into the civil rights movement's national leadership? Wasn't this final reincarnation the necessary role change for El-Hajj Malik el-Shabazz to reach inside the court of the Saudi royal family, and to gain access to the corridors of governmental power throughout the newly independent nations of Africa and Asia? With so many unanswered questions to explore, there seemed to me to exist paradoxically a collective conspiracy of silence surrounding Malcolm X, an unwitting or perhaps witting attempt not to examine things too closely, to stick to the accepted narrative offered by the autobiography and Lee's biopic. By not peering below the surface, there would be no need to adjust the crafted image we have learned to adore, frozen in time. We could simply all find enduring comfort in the safe, masculinist gaze of our Black Shining Prince. Historians are trained in graduate school to state only what we can actually prove, based primarily on archival or secondary source evidence. Information we collect from oral interviews can only be used from informed subjects, who have an opportunity to review what they've said for the record. Thus the discipline itself provides certain safeguards to interviewees and informants. Most historians, in other words, do not see themselves as investigative reporters, or would-be cold case investigators. Yet the skills of both seem to me necessary in order to crack open the Malcolm X collective conspiracy of silence. Malcolm's actual legacy was dogmatically preserved and fiercely guarded by nearly everyone privy to important information pertaining to him. This was a highly unusual situation for a researcher to confront, especially considering that Malcolm X lived a very public existence, appearing on numerous television shows, and speaking literally at thousands of venues across the country. When I started my biography of Malcolm X in 1987, I was then chair of Black Studies at Ohio State University. Working with several graduate students, we began compiling photocopies of articles about Malcolm X that appeared in academic journals. We began a newspaper clipping file of more recent media coverage related to our subject. Remember, these were the days before the Internet and World Wide Web. I knew that I would need to penetrate four principal, core areas of investigation, in order to present a really balanced and fair portrait of the man. These four broad areas were: 1. The black organizations in which Malcolm X played a significant leadership role: the Nation of Islam, the Muslim Mosque Incorporated, and the Organization of Afro-American Unity. 2. the surveillance of Malcolm X by the FBI and other governmental agencies. 3. The materials of Alex Haley, co-author of the autobiography, used in preparing the book, and, of course, 4. The family of Malcolm X, especially his widow, Dr. Betty Shabazz, and their access to any manuscripts, correspondence, texts, or transcripts of speeches and sermons, legal documents, and odd paraphernalia. All 4 of these areas, for different reasons, proved to be intractable. In 1989, I accepted a professorship in ethnic studies at the University of Colorado in Boulder, and in the following academic year I organized a research team of 6 to 10 graduate students and work-study assistants, who were dedicated to reconstructing Malcolm's life. After 3 hard years, we had made at best marginal headway. I then accepted my current appointment at Columbia. I had no idea at that time that another decade would elapse before I could really successfully infiltrate these 4 core areas of Malcolm-related investigation. The first nearly overwhelming difficulty was the lack of a comprehensive, well-organized archive on Malcolm X primary source materials, such as correspondence and personal manuscripts, were literally scattered and fragmented. For some inexplicable reason, the Shabazz family had never authorized a group of historians or archivists to compile these rare documents into a central, publicly accessible repository. By my own count, as of 2003, chunks of Malcolm's core memorabilia were located at 73 different U.S. archives and libraries, including the Library of Congress, New York University's Tamiment Library, the Schomburg Center of the New York Public Library, Cornell University Library, Wayne State University Library, the State Historical Society of Wisconsin, Emory University Library, Howard University Library, and Columbia University's Oral History Research Center. I contrasted this chaotic situation to the professionally archived life records of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., then at Atlanta's King Center, that would serve as the core database for historian Claiborne Carson's magnificent, 30-year-long effort, the King Papers Project. Booker T. Washington's papers, carefully archived and preserved, fill exactly 1,077 linear feet of archival boxes at the Library of Congress. Most dedicated Malcolmologists also knew that Dr. Shabazz still retained hundreds of documents and manuscripts by her late husband in her Mount Vernon, New York home. But no one really had a clue how much primary source material there was, and whether any efforts had been made to preserve it. I had more than a nostalgic desire to preserve memorabilia. As a historian, I also knew that all artifacts made by human beings inevitably disintegrate. Paper, left unprotected, without a climate-controlled environment and acid-free folders, lives only about 75 years. Audio tape recordings based on magnetic recording technology survive about 40 years. People who had worked closely with Malcolm X and who had known him intimately would nearly all be dead in another 2 decades. Only the Shabazz family had the moral authority to initiate such an undertaking, to secure Malcolm X's place in history. It simply didn't make sense. Much later, in 2002, when the near-public auction by Butterfields of a major cache of Malcolm memorabilia fetching offers of $600,000 and more came to light, I discovered the Shabazz family had squirreled away several hundred pounds of Malcolm X related documents and material. Malika Shabazz, the youngest daughter, had, without the rest of the family's knowledge, managed to pack and transport her father's materials to a Florida storage facility. Her failure to pay the storage facility's monthly fee led to the seizure and disposition of the bin's priceless contents. The new purchaser, in turn, had contacted eBay and Butterfields to sell what he believed to be his property. Only a legal technicality voided the sale, returning the memorabilia to the Shabazzes. After the international publicity and outcry surrounding the Butterfields abortive auction, however, the Shabazzes decided to deposit their materials at the Schomburg Center in Harlem. In January 2003, the Schomburg publicly announced to the media its acquisition on the basis of a 75-year loan. I have previously written in detail about the Butterfields abortive auction fiasco, and I had been extensively involved in the financial negotiations with the auction house and the Shabazes on behalf of Columbia University. But what none of the principals, including myself, could bear to ask ourselves and the Shabazz estate in public, is why had hundreds of pounds of documents, speeches, manuscripts, Malcolm's Holy Quran, etc. been left deteriorating in storage in their basement for 35 years. The intransigence of the Shabazzes forced me to contemplate negotiations with the Nation of Islam. I had written extensively, and quite critically, about Louis Farrakhan and his philosophy over a number of years. Yet during my research, I had learned that Muslim ministers like Malcolm X, under the strict authoritarian supervision of Elijah Muhammad, had been required to submit weekly reports about their mosque's activities. All sermons they delivered were audio-taped, with the tapes mailed to the national headquarters in Chicago. When I broached the possibility of examining their archives through third parties, the NOI curtly refused, explaining that they wished to protect Dr. Betty Shabazz and her family. Another potential avenue of biographical inquiry existed among Malcolm X's friends and associates in Muslim Mosque Incorporated, and the Organization of Afro-American Unity, two groups formed in 1964, and that had disintegrated in the months after Malcolm's assassination. Here I had better luck. Prior friendships with several prominent individuals, such as actor Ossie Davis, provided valuable oral histories of their relationships with Malcolm X. Most key individuals I wanted to interview, however, were either reclusive or elusive. Some were literally underground, and living in exile in either South America, the Caribbean, or in Africa. A few, such as writer Sylvester Leeks, cordially agreed to converse off the record, then angrily refused to be formally interviewed. Some pivotal figures such as Malcolm X's personal bodyguard, Reuben Francis, had literally disappeared months following the murder. I subsequently learned that Francis had somehow been relocated to Mexico sometime in 1966, and from then fell into complete obscurity. Lenny Schiff Flet, OAAU secretary and a trusted personal assistant to Malcolm X, had refused all interviews and even written contacts since 1966. The FBI avenue of inquiry proved to be even more daunting. Despite the passage of the Freedom of Information Act, which required the Bureau to declassify its internal memoranda that required secrecy for the sake of national security, by 1994 only about 2,300 pages of an estimated 50,000 pages of surveillance on Malcolm X was made public. Much of this information was heavily redacted or blacked out by FBI censors, supposedly to protect its informants, or to preserve national security. For several years, a group of my student research assistants helped me to make sense of this maze of FBI bureaucratic mumbo-jumbo. I learned eventually that whatever the FBI's original motives, they fairly accurately tracked Malcolm X's precise movements, public addresses, and dozens of telephone calls, all without legal warrants, of course. In 1995, Farrakhan had proposed announcing a national campaign to pressure the Bureau to open up its archives about Malcolm X, and especially to release any relevant information concerning his assassination. According to Farrakhan, the Shabazz family insisted that there be no effort to force the Bureau to divulge what it knew. Friends close to the family subsequently explained to me that the memories were still too painful, even after 30 long years. A public inquiry would be too traumatic for all concerned. Without my knowledge, historian Claiborne Carson at Stanford University was, in the early 1990s, working independently along parallel lines. He successfully annotated the FBI memoranda at that time available, publishing an invaluable reference work, Malcolm X, The FBI File, New York, Ballantine Books, 1995. Prior to the book's publication, however, attorneys for Dr. Shabazz expressed concerns that Carson should severely limit the amount of original material lifted by the FBI from Malcolm X's orations, writings, and wiretapped conversations. Thus the book that was comprised of letters and transcribed tape recordings already heavily censored by the FBI was, in effect, censored a second time for the purpose of not violating copyright infringement. When Black Studies scholar Abdul Al-Kalimat prepared a primer text, Malcolm X for Beginners, Dr. Shabazz threatened a lawsuit, based on the unusual legal claim that anything ever uttered by her late husband was her intellectual property. Al-Kalimat finally consented to surrender any and all claims to royalties from the book to the Shabazz estate. I then confronted the enigma of Alex Haley. Haley was the highest-selling author of black nonfiction in U.S. history. His greatest achievement had been the 1976 book Roots, which like the co-authored autobiography had become a celebrated, iconic text of black identity and culture. Yet statements about Malcolm X made by Haley shortly before his death seemed to me strangely negative. Haley had even asserted that both Malcolm X and Dr. King were going downhill before their deaths. 4 Haley had placed his papers at the University of Tennessee's archives, in January 1991. Yet there remained unusual restrictions on scholarly access to his personal records. I personally visited his archives in Knoxville twice. No photocopying of any document in the Haley file is permitted, without the prior written approval of his attorney, Paul Coleman of Knoxville, Tennessee. My letters to Coleman were unanswered. When in Knoxville during my second visit, I persuaded the archives curator to phone Coleman directly on my behalf. Attorney Coleman then explained to me over the telephone that he needed to know the precise pages or documents to be photocopied, in advance. In practical terms, scholars are forced to copy passages in pencil, by hand, from Haley's archives. This laborious model of information transferal worked well for monks in the Middle Ages, but seems inappropriate for the age of digital technology. As luck would have it, several years before Haley's death, he had named researcher Anne Romaine as his official biographer. Romaine was a white folk singer, trained neither as a historian nor as a biographer. Yet she was apparently diligent and serious about her work. Between the late 1980s until to her death in 1995, Romaine had conducted audio-taped interviews with over 50 individuals, some of whom covered the background to Haley's role in producing the autobiography. The great bulk of Romaine's papers and research materials pertaining to the autobiography were also donated to the University of Tennessee's archives. To my delight, there were absolutely no restrictions on Romaine's papers, everything can be photocopied and reproduced. One folder in Romaine's papers includes the raw materials used to construct Chapter 16 of the autobiography. Here, I found the actual mechanics of the Haley-Malcolm X collaboration. Malcolm X apparently would speak to Haley in freestyle. It was left to Haley to take hundreds of sentences into paragraphs and then appropriate subject areas. Malcolm also had a habit of scribbling notes to himself as he spoke. Haley learned to pocket these sketchy notes and later reassemble them, integrating the conscious with subconscious reflections into a workable narrative. Although Malcolm X retained final approval of their hybrid text, he was not privy to the actual editorial processes superimposed from Haley's side. Chapters the two men had prepared were sometimes split and restructured into other chapters. These details may appear mundane and insignificant. But considering that Malcolm's final metamorphosis took place in 1963–65, the exact timing of when individual chapters were produced takes on enormous importance. These new revelations made me realize that I also needed to learn much more about Haley. Born in Ithaca, New York in 1921, Alex Haley was the oldest of three sons of Simon Alexander Haley, a professor of agriculture, and Bertha George Palmer, a grade school teacher. Haley had been raised as a child in Henning, Tennessee. As a teenager, in 1939, Haley enlisted in the U.S. Coast Guard as a mess boy. During World War II, he had come to the attention of white officers for his flair as a talented writer. During long assignments at sea, Haley had ghost-written hundreds of love letters for sailors' wives and sweethearts back at home. While Haley's repeated efforts to gain print publication for his unsolicited manuscripts failed for 8 long years, his extracurricular activities gained the approval and admiration of his white superiors. By the late 1940s, Haley was advanced into a desk job. By the mid-1950s he was granted the post of chief journalist in the Coast Guard. After putting in 20 years service, Haley started a career as a professional freelance writer. Politically, Haley was both a Republican and a committed advocate of racial integration. He was not, unlike C. Eric Lincoln or other African American scholars who had studied the NOI's activities during the late 1950s, even mildly sympathetic with the black group's aim and racial philosophy. To Haley, the separatist Nation of Islam was an object lesson in America's failure to achieve interracial justice and fairness. As Mike Wallace's controversial 1959 television series on the black Muslims had proclaimed, they represented the hate that hate produced. Haley completely concurred with Wallace's thesis. He, too, was convinced that the NOI was potentially a dangerous, racist cult, completely out of step with the lofty goals and integrationist aspirations of the civil rights movement. Haley was personally fascinated with Malcolm's charisma and angry rhetoric, but strongly disagreed with many of his ideas. Consequently, when Haley started work on the autobiography, he held a very different set of objectives than those of Malcolm X. The Romaine papers also revealed that one of Haley's early articles on the NOI, co-authored with white writer Alfred Bach, had been written in collaboration with the FBI. The FBI had supplied its information about the NOI to Bach and Haley, which formed much of the basis for their Saturday Evening Post article that appeared on January 26, 1963, with the threatening title, Black Merchants of Hate 5. I then began to wonder, as I pored through Romaine's papers, what Malcolm X really had known about the final text that would become his ultimate testament. Couldn't I discover a way to find out what was going on inside Haley's head, or at Doubleday, which had paid a hefty $20,000 advance for the autobiography in June 1963? And why, only 3 weeks following Malcolm X's killing, had Doubleday cancelled the contract for the completed book? The autobiography would be eventually published by Grove Press in late 1965. Doubleday's hasty decision would cost the publisher millions of dollars. The Library of Congress held the answers. Doubleday's corporate papers are now housed there. This collection includes the papers of Doubleday's then executive editor, Kenneth McCormick, who had worked closely with Haley for several years as the autobiography had been constructed. As in the Romaine papers, I found more evidence of Haley's sometimes weekly private commentary with McCormick about the laborious process of composing the book. These Haley letters of marginalia contain some crucial, never previously published intimate details about Malcolm's personal life. They also revealed how several attorneys retained by Doubleday closely monitored and vetted entire sections of the controversial text in 1964, demanding numerous name changes, the reworking and deletion of blocks of paragraphs, and so forth. In late 1963, Haley was particularly worried about what he viewed as Malcolm X's anti-Semitism. He therefore rewrote material to eliminate a number of negative statements about Jews in the book manuscript, with the explicit covert goal of getting them past Malcolm X without his co-author's knowledge or consent. Thus the censorship of Malcolm X had begun well prior to his assassination. A cardinal responsibility of the historian is to relate the full truth, however unpleasant. In the early 1960s, the Nation of Islam had been directly involved with the American Nazi Party and white supremacist organizations, all while Malcolm X had been its national representative. This regrettable dimension of Malcolm's career had to be thoroughly investigated, yet few scholars, black or white, had been willing to do so. In 1998, in my book Black Leadership, New York, Columbia University Press, 1998, I had described Farrakhan's anti-Semitic, conservative, black nationalism as an odious brand of black fundamentalism. Farrakhan had been Malcolm's prime protege, and the question must now be posed whether Malcolm X was partially responsible for the bankrupt political legacy of black anti-Semitism and black fundamentalism. The whole truth, not packaged icons, can only advance our complete understanding of the real man and his times. The Romaine papers also had provided clear evidence that the lack of a clear political program or plan of action in the autobiography was no accident. Something was indeed missing from the final version of the book, as it appeared in print in late 1965. In Haley's own correspondence to editor Kenneth McCormick, dated January 19, 1964, Haley even described these chapters as having the most impact material of the book, some of it rather lava-like. Now my quest shifted to finding out what the contents of this impact material were. The trail now led me to Detroit attorney Gregory Reed. In late 1992, Reed had purchased the original manuscripts of the autobiography at the sale of the Haley estate for $100,000. Reed has in his possession, in his office safe, the 3 missing chapters from the autobiography, which still have never been published. I contacted Reed, and after several lengthy telephone conversations, he agreed to show me the missing autobiography chapters. With great enthusiasm, I flew to Detroit, and telephoned Reed at our agreed-upon time. Reed then curiously rejected meeting me at his law office. He insisted instead that we meet at a downtown restaurant. I arrived at our meeting place on time, and a half-hour later Reed showed up, carrying a briefcase. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Reed informed me that he had not brought the entire original manuscript with him. However, he would permit me to read, at the restaurant table, small selections from the manuscript. I was deeply disappointed, but readily accepted Reed's new terms. For roughly 15 minutes, I quickly read parts from the elusive missing chapters. That was enough time for me to ascertain without doubt that these text fragments had been dictated and written sometime between October 1963 and January 1964. This coincided with the final months of Malcolm's NOI membership. More critically, in these missing chapters, Malcolm X proposed the construction of an unprecedented, African American United Front of black political and civic organizations, including both the NOI and civil rights groups. He perhaps envisioned something similar in style to Farrakhan's Million Man March of 1995. Apparently, Malcolm X was aggressively pushing the NOI beyond black fundamentalism, into open, common dialogue and political collaboration with the civil rights community. Was this the prime reason that elements inside both the NOI and the FBI may have wanted to silence him? Since Reed owns the physical property, but the Shabazz estate retains the intellectual property rights of its contents, we may never know. With each successive stumbling block, I became more intrigued. The complicated web of this man's life, the swirling world around him, his friends, family, and intimate associates, became ever more tangled and provocative. The tensions between these at times feuding factions, the innuendos, the missed opportunities, the angry refusals to speak on the record, the suppression of archival evidence, the broken loyalties and constant betrayals, all seemed too great. It required of me a difficult journey of many years, even to possess the knowledge of how to untangle the web, to make sense of it all. What I acquired, however, by 2003 to 2004, was a true depth of understanding and insight that was surprising, and much more revelatory than I had ever imagined. I finally learned that the answer to the question why was this information about Malcolm X so fiercely protected, because the life, and the man had the potential to become much more dangerous to white America than any single individual had ever been. Malcolm X, the real Malcolm X, was infinitely more remarkable than the personality presented in the autobiography. The man who had been born Malcolm Little, and who had perished as El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, was no saint. He made many serious errors of judgment, several of which directly contributed to his murder. Yet despite these serious contradictions and personal failings, Malcolm X also possessed the unique potential for uniting Black America in any unprecedented coalition with African, Asian, and Caribbean nations. He alone could have established unity between Negro integrationists and Black nationalists inside the United States. He possessed the personal charisma, the rhetorical genius, and the moral courage to inspire and motivate millions of blacks into unified action. Neither the autobiography nor Spike Lee's 1992 movie revealed this powerful legacy of the man, or explained what he could have accomplished. What continues to be suppressed and censored also tells us something so huge about America itself, about where we were then, and where we, as a people, are now. Malcolm X was potentially a new type of world leader, personally drawn up from the wretched of the earth, into a political stratosphere of international power. Telling that remarkable, true story is the purpose of my biography. The advocates of Black Power subsequently placed Malcolm X firmly within the Black nationalist tradition of Martin R. Delaney and Marcus Garvey, emphasizing his dedication to the use of armed self-defense by blacks. Amari Baraka's essay, The Legacy of Malcolm X, and the Coming of the Black Nation, in Leroy Jones, Home, Social Essays, New York, William Morrow, 1966, pages 238 to 250, became the template for this line of interpretation. Following Baraka's Black nationalist thesis were, Eldridge Cleaver, Initial Reactions on the Assassination of Malcolm X, in Cleaver, Soul on Ice, New York, Ramparts, 1968, pages 50 to 61, James Boggs, King, Malcolm, and the Future of the Black Revolution, in Boggs, Racism and the Class Struggle, further pages from a Black Worker's Notebook, New York, Monthly Review Press, 1970, pages 104 to 129, Cedric Robinson, Malcolm Little as a Charismatic Leader, Afro-American Studies, Volume 2, Number 1. September 1972 81 to 96, and Robert Allen, Black Awakening in Capitalist America, Garden City, NY, Anchor/Doubleday, 1970, especially pages 30 to 40. The field of religious studies has also produced other informative interpretations of Malcolm X. These works include, Lewis V. Baldwin, Between Cross and Crescent, Christian and Muslim Perspectives on Malcolm and Martin, Gainesville, University of Florida, 2002, a sound recording by Hammam Cross, Donna Scott, and Eugene Seals, What's Up with Malcolm? The Real Failure of Islam, Southfield, Michigan, Readings for the Blind, 2001, Peter J. Paris, Black Religious Leaders, Conflict in Unity, Westminster, John Knox Press 1991.